Cross carefully reviewed all the abilities Aurora had explained, and his jaw nearly dropped in shock. These truly lived up to the name heavenly profound treasures. Their capabilities were nothing short of world-shaking. The new features included shared breakthroughs, insights, and senses. The ability to share senses could be toggled on and off. Cross promptly disabled it on all the necklaces, thinking, yeah, I don't see us needing that. Teleportation between necklaces. Any of the 4 of them could instantly teleport to one another, no matter the distance, as long as they were in the same realm. Aurora mentioned that with another evolution, she might be able to bypass even that limitation in the future. World-spanning communication. They could talk to each other from anywhere on the planet. When Cross asked why teleportation couldn't be just as universal, Aurora explained that communication traveled through spiritual connection, while teleportation dealt with space itself, 1,000,000 times harder. Energy purification system. The colored necklaces transferred the girl's cultivated energy to the main one, where it would be purified and then sent back. Cross gained a portion of that purified energy every time they cultivated. Void energy amplification. Whenever Cross cultivated, his void energy naturally purified the girls' bodies, accelerating their enlightenment and spiritual growth. A literal cultivation cheat code. Divine sense cloaking. The wearer of a necklace would become completely invisible to divine senses. While they could still be seen with the naked eye, this function was game-changing for stealth and protection. Cross sucked in a cold breath. These abilities were practically cultivation multipliers. The teleportation and communication alone made them invaluable. But the cloaking? That was just plain heaven-defying. He knew right then and there, devouring the evil infant will had been the right decision. Aurora giggled mischievously. Hee master, there's actually one more ability. Oh, Cross raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Aurora cleared her throat, her voice turning serious. The black beads can form into armor. If used with the Sky Poison Pearl, the armor will passively release world-destroying poison, life-extinguishing myriad tribulations. Cross froze. Armor? Aurora continued proudly. It retains all the prior abilities and is vastly superior to your old string armor. Cross swallowed, his voice shaky. Aurora, you're amazing. Aurora beamed. It's all thanks to Master. Smiling, Cross sped off to find Jasmine and share the incredible news. But when he arrived, he found Yinshi unconscious on the ground. The netherworld Adumbra flower still crying with half its petals torn. Cross sighed, walking over with a warm smile. What a fool! All this for a flower? For my woman, no less. Despite his words, there was admiration in his eyes. Only Yinshi would go to such lengths for someone else. Cross gently plucked the flower, sealed it, and placed it into Yinshi's hands. As he turned, something caught his eye among the ashes, a black stone glowing faintly. Curious, he picked it up and channeled void energy into it. The stone trembled violently, and a voice echoed in his mind. You have comprehended the law of nothingness? Sure? You mean the void? Then yes, Cross replied, scratching his head. The voice was speechless, then exclaimed, You're a child, and you have his castle. This is the world-defying heaven manual. Cross blinked. That name is way too long. How about God's record? Shorter, cleaner, less dramatic. The voice went dead silent. Then it snapped. Are you an idiot? Cross smirked. Nope. Usually told I'm quite clever. But coming from someone who thought world-defying heaven manual was a good name, I'll take it. My names are brilliant. Yours are ridiculous. Your whole family is ridiculous. Cross rolled his eyes. All right. Do you have any void arts? Right now, I've only made one myself. The voice paused, then astonished. You created that yourself? Yeah. After a stunned silence, it spoke again. I can't offer you anything, but I can help you once. Cross felt a shift in his mind. His self-made void technique, void step, began to evolve. The components he'd stitched together now flowed seamlessly. Star God's broken shadow, hidden flowing lightning, extreme mirage lightning, and the base void step fused into a new technique with enhanced afterimages, stealth, and speed. He instantly grasped its essence and broke through to the third step. The technique is complete, the voice whispered. I've also taken a copy. Thanks for the upgrade. Cross twitched. You're welcome. I guess. So what's your goal? I can't say. The voice replied, cryptically, fading away. With a shrug, Cross tossed the stone into Yinshi's hand, then raised a finger and summoned a black firestorm to absorb the lingering darkness. Later, Yinshi stirred awake. Ah. Cross chuckled, yo, little bro, your mental strength just skyrocketed. Oh, and you got the flower. That stone you're holding? It's some art called the, World-Defying Heaven Manual. Yeah. Jasmine froze. Her face turned pale. World-Defying Heaven Manual. She needed to speak with Cross immediately. As Cross absorbed the last of the darkness, his aura subtly shifted. His void energy had evolved, merging death and darkness into something purer, deeper. He and Yinshi returned to the Sky Poison Pearl. Jasmine grabbed him with urgency. What did you say that stone was? Cross groaned. Do I have to say it again? That name is so long. Yinshi handed over the flower cheerfully. Jasmine took it with a straight face. Neither she nor Yinshi could make sense of the mysterious stone, so Yinshi tossed it into a corner of the pearl. Cross turned to Jasmine with a grin. I have a big surprise. She pointed to herself in confusion. Cross nodded, and with a wave, a crack appeared. Out stepped Feng Shuer and Luna. Close your eyes, Cross said cheerfully. The girls obeyed, and Cross cheekily kissed all three. They opened their eyes with playful pouts, but Cross was already placing their necklaces back around their necks. Luna frowned. They feel bigger? Not just that, Cross said. Before Jasmine could finish her question, her eyes went wide. All three girls heard voices in their minds. Artifact spirits had awakened. Jasmine grabbed Cross by the ears, eyes wild. What did you do? Cross grinned. You know the 7 heavenly profound treasures? They nodded. Well, there are only 6 now. Jasmine's pupils shrank. Luna gasped. Feng Shuer said in disbelief. You made these with a heavenly profound treasure? Cross nodded. That annoying, evil infant wheel is gone. Introducing the prayer beads of the elven god. He gestured. Each necklace has a unique artifact spirit, connected to mine, Aurora. He smiled tenderly. Together, they form a single heavenly profound treasure. Just like how the 4 of us are one. Luna smirked. Feng Shuer giggled. Jasmine rolled her eyes. So cheesy. Cross coughed. Anyway, your spirits will explain everything. You should name them. Luna kissed his cheek and whispered, come see me tonight. Feng Shuer kissed him, then left with Luna. Only Jasmine remained. She fell into silence, listening intently to her artifact spirit. When it finished, she looked up, eyes glistening with emotion. You really are the most amazing man I've ever met, she whispered. Cross pulled her into his arms. Naturally, your man is the most amazing. He paused. Jasmine, She kissed him softly, cutting him off. I know. You don't need to say it. He brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and gently caressed her cheek. You're going to reconstruct your body, aren't you? You knew I was lying? Jasmine asked. He nodded, smiling warmly. But I want you to wait. I need a bit more time to get something for you. Jasmine hummed and melted into his arms. All right, I'll wait. Cross kissed her forehead, whispering, it won't take long. I promise. He laid her gently on her bed, poked her nose, and smiled. I'll go now. Learn more about your necklace. He hesitated, then kissed her forehead again. I love you. And with that, he vanished. Jasmine sat frozen for a moment. Then her cheeks turned scarlet, and she giggled like a child, rolling on her bed, overwhelmed with joy. Cross reappeared beside Yinshi, who was recovering in bed. You good? Yinshi asked. Cross exhaled deeply, lighting a cigarette. Amazing. He floated in the air, letting the smoke drift up. A weight had lifted, but there was still one more burden in his heart. One step at a time. Cross sat beside Yinshi, his presence relaxed, yet sharp. On his other side sat Feng Shui, who had simply refused to part from him. Feeling neglected lately, she'd teleported to his side and made it clear she wasn't leaving. Cross didn't mind at all. Her presence was warm, calming. He held her hand gently, tracing circles on her palm as he leaned over to whisper sweet nothings in her ear, drawing bright laughter from her lips. Feng Shui leaned into him, resting her head on his shoulder, both of them lost in playful conversation that meant nothing, but felt like everything. Yinshi rolled his eyes and grumbled internally. Great, they're flirting again. Can I go back to the illusory demon realm now? I miss my wives. His grumbling was interrupted when a pompous young master stood and proclaimed in a theatrical tone, I've heard tales of Princess Snow's unparalleled beauty and boundless talent. Her beauty is said to bring kingdoms to their knees. To hide such radiance behind a veil, it's a tragedy. Would you grant me the honor of seeing the face of the continent's #1 beauty? Cross didn't even frown. He just turned to the man, smile unfading, voice calm and smooth, yet with a razor's edge. May I ask for your name? The young man snorted dismissively. Xinyuan Wendao, young master of the mighty heavenly sword region. A slow grin spread across Cross's face. I see. Young master Wendao. Have you ever heard the phrase courting death? Xinyuan Wendao waved him off arrogantly. Cease this nonsense and send Princess Snow to me. Cross chuckled. The sound alone sent chills through the room. Then, without warning, his laughter stopped. His eyes turned colder than ice, and his voice dropped to a lethal whisper. You little insect from the so-called mighty heavenly sword region. Seems like your elders fed you to the wolves, hoping I'd be appeased. He raised a hand. A streak of crimson lightning exploded from his fingers and slammed into Xinyuan Wendao. The young man screamed in agony, convulsing violently on the ground. The entire hall froze. The air turned suffocating as they watched Cross torture him, lightning tearing through his body. Then, the lightning turned black. Xinyuan Wendao could no longer scream. He clawed at his skin in desperation, tearing his flesh apart just to make the pain stop. He twitched. He gurgled. He grinned like an idiot as drool spilled from his mouth. Cross looked down at him like he was just another insect crushed underfoot. His gaze swept the stunned crowd. Where's the sun and moon divine hall? Silence. Cross snorted. Fine. I'll rip it out of your minds myself. A man cracked instantly. To the eastern ridge, south of the heavenly mist marsh. Cross's eyes glinted. If you're lying, he disappeared. The room exhaled collectively. Then they turned toward Feng Shui and Yinshi with dark expressions, until Feng Shui released a sliver of her peak sovereign realm aura. That was enough to freeze the room again. Then came Luna, arriving in a blur, radiating a power even stronger. She narrowed her eyes at them, and all hostile thoughts vanished on the spot. Sun and Moon Divine Hall. Cross hovered above the sect, hand extended. Thin threads of energy stretched out, encasing the entire sect like a spider's web. Birdcage, close. The strings slowly began closing inward, slicing through buildings, trees, and barriers like paper. Yinshi, the sect leader, burst out and saw him. His face paled. To the teleportation array. Now, an elder screamed, It's not working. Yinshi looked up, fury in his voice. Reaper, you dare condemn our divine hall? Cross smiled faintly. You poked the wrong monster. Your precious son. What was his name again? All right, doesn't matter. He had thoughts about my woman. So I gave him what he wanted. Though after the beasts were finished, there wasn't much left of him. A wave of nausea spread through the disciples. Some retched on the spot. Yimeishi's face turned ashen. I'll kill you. He flew forward, slamming into the birdcage barrier instead. His attack rebounded and obliterated one of his own buildings. Now, true terror spread. Some disciples fell to their knees, begging for their lives. Some fainted. Others succumbed to madness. Cross's laughter rang out. Go on. Show me the filth in your cultivation hearts. Yimeishi roared, Stop. Have you no shame? Cross raised his hand. Let's spice this up. He smacked the birdcage. Yimeishi collapsed. Cross tossed a bottle into the courtyard. Enjoy. The bottle shattered. A pink mist spread. The disciples' eyes glazed over, turning bloodshot with unfiltered lust. Men pounced on women. Women on men. Some didn't care for gender at all. Chaos erupted. Cross pointed at Yinshi, casting a light over him. The lust-fueled disciples turned on him too, calling him Frozen Fairy. Yinshi fought desperately, but was pushed into the crowd. Cross smiled, then crippled his cultivation. Join your son in his fate, trash. Yinshi screams were drowned in the madness. Cross stepped toward the treasure hall, directing the birdcage to avoid it. Inside, he plundered everything: scrolls, herbs, weapons, artifacts. Such a generous gift. Sect leader, I'll take it all. When he emerged, the courtyard was a scene of madness. Cross snapped his fingers. The birdcage impaled every last disciple's heart in an instant, leaving only Yinshi alive. Cross knelt next to him. Want to hear something interesting? Yinshi's eyes glared with undying hate. Cross lit a small flame and spoke gently. In my world, most people are just mortals. No magic. Yet, even there, monsters walk among them, serial killers. He picked up a scrap of cloth and tied it around the handle of a dagger. You wouldn't think it's strange here, but where I come from, killing is rare and shocking. These murderers? They always say the same thing. A knife is personal. Cross leaned in close. Watching the light leave someone's eyes. It's thrilling. He stabbed the blade into Yinshi's heart, watching as the life drained from his gaze. Cross stood, wiping his hands like he'd just cleaned up after a meal. I don't agree, but I'm curious to see who'll entertain me next. He walked away, leaving behind silence, ruin, and the shadow of a legend. Realm of the gods. Linger shivered mid-sentence, closing her book slowly. A smirk curled on her lips. My little beast is thinking of me. Should I be happy or excited? She ran her fingers through her golden hair, laughing softly. Don't disappoint me, my little predator. In another realm, Cross vanished with a grin, his final words echoing through space. I won't. Linger flushed red and collapsed into her chair, utterly love-struck. I think I'm in love. Sacred Ocean Palace. Cross reappeared. Luna smiled and leaned close to Feng Shui, whispering, You owe me, before vanishing. Shui pouted adorably. Yinshi cautiously asked, The sun and moon sect? Cross smirked. Remember what I did to Yixinghan? Yinshi and Feng Shui shivered. Now imagine an entire sect. Feng Shui gagged. Cross pinched her cheeks. My little Shueshu doesn't need to hear such things. He pulled down her veil and kissed her softly. Feng Hongkong and the elders coughed loudly in protest. Shui pushed him away, face red. Big brother. Cross melted. My little Shui is an angel, he sighed, leaning back happily while every other man muttered enviously, Lucky bastard. She hugged his arm, giggling. The Devil Sword Conference continued, though the couple didn't care. Yinshi narrowed his eyes. Something felt off. Cross whispered behind his flirtatious facade, You should return to the castle. I feel something strange looming. Shui pouted, but he promised. 1 full week of dates after this. I swear. She smiled sweetly and kissed him. It's okay. I still love. She paused, blushing. I still love you. And with that, she vanished. Cross froze. 2 confessions in 2 days. His heart nearly gave out. He tapped on the necklace. You little vixen. Watch me catch you later. I love you too, damn it. All he got in return was a sweet giggle. Sighing, Cross folded his arms and turned his attention back to the conference, his mind already strategizing for what came next.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Cross and Yinshi looked up to see 3 people, namely Chu Fengyi, Xinyuan Wentian, and Huangji Wuyu. Xinyuan Wentian laughed and said, Let me do the honors, before slashing down at the light curtain. The curtain shattered like glass, revealing a formation with a floating sword inside. The body of the sword was as black as ink. It was roughly 6.5 feet long and 1 foot wide. It had a square hilt, and the half of the blade near the hilt had 2 irregular markings that ran down its length. If one looked closely, they would see that the markings were a crescent blood moon that had been cut in half. Yinshi frowned at the sword, while Cross looked at the 3 floating above everyone. He narrowed his eyes, feeling something was amiss, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Or rather, he didn't know what they were relying on. There was obviously a conspiracy going on here, hence why he sent Feng Shui away. It was targeting him and Yinshi, but he couldn't figure out what gave them so much confidence to go against him. Could it be they thought they were truly stronger than him? There was a limit to a joke. Xianyuan Wentian proclaimed in a clear, loud voice, "This sword is, indeed, a devil's sword, and it is also known as the Heavenly Sin Divine Sword." Furthermore, the name Heavenly Sin Divine Sword came from the Eternal Night royal family that was destroyed 1,000 years ago. He cleared his throat and continued, "This matter occurred 1,000 years ago, so it is natural that very few people know of the Eternal Night royal family. However, all of you who are gathered here today are also the overlords of the profound sky continent, so I'm sure that you have heard of it before. The Eternal Night royal family's profound art was known as the Eternal Night illusory God record, and when they circulated their profound energy, it was pitch black. It was a baleful, malevolent energy that was extremely similar to the powers possessed by devils and fiends of legend. In the end, however, a profound art is still a profound art. Xianyuan Wentian paused for a moment before adding, "Whether or not a profound art is righteous or demonic is not dependent on the profound art, but the person using the profound art." This was why no one ever questioned whether or not the Eternal Night royal family had fallen to a demonic path and become degenerate. However, 1,000 years ago, the Eternal Night royal family kept committing grievous sins that could not be forgiven or tolerated by heaven and earth. Since the sacred grounds were responsible for protecting the profound sky continent through the generations, we had no choice but to join hands to destroy the Eternal Night royal family forever. Xianyuan Wentian let it sink in before saying, "At that time, the Eternal Night King was known as Yimufeng. Even though he possessed considerable profound strength, he was still weaker than any one of the 4 sacred masters. However, when he brought out the Heavenly Sin Divine Sword in the end, his strength actually erupted and no one could face him. In the end, it took the combined power of the 4 sacred masters and 19 of the strongest elders from the sacred grounds to narrowly defeat him. Even then, we had to pay a terrible price. All 4 sacred masters were heavily wounded, while 10 of the 19 elders were dead with the remaining injured as well." Xianyuan Wentian continued to speak. "After he took out the Heavenly Sin Divine Sword, the Eternal Night King's strength was extraordinary and completely surpassed the boundaries of the sovereign profound realm. Furthermore, even though his physical body had been destroyed in the struggle, and he had been defeated in combat, his soul refused to die. According to the legends, being able to exist as a soul after one's body has perished is an ability that is gained when one enters the divine profound realm. It is definitely not something one can achieve with the power of a monarch. So it stands to reason that the strength displayed by Eternal Night King Yimufeng after taking out the Heavenly Sin Divine Sword was definitely a strength that surpassed the boundaries of the sovereign profound realm and stepped into the legendary divine profound realm." Yinshi looked at Cross, who gave a half-half gesture and said for barely 5 minutes, "If you don't find something to contain your soul by, then bye-bye." Yinshi chuckled and turned his attention back to the show. The sun was being covered by the moon. Cross decided it was time for a lesson in space science and said, "Little Che, this phenomenon is called a solar eclipse, when the moon covers the sun and plunges the world into darkness. It's all right to look at it when the sun is completely covered, but if you look at the edges of a partial eclipse, you could potentially go blind." Yinshi was amazed and said, "Wow." Cross nodded and said, "Lunar eclipses also occur. This is when the moon becomes red at night, resulting in a blood moon. It's a very beautiful sight. He reached into a crack and showed Yinshi a few pictures. Yinshi whistled and said, "Wow." Cross nodded and showed him another one with a super moon. Yinshi said, "Whoa, so big." Cross nodded and put the pictures away, saying, "Actually, the sun is just a star that is at the center of the solar system. Though I have no idea if you even have a solar system here." Yinshi asked, "What's a solar system?" Cross drew in the air as he spoke. "The sun is at the center of our solar system, and planets circle around the sun, only making a single rotation per year. This is how we have seasons. When a planet is the furthest from the sun, the planet gets cold, and it starts to snow." Cross paused, realizing there were no seasons here. This made him confused. Where was the sun then? He shook his head and continued. "The planet rotates on its axis and completes a full turn every day. This means that the planet turns like a top, while also moving around the sun. When the planet finishes a single rotation on its axis, that means a day has passed. That's why the sun and moon move during the day. The one who's actually moving is in fact the planet, not the sun." Yinshi had his mind directly blown by this news and asked, "What about the moon?" Cross made another diagram and cleared his throat as he said, "The people from my realm believe when the planet was forming millions of years ago, another planet smashed into it. The heat melted the two planets together to form a bigger one, but a chunk was blown off." Cross looked at Yinshi and said, "You know what gravity is?" Yinshi nodded and Cross continued, "Because gravity is based on mass. The chunk orbited the planet and over time formed its circular shape. The moon is what we call a natural satellite. It spins around the Earth once per day." Yinshi was speechless. Even the people around who somehow started listening and were speechless. During this whole explanation, Xinyuan Wentian kept talking and was currently trying to break open the seal on the heavenly Sin Divine Sword. He turned to Yinshi, Cross, and Xia Yuanba, who got sucked into the conversation, and said, "You're all not participating?" Cross ignored him and continued, "The stars you see in the skies could actually all be dead. Light travels differently in space. Technically, if you can decipher the lights from stars, theoretically, you can see into the past." Yuanba and Yinshi gasped. Xinyuan Wentian felt his eyes twitch fiercely as he shouted, "Could it be that young Xia is also completely uninterested in the secrets of the divine profound?" Yuanba shouted, "Shut up, old man. I'm listening here. Go play with your sword somewhere else." Everyone gasped. The way Yuanba said, "Go play with your sword," was very ambiguous. Xinyuan Wentian gritted his teeth in hatred. He turned to the sword and his eyes flashed as he said, "Now." Everyone dumped out their strength on the seal, and it exploded, sending the sword 1,000 meters into the air. Xinyuan Wentian's eyes flashed, and he shouted, "Seal." The giant mass of profound strength shot down and fell on a Cross, forming a golden chain that wrapped around his body. Cross was stunned and looked at the chains. Yinshi and Yuanba were also stunned and looked at Xinyuan Wentian, who sneered and caught the falling blade. Everybody was confused and looked at Xinyuan Wentian, who spoke. "I believe everyone knows of the Reaper and Yinshi, correct?" Xinyuan Wentian sneered and said, "Well, I have heard two very astonishing pieces of information." He pointed the sword at Yinshi and said, "Firstly, Yinshi is a demon from the illusory demon realm." Everyone gasped and looked at Yinshi, who was frowning. Xinyuan Wentian continued, "But more astonishing than this is the Reaper. True name Cross is in fact already in the divine profound realm." Everyone's eyes widened and they looked at Cross in shock. Some of them started showing greed. Xinyuan Wentian added, "Although this sword does not hold any secrets to advance to the divine profound realm, the Reaper most certainly does. Hence I sealed him." Jasmine, Luna, Feng Shuer were all seething with rage in the inner world and the Pearl, but heard Cross' voice say, "Relax, cuties. The fun's just begun. Let me show you my world-class acting skills." Cross shook and stuttered, "WW, or why were you going to do with me?" Xinyuan Wentian burst into laughter and said hatefully, "We're going to search your soul and dig out all of your secrets, of course." You have made a lot of enemies, Mr. Reaper. Cross started trembling, and a terrified look appeared on his face. Xianyuan Wentian sneered and said to Yunshi, Demon, nobody can protect you now. Spiritual Master Ancient Blue said, Excuse me, I would like to say a few words. Everybody looked at him, and Ancient Blue said this old one has had the chance to meet Yinshi several times, and by this old man's reckoning, I believe that this child Yinshi is an honest and upright man. Even though he can be rather extreme in word and action, he is not an evil person, and in actuality, he is a rather kind and good person at that. When my little disciple Yuanba's life was in danger all those years ago, it was Yunshi who used his very life to save him. Xianyuan sneered and dropped another bomb. The current emperor of the illusory demon realm is a woman, and she is known as the Little Demon Empress. Because the Little Demon Emperor who succeeded the throne had died 100 years ago, the Little Demon Empress took his place as the ruler of the illusory demon realm, and she was also the last person alive bearing the bloodline of the illusory demon imperial family. Xianyuan Wentian clicked his tongue and said, However, just barely over 7 months ago, the Little Demon Empress took a new husband after grieving for the Little Demon Emperor for 100 years. Her marriage took place in Demon Imperial City, and it was an affair that shook the entire illusory demon realm, becoming the grandest event that had happened in the illusory demon realm for the past 100 years. After that event, besides the Little Demon Empress, the illusory demon realm gained a second demon emperor who is of equal status to her and also commands the realm. And this person is none other than the person standing before you right now. Yinshi. Everyone gasped in shock. This was unbelievable. They couldn't believe it. Yinshi had a big frown on his face, and Xianyuan Wentian burst out laughing as he said, Anything to say, demon? Yinshi shook his head and said, So you have spies planted in the illusory demon realm, but they're all dead now, I'm afraid. Xianyuan sneered and said, And they serve their purpose. You used the space-splitting ring to come back. You must have some nefarious plots. Cross suddenly said, Oh no, little bro, they found out. What if they want a mirror of samsara, or the primordial profound arc? Xianyuan Wentian's face had gone stiff, and Yunshi lamented, I'm afraid we're done for this time, big brother. All our treasures will be taken by him. Chu Fengyi said, The mirror of samsara is on you. And the arc as well. Everybody turned to Xianyuan Wentian, who was grinding his teeth in anger. Cross was laughing coldly in his heart, but there was a panicking expression in his eyes, and he was trembling slightly, trying to put up a fearless front. The three sacred elders surrounded the two, and Xianyuan sneered at Yinshi, Where's your imaginary master now? Yinshi gave him a cold smile, and Cross started laughing. Chu Fengyi felt some unease, and Xianyuan Wentian said, Why are you laughing? Cross sneered and said, You wish for my wife to come here. Yet you seem to be forgetting. The golden chains exploded and Cross cracked his head, continuing, I alone am enough. Bells rang in everyone's heads. Cross words proved that Yinshi did in fact have a master. Not only that, but Yinshi's master was the Reaper's wife. Not only that, but she was more powerful than the Reaper himself. Cross chuckled and Xianyuan shouted, Kill him. A man shot forward and Cross sneered, Boom. As soon as his words landed, the man exploded, covering Cross in blood. His glowing red eyes revealed an excited look as he said, You're very powerful, eh? The sacred masters backed off, and the three sword attendants slashed across, who looked at them saying, Stupid ants. Even if you had emotions, you can't beat me. Seems you suffer from the same disease the original Frozen Piss sect had. Let me correct you. Cross laughed and swiped his finger in the air. The three sword attendants froze before their upper bodies slanted and fell to the ground. Cross looked over and moved his fingers as if he was playing the piano. Heads flew into the air one after the other. Cross laughed and said, String symphony. The elders from a mighty sword region drew their swords and stabbed the heads of the person next to them. Cross smiled lightly and said, One of my wives loves blood very much, if you'll excuse me. All the sword elders who got their heads stabbed exploded into blood flowers as Cross smiled handsomely, saying, A bouquet of blood roses for my Jasmine. He turned to the sacred ocean palace and waved his hand. The elders exploded into fire flowers as Cross said, "Phoenix flowers in full bloom for my Schwer." He waved his other hand toward the elders of Absolute Monarch Sanctuary. It was significantly less, but still quite a lot of elders. They exploded into vines with white berries on it, as Cross added, and finally mistletoe, full of nargles for my Luna. The three girls felt extremely sweet in their hearts, their angry expressions already turning to loving ones. Cross heard three voices from his necklace say in unison, "Come see me tonight." Cross swallowed with a wry smile. He turned to Chu Fengyi and said, "You woman, you're truly moronic. I'm only sparing you on account of my friendship with your husband. Though bad girls deserve to be punished." He pointed at Chu Fengyi, and her profound strength started draining rapidly until she fell to the Emperor realm. Cross said coldly, "This king will leave you with this strength as pity. Live out your remaining life peacefully. Cultivating, this isn't your thing anymore." Chu Fengyi paled, and Ziji hesitated. Cross looked over and smiled. "Old Ji, just because of this, will you still be my friend?" Ziji scratched his neck and said, "Heis. Cross, this old Ji thanks you again." Cross grinned and said, "Ha ha ha. Old Ji is a man. I like it." He turned to Huangji Wuyu and said, "You have been taking care of Yuan Ba, but the credit doesn't go to you." Cross pointed twice. Huangji Wuyu's strength fell to the Emperor realm, while Ancient Blue's rose to the Sovereign Peak realm. Cross smiled at Ancient Blue and said, "Thank you for keeping Yuan Ba safe, Senior." Ancient Blue was overwhelmed. To have the Reaper call you Senior, it was nearly impossible. Cross chuckled and said, "I'll only say it once, old man. Relax, you might have a heart attack like this." Yinshi chuckled, and Cross looked at Xianyuan Wentian as he said, "What should I do with you, eh? Slaughter you? Have you be defiled by your retarded son in front of everyone's eyes? Torture you until you're retarded like him?" Cross spat out three terrible choices. Xianyuan Wentian trembled in fear. Cross waved, and the heavenly sin sword flew into his hands. Cross tilted his head and said, "Little sword spirit, you're very disgusting. I don't like disgusting things." He flicked the sword, and a blood-curdling scream was heard before Cross threw it to Yunshi, saying, "A nice meal." Yunshi took the sword, and Cross looked at Xianyuan Wentian, saying, "What'll it be?" Cross clapped and said, "I know." He pointed his finger, and a pink light hit Xianyuan Wentian's chest. Xianyuan Wentian got shorter, his hair got longer, and he grew breasts. His little brother was nowhere to be found. His clothes were baggy and directly fell off, showing everyone that he had, in fact, been turned into a woman. Cross burst out laughing and said, "Excellent display. I've never done that before. That was fun." He pointed at an elder from the Mighty Sword region and turned him into a duck. Cross slapped his forehead and burst into ear-piercing laughter. He kept pointing, and squirrels, frogs, mice started appearing. Cross wiped his eyes and said, "This king will spare your life today, only because Yunshi will kill you himself and get over his woman addiction." Cross hummed and said, "Well, you should feel a bit of pain since you attempted to seal this king." Crucio, he rolled the R and everything. Xianyuan Wentian started convulsing. Know her plump breasts shaking, making several spectators gulp dryly. Cross had actually turned him into a pretty beautiful woman. Cross spun on his foot and said, "Let's go. Back to the room, bro." Feng Hong Kong said, "Surely, you're going to marry my little girl?" Cross waved and said, "Naturally, though this isn't your concern, right? When we get married, maybe you won't even be invited." He coughed and added, "In 19 days, it's her 20th birthday. I have a big present for her." Feng Hong Kong turned green, and Cross burst out laughing before his figure blurred and his disappeared. Yinshi also disappeared. A while later, Cross said, "Oi, we done here? You need some serious training, bro." Yinshi sighed and said, "Naturally, I wouldn't stay here if I didn't need to." Cross nodded and said, "Great. Let's go to the Azure Cloud Continent." Yinshi was confused and said, "Huh? What?" Cross said, "Come on. I've been waiting for 6 years to go back. We were only there for 24 hours before it wasn't enough for me to do some things. Plus your precious Sue Linger should be 16 now. Yinshi trembled and said righteously, "If my big brother wants to go, then we shall depart immediately." Cross burst out laughing and went into the pearl. He was immediately assaulted by 3 girls. Jasmine had big watery eyes looking at him. Feng Shuiner's eyes were exploding with love, and Luna was giving him the happiest smile he's ever seen. Cross rubbed his nose and said, "You liked it." Jasmine, Feng Shui, and Luna all kissed him and said, "We loved it." Cross chuckled and scooped them all up, say, "Well, I love you all so." They all smiled happily. Luna was the only one not blushing and looking away. Cross smiled happily and laughed as he said, "I am blessed." The girls rolled their eyes, and Luna said, "I'll see you tonight." Feng Shui said, "But I wanted to see Big Brother tonight." Her voice was very soft, and Jasmine bit her lips, saying, "Ah, I should have created my body." Cross chuckled and said, "Very soon. I'll eat you all up. I promise." They all smiled happily, and Cross added, "One by one, of course. But after the first time, then we'll all sleep together, and I can eat you all at once." The girls' smiling faces turned to angry looks, and they slapped him once each before snorting and leaving. Well, Jasmine had nowhere to go, so she slapped him again, sending him flying in the sky-poisoned pearl dimension. A while later, Cross appeared on the ground near the Grandway clan. Yinshi was frantically looking for Sue Linger when he heard her scream. Cross noticed he had already killed hundreds of people and saved Su Hingshan. Yinshi bolted to Cloud's End Cliff. Cross leisurely followed after him, intending to see where this went. Yinshi saw a group of people at Cloud's End Cliff, and he shouted, "Where is Sue Ling?" His aura was terrifying, and the man sneered. Yinshi slapped him off the cliff and grabbed someone else, shouting, "Where is Sue Linger?" The man trembled and said, She jumped off the cliff." Yinshi froze and looked as though his soul had left his body. He suddenly shouted in rage, and golden flames burst out of his body, incinerating everyone on the cliff before he jumped off the cliff, not believing it. Cross whistled and jumped off as well. This fellow was truly crazy. He descended down and looked around to see a wild Linger sitting on a rock. He chuckled and floated over, picking her up by her collar, saying, "Honestly, girl, do you enjoy jumping off cliffs?" Linger said, "Scary big brother." Cross gave her a funny look and said, "Who's the scary big brother?" Handsome. Understand." Linger giggled and said, "I think you're a big scary bully." Cross-eyed and shook his head, saying, This girl is truly hopeless. You only have eyes for that madman." This should be the second time he's voluntarily jumped off this cliff. I'm starting to think maybe he is trying to die and court death herself in the underworld. Linger coughed and said, "Didn't Scary Brother jump off too?" Cross coughed and said, "Yes, well, anyway, let's go see him before he loses his mind." He passed by a sword and plucked it out of the wall before touching on the ground. Yinshi turned his head to see Linger with Cross. He was extremely relieved and rushed to Linger, hugging her tightly as he said, "Linger, you're okay. That's good. That's very good." Linger teared up and hugged him tightly. Cross stabbed the sword in the ground and smiled, saying, "This sword saved her life. Maybe you should keep it?" Yinshi looked at the sword, and his eyes widened in confusion. Cross didn't bother him and walked towards a netherworld, a dumber of flowers, as he said happily, "Artemis, Big Brother is back." Yinshi heard a faint bell ringing sound and turned his head to see a little girl running towards Cross with a big smile on her face. Her mouth was open, showing her pearly white teeth, and she jumped into Cross' arms. Cross hugged her and stroked her hair, putting her on his shoulders as he signed, "Did you miss me, your handsome big brother?" Artemis smiled happily and signed back, "A lot. It's very lonely here." Cross signed confidently, "This time Big Brother will take you away." Artemis clapped and signed, "What about the seed?" Cross pointed at Yinshi. Artemis opened her mouth and Cross said, "You talk to him. Big Brother will be right back, okay?" Artemis signed, "I can't talk." Cross took out the book and smiled. Artemis held the book and ran over to Yinshi, handing it to him. Cross passed by and said, "It's sign language. Artemis can't speak, so you have to communicate with your hands." He grabbed Linger and said, "Stay in here for now. The flowers will probably kill you," before throwing her into the inner world like a bag of potatoes. Yinshi felt his mouth twitch, and Cross said mysteriously, "You and Artemis have a lot to talk about." Before walking over to the cave, Yinshi said, "Where are you going?" Cross said, without looking back, "To do something I couldn't do last time," before entering the cave. Cross entered a dark space once more, and a booming voice sounded, "So you finally come." Cross looked up and saw a pair of blood-red tiger eyes, full of bloodthirst. Cross smirked, and the voice said, "I am extremely disappointed you went to see the 2 chickens before me. Plus, I might not even give you anything. If you don't pass my trials, I will kill you myself." Cross said, "Well, let's go then." The tiger spirit chuckled, and the scenery changed. Cross looked around to see he was actually at Hogwarts, standing outside. He heard a scream and looked over to see Cho's hanging body. The tiger voice said, "Such a young girl. Do you feel not remorse?" Cross sneered and said, "Humph, my wife almost died because of her. She's lucky I didn't kill her with my own hands." The tiger spirit chuckled, and the scene changed to a house with a man and woman crying over a coffin with Cho's body inside. Cross looked on without emotion, not bothered at all as he yawned, "Little cub, is this your trial? I don't regret the people I've killed. I only regret I didn't kill they slow enough." The tiger snorted and said, "We'll see." The scenery changed again. Cross saw all the people he has killed being killed over and over again. He saw their families crying over their corpses, their loved ones being forced into unfavorable situations, etc. Cross didn't change his expression once until the last one. It was Zephyr and Pandora. They were playing happily with Luna until their expressions turned vicious and they killed her in cold blood. Cross narrowed his eyes, and his killing intent soared before calming down. The tiger spirit said, "Oh, you won't kill them." Cross chuckled and said, "Even if they could kill their mother, they wouldn't. Most likely they would come for me. But even a lion doesn't eat its own cubs. Of course, even if they tried, I would give them a good spank and seal their cultivations." "Oomph, I gave them life. What are they mad about?" The tiger was speechless before laughing and saying, "You passed the first trial, though to be honest with you, it was supposed to be more impactful, but you have absolutely no remorse whatsoever, so it was pretty underwhelming." Cross chuckled, and he landed on a giant body of calm water. There was a small island with a single tree and a pitch-black figure. The figure stood up and turned to him. It was surprisingly himself, but the shadow him had blue eyes instead. The tiger spirit said, "Defeat yourself, and you pass the trial." This you is 10% stronger than the you now. "Hopefully you don't die." Cross chuckled and suited up, grabbing his mace out of thin air before charging at himself, who did the same. They traded blows straight to the head, and both went flying. Cross chuckled crazily and suppressed his strength to the sovereign realm peak. The tiger shouted, "What are you doing? Are you crazy? Do you know the difference between divine origin realm and the sovereign realm?" Cross cracked his neck and said, "Naturally, but this is more fun. Ha ha ha," before charging at his clone and swinging his mace at the clone's feet. The clone smashed its mace at Cross' head. Cross chuckled, and the mace changed direction to the ground, while Cross was sent flying. A crack opened up under the clone, and a burst of void energy blasted the clone from below. Cross appeared in the air and slammed his mace down on the clone in midair. He took another step and smashed the clone again in a different direction. His steps got faster and faster until all that was seen was his clone getting smashed back and forth like a pinball machine. Cross opened his second vein skill and spun the mace in his hands. Void energy gathered on the mace, and he threw the energy towards the clone's seal of the void. The clone was wrapped up in void chains and couldn't move. The 3 vein opened, and Cross Aura Sky rocketed to divine origin peak. He unsuppressed himself and went to half-step divine soul realm. Cross trembled in pain and spun his mace, shooting towards the clone extremely fast. His mace spun under him, and Cross grabbed it with 2 hands, bringing it over his right shoulder. The 4th vein opened, and Cross slammed the mace down, roaring, "Beginning of the world." The mace cracked, clearly not able to support such a thing. But it still did its job and smashed the clone before exploding. The clone shot down to the ground and slammed into the water, creating a massive explosion. Cross closed his 4 veins and was breathing heavy. The tiger's spirit started laughing happily and said, "You, ha ha ha, you didn't disappoint me. Ha ha ha." The first level of the divine origin realm, able to fight against the fifth level of the divine soul realm. Ha 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 ha. The scenery went back to darkness, and the tiger's spirit showed himself entirely, not just eyes this time. He was a giant white tiger with blood-red eyes. Cross coughed up blood and grinned. The tiger spirit gave him a thumbs up and said, "You know, that person demanded me to give you a bunch of things, but honestly, if you disappointed me, I wouldn't have given them to you. I'm not like those other geezers. She can kill me for all I care." Cross scratched his neck and said, "I assume you're going to tell me. I don't even know who that person is yet if I ask." The tiger grinned and said, "You're catching on quickly. All right, let me give you the prize for passing the trial." He waved his paw and a small ball of blood appeared. It was white. The tiger said, "I give you my soul origin, but I think the monster wouldn't be too happy with that, so I'll give you something else. For now, though, take this." The blood floated into Cross' body, and the tiger pointed at him. A bright white light shot into his forehead. Cross assimilated the blood, and a divine art appeared in his mind. White tiger slaughters the gods. He started comprehending it, and the tiger got serious before a big ball of glistening white blood appeared and entered a bottle before hovering there. A bundle of fur and a stringy piece of flesh appeared. The fur and flesh merged in a crossbody. He immediately felt all his muscles and tendons convulsing in pain, being torn and healed over and over. Cross set out the 35 kilograms of purple veined divine crystals, the 3 sovereign cores, and the netherworld Adumbra flower that he plucked from the bottom of the cliff. Jasmine was about to move when Cross said, "Wait." Jasmine looked at him in confusion. Cross took out another 15 kilograms of purple veined heaven crystals, a 9-colored purity flower, a sliver of green crystalline liquid, 9 drops of his own essence blood, and a drop of origin blood from each of the 4 divine beasts, excluding the golden crow. Cross was extremely pale from taking out 9 drops of essence blood, and Jasmine trembled as she said, "Cross." Cross shushed her and pulled out phoenix tears before pushing them all towards Jasmine, saying with a smile, "It has to be perfect for you." He swayed and added only, "The best. For my Jazz," before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Jasmine rushed to him, ignoring everything. She kneeled next to him and flipped him over before letting out a breath of relief. He was just unconscious, not dead. Jasmine looked at his smiling face and started crying, muttering, "You're so stupid." She kissed him before turning her attention to all the things and getting serious. She started recreating her body with everything he gathered. She assumed something would change, but it was going to be an extremely good change. Her talent would skyrocket. Maybe even her cultivation would increase. A while later, Cross woke up with a jump and looked at the huge surge in power behind him before letting out a breath of relief. It was just Jasmine. He smiled happily, and Yinshi came running saying, "What was that?" Cross said, "You felt it." Yinshi nodded, and Cross said, "Well, anyway, Jasmine should be finished soon." Just as his words fell, the red barrier shattered and revealed Jasmine. Cross eyes popped out of their sockets and rolled all the way to clouds in cliff before jumping off. Yinshi's mouth was wide open in shock, not believing what he was seeing. Cross threw Yinshi out of the forest and said, "Scram." Yinshi laughed out loud as he flew through the air. Cross looked at Jasmine and mumbled, "Bah, a lust is a sin." He had a massive tent in his shorts right now as he chanted Buddhist mantras to no avail. Jasmine was stark naked, but the most important part was that she had grown. She was 6 foot tall, and her chest and behind were completely full. Her glistening, near translucent skin glowed softly. With every breath, her chest trembled, and her little pink cherries teased his very being. Her long, slender legs and hourglass figure was driving him crazy, while her long blood-red hair that passed her waist to her legs fluttered in the soft breeze, tickling his senses. Thankfully, she looked the same. Her soft and beautiful face looked a little more mature, and her ruby eyes shined dazzlingly. Jasmine turned to Cross, and her eyes widened, looking at his shorts. She looked at herself and said, she had grown up. A miracle. She waved, and a mirror appeared. She was speechless, looking at herself, before blushing furiously at the realization that she was naked. She looked back at Cross and saw his eyes were staring at her hungrily. His nose was bleeding, and he had a tent in his shorts as he mumbled something about lust being a sin. She giggled and floated over. She held his chin and said teasingly, "I thought you were going to eat me." Cross pulled her waist and kissed her lips forcefully, moving his hands down and squeezing her plump cheeks. Jasmine moaned into his mouth, and Cross groaned, pinning her to the ground. Jasmine looked shy and turned her head away with rosy cheeks. Cross felt itchy looking at her. He turned her head to him and smiled gently as he said, "Do you?" Jasmine just opened her legs and said softly, "Be gentle." Cross smiled and ripped his clothes off. Jasmine gulped and ran her fingers down his chest, softly grabbing onto his tool. She trembled as she felt the size, feeling a bit scared. Cross paused, feeling her fear. He moved his hand down, gently caressing her soft petals as his other hand softly stroked her smooth skin. Each and every movement filled with love and care. Jasmine moaned lightly at his touch. Cross bent over and kissed her lips. His hand was already soaking wet. He slipped his fingers inside her slit and rubbed the top of her inner walls. Jasmine moaned loudly this time and wrapped her arms around his neck. Cross pinched her nipples and gently pulled. She trembled and said, "Something's coming." She sprayed her juices all over his hand and said softly, "Make me a woman, please." Cross looked in her eyes and saw the love and care she had for him. He smiled and pressed the tip of his tool against her entrance before pushing inside. Jasmine dug her nails in a Cross back, and he pushed all the way inside. Jasmine yelped in pain. Cross groaned. She was so tight, her insides were practically sucking him inside. He grunted and pulled back before thrusting inside once more. Jasmine's painful cries soon turned to moans as her breast trembled at every thrust. Cross intertwined his fingers with hers and pinned her arms to the side as he kissed her. Finally, after 7 years, he gave her the love he had for her. Cross grunted and slammed his hips on hers before unloading inside of her, painting every inch of her inner walls a creamy white color. Jasmine moaned loudly and wrapped her legs around his waist, pushing him deeper as she came at the same time. Cross smiled and nibbled on her ear, whispering, "You're not getting away so fast, you little lowly." Before Jasmine could answer, Cross started up again, cutting off her words with moans. The bamboo forest was filled with moans and grunts for a while. Cross was sitting with Jasmine curled up in his lap. She had a satisfied smile on her face. Cross stroked her hair and said, "Let's go. I think Yinshi found something strange again." Jasmine said softly, "You go. I'll go into the inner world." Cross nodded and kissed her lips before she disappeared. Cross stood up. He was wearing just black shorts now. He looked like a divine being. What a handsome guy. He cracked his neck and disappeared. He reappeared in the air above a giant group of people. They were surrounding an old man, Yinshi, and Sue Linger. Cross floated down and said, "Hey, what did I miss?" Yinshi looked up and chuckled, "Good time." Cross looked up and sighed, "Amazing." Yinshi laughed, and one old guy shouted, "Who are you? You better keep your hands off the sky poison pearl, or our soaring celestial sword sect will annihilate your entire clan." Cross gave him an amused smile and said, "Oh, what about the rest of you? Will you annihilate my entire clan as well?" The rest of the people all nodded, and Cross laughed as he said, "Little bro, they said they're going to annihilate my entire clan. What should I do? I'm scared." Yinshi rolled his eyes and said, "You've changed." Normally, they wouldn't even be able to finish their sentences. Cross sighed and replied, "Well, I was in a good mood today." Hee, not anymore." Cross looked at all the people and said, "Ants are ants after all. Unfortunately, in this particular situation, there will never be enough ants to take down an elephant. Just die." He waved his hand, and the ground turned into strings before stabbing into every single person surrounding the 3 of Yinshi's group. Countless people exploded into blood mists, and very soon the ground was dyed red with blood. It quite literally flowed like a river. Cross floated to the ground, and his feet touched down as he smiled. You must be the medical saint I've heard so much about. Sorry for the terrible display. I was a very poor introduction. I am Cross. Nice to meet you. Yingu was a bit wary. He didn't like killing at all, being a doctor and all, but he still said yes. Nice to meet you, Mr. Cross. Cross touched his nose and said, being a doctor, you're naturally adverse to killing. I'll just leave you be then. My apologies. Yingu felt a bit strange. How could someone so nice being such a brutal and ruthless killer? His soul was covered in blood. Yingu sighed and said, this brother, please forgive me. I was very rude. My name is Yingu. I am grateful for your help. If not, perhaps this old goo would be a corpse today. Cross smiled and said, no problem. Yinshi said, Master. Senior, how are you feeling? Yingu said, very good. Before his expression changed, and he said, quickly run. The sky poison pearl is acting up. Yinshi said, Senior, I have some experience at cleansing poison. Perhaps I can control it. Yingu took out the pearl, and it started vibrating before shooting towards Cross. Cross sneered and slapped it towards Yinshi. The pearl sank into Yinshi's flesh, and a pale green light appeared on his right palm. Yinshi flipped his palms, and there were two of the exact same mark, except one was jade green, and the other was pale green. Yinshi looked at Cross, who rolled his eyes and said, I don't want it, though it would be useful to poison someone to death. Cross sneered and said, I feel like that would be cheating, though. If the game ends just like that, wouldn't I be disappointed? Yinshi shook his head, and Cross said, by the way, I can share your memories with someone. If you want. Yinshi looked at Cross in shock, before looking at Sue Linger, who was smiling at him. He looked at Yingu, who was still stunned, before sighing and shaking his head. Cross shook his head and sighed in response before saying boring before entering the pearl. He saw Hong-er and threw her all the swords he had found. Hong-er drooled and dove into the pile of swords before swimming around, occasionally biting one. Cross shook his head and went into the inner world. He saw Jasmine talking with Luna and Feng Shui. He scooped them all up and said, humph, talking bad about me. Jasmine giggled and said, quite the opposite, actually. Luna smiled and added, hours. Feng Shui pouted, it's my turn. Cross coughed and said, all right, relax. Soon, let's just enjoy peace for a bit before disappearing. A few days later, Cross was sitting on a boat, fishing, while the girls talked next to him. Jasmine complained, why the fuck aren't these fish biting? Luna giggled and said, you need to be calm, as she flicked her fishing rod and a fish flew out of the lake. Feng Shui and leaning her head on Cross' shoulders, saying, oh, another one. Cross smiled gently, feeling extremely happy. He suddenly stood up and cracked his neck, saying, all right, Shui, let's go. Feng Shui said, where are we going? Jasmine and Luna looked over as well. Cross rubbed his nose and said, to break you through the sovereign realm, obviously. Luna's already broken, though. Luna smiled and Feng Shui looked disappointed. Cross said, after you break through, even if you run away, I will still eat you up. Feng Shui cheered and hugged his arm cutely. Jasmine and Luna clicked their tongues. Shui stuck out her tongue and gave him the finger before she and Cross disappeared. Jasmine and Luna narrowed their eyes and disappeared as well. Cross and Feng Shui appeared in the Yun residence in the illusory demon realm. Cross smiled at everyone and waved. Yuachan joined the group with Wuxin, who was cute as a doll. Cross then took Feng Shui and disappeared again. They landed in a plane, and Cross said, sit down, Shueshu. Shui sat down, and Jasmine and Luna appeared, watching from the side. Cross took out 3 drops of glistening blood and bit his thumb, adding a drop of his own blood, along with a sliver of green crystalline liquid. Cross merged his blood with the green liquid before separating it into 3 and merging the drops with the dragon, turtle, and tiger origin blood drops. Cross waved, taking out purple vein divine crystal and melted some down into the blood before sending the 3 drops into Feng Shui's body. Cross went to her back and tore her shirt off. Jasmine and Luna spat, saying, pervert. Cross rolled his eyes and focused on Schwenner's back before pressing 4 points, namely north, east, south, and west. The places he pressed, tattoos appeared. The turtle in the north, the dragon in the east, the phoenix in the south and the tiger in the west. Cross touched the phoenix and brought it into the middle, moving the dragon and tiger into the southeast and southwest positions respectively. The phoenix tattoo grew and became the center tattoo, with the other three forming a triangle. A golden circle appeared connecting the three other beasts together. Cross stepped back and wiped his sweat. He tapped Feng Shui's forehead and then Jasmine's forehead, imprinting "White Tiger Slaughters the Gods" into both of them. Jasmine also got the complete world ode to the phoenix. He came to Jasmine, who was looking at him, and he pulled out a leaf and a potion, saying, "You get one too." Jasmine smiled sweetly and took the leaf. Cross smiled sadly and said, "You remember what to say? All the times to say it, and when to say it in reverse while drinking the potion." Jasmine nodded, but she was feeling unease. Cross caressed her cheek and said softly, "I will find you. You won't have to wait for long. I promise." Jasmine felt her heart tighten, and she was about to ask when Cross waved. Luna took Feng Shui into the inner world, and Cross flashed before the crack closed, and he looked up at the air, his fists clenching and unclenching in anger. Jasmine looked up, and her pupils shrank as she saw the figure of a woman appear. Cross looked up at the woman. She had a tall figure and was even taller than the average male. She was dressed in a jade-green silk gown, which was seemingly translucent, and her coquettish jade body was rather discernible. The silk sleeves, slipping over her arms and thighs, were, however, completely transparent. Her pair of silky arms were smooth and crystal clear, while her shoulders glistened brightly. Cross watched as the woman touched down on the ground. As soon as she touched the ground, Cross disappeared. Jasmine watched with wide eyes as Cross appeared behind the woman, fully suited in his new armor and swinging Artemis like she was weightless, right at the woman's head. The eye holes in the armor glowed a violent blood red, and he was like a ghost. No killing intent, as if he was cutting grass. The woman blurred and moved away. Cross touched the ground and stared at the woman. His sneak attack failed. It was time for some drastic measures. His eyes glowed violently, and his killing intent exploded out of his body. It was frightening. Jasmine was shocked. His killing intent was too much. The void beast image appeared behind him, and he stepped forward, instantly appearing in front of the woman. 4 of his veins were open, and his realm shot towards half-step divine soul as he smashed the mace towards the woman once more. The woman raised her hand, but Cross used legilimens to stun her. She paused for a split second, but that was all he needed. Artemis slammed into the woman while glowing and sent her flying across the illusory demon realm, blasting through several mountains. Cross didn't say anything and chased after her. He saw the woman, and he knew just by her features that it was a woman from Jasmine's home coming to take her back. He gave Jasmine the leaf and the potion just in case, and he fought against the woman, whose name was Moonflower. Maybe he could catch her off guard and kill her, but even if he couldn't, he would definitely make her feel pain. She was not going to take Jasmine away from him without leaving with a scratch. Unfortunately, he was basically a strong ant to Moonflower. Cross narrowed his eyes and kicked to the side, moving out of the way as Moonflower appeared, smashing her palm where he just was. Cross swung his leg out and kicked her in face before smashing her head with the mace. He held the mace in one hand and pointed at Moonflower. Black strings with multicolored speckles shot out at Moonflower and wrapped around her neck. They glowed dark green as Cross used Avada Ultima. Nothing happened, so Cross just pulled on the strings in an attempt to sever her head off her body. The strings drew a single drop of blood before Moonflower shouted angrily, "Enough!" Her aura exploded and Cross felt like a hammer smashed on his chest as he was sent flying, smashing into the ground near Jasmine. Blood spurted out of his helmet, and he rolled to the side as Moonflower smashed the ground where he just was shouting, "Damn ant. You dare hurt me?" Cross smashed Artemis on the ground, and a pillar of void energy blew up under Moonflower's feet. Cross pointed forward and opened up his 5th vein, coughing up blood in the process. The image behind him roared and shot forward, void energy wisping off it as it clawed at Moonflower, lunging at her with a wide, open jaw. Moonflower slapped the image to smithereens, and Cross narrowed his eyes. His energy hadn't lost its magical properties. Moonflower shook and grunted in pain as red lightning crackled on her flesh. Cross shot forward and ducked under a whiplash. He switched his grip on his mace and swung upwards. His eyes flashed another stunning spell, and Moonflower paused again before getting nailed in the chin. Cross jumped up after her and spun in the air, slamming Artemis down on Moonflower's chest, sending her into the ground and causing the entire continent to tremble. Cross pointed the mace at Moonflower and said emotionlessly, "Die." A pillar of void energy shot from the tip of the mace and exploded onto Moonflower's body. Cross disappeared from where he was standing and stood next to Jasmine, who was still in shock. Cross flashed for a split second as he said, "Fuck. Heis. I try my best." Jasmine was confused, and he suddenly had an arm going right through his chest. Jasmine's eyes widened, and she trembled in rage and grief. She shot her arm forward and grabbed Moonflower's neck, squeezing tightly as she said, "It's all your fault." Her killing intent exploded, making Moonflower tremble in fear as she said, "PPP princess." Aye. Jasmine was completely enraged, but she didn't have any strength to kill her. She said emotionlessly, "When we get back." Jasmine giggled creepily as she added, "I will make you wish you were never born." Moonflower trembled, and Jasmine kicked her knees, snapping them back as she shouted, "Kneel, slave." Moonflower knelt and trembled in fear. Jasmine said emotionlessly, "You will stay here. If you move a single step, even if I have to die, I will kill you," as she took Cross' body and disappeared, leaving Moonflower in complete fear. Jasmine appeared far away and started crying. Cross said, "Jasmine, don't cry." Jasmine slapped him, saying angrily, "If I didn't remember you had a string clone, I would have thought you were really dead. You bastard," though she was still crying. Cross felt his heart was being squeezed seeing her tears. He wiped them from her face and said, "This is better. Now she thinks I'm dead. I can go to the God realm without being hunted down." Jasmine said with a sob, "Where are you?" Cross said from behind her, "Here, Jazz." Jasmine turned around and plunged into his arms as she started crying. Cross stroked her hair and said softly, "I will come find you soon. I promise." Jasmine cried harder. Cross wiped her tears and lifted her face before kissing her lips before saying coldly, "When I find you again, even the gods won't be able to separate us again." Jasmine looked at him and sniffed as she said, "Promise." Cross pulled her in and kissed her softly as he said, "I promise." Jasmine wrapped her arms around his neck and returned the kiss with passion as it could be the last. Cross separated his lips with hers, a line of saliva still connecting them. Jasmine's eyes started watering again. Cross reached into his inner world and pulled out Carl. Carl was in his cute plushy state and looked around saying, "Where are we?" Cross said seriously, "Carl." Carl got serious, and Cross continued, "You're going with Jasmine to the Star God realm." Carl was stunned, and Cross added, "You were my first friend. You mean a lot more to me than you think, or I would have just let you as a badger." He looked at Carl and said seriously, "Can you do this for me?" Carl nodded heavily, and Cross handed Carl to Jasmine, saying, "He will keep you company. He's a bit of an idiot, but he's one of my best friends. Coincidentally, he also has star powers." Jasmine took Carl and held him like a stuffed bear as she looked at Cross. He smiled and kissed her forehead, saying, "You won't be waiting for long. When I see you again, I'll be able to protect you." Jasmine sniffed, and Cross slid a ring on Jasmine's left-hand ring finger. It was gold with engravings and a blood-red ruby on it. Cross said, "It's a storage ring. I'll put all your clothes inside. There's also a surprise." He sighed and said this was supposed to be for our wedding, but things developed unexpectedly. He looked into Jasmine's shaky eyes and said with his entire heart, "I love you, Jasmine. Please be safe." Jasmine trembled and kissed Cross before flying away super fast, crying the entire way. Cross waved, and his string clone returned to him. He switched out just before Moonflower killed him. He grinned to himself and muttered, "Seems like the tables have turned." His eyes narrowed, and his grin turned bloodthirsty as he continued, "Wash your neck and wait for me. I will end your slave existence sooner rather than later." He looked up and said, "When that time comes, the entire god realm will tremble at my name," before disappearing with the wind, leaving eerie laughter behind. Cross stood in the plain, invisible, as he watched Jasmine leave with Moonflower. Once they left, he revealed himself, and a complicated look appeared in his eyes. Luna and Feng Shui appeared and said, "It's okay. We'll find her again." Cross sighed and closed his eyes as he said, "I know." His eyes opened and he looked to the sky. There was no more complication left, only an obsessive thirst for power. Cross added, "Enough fooling around in this plane. Plans begin now." He paused for a moment before adding, "Luna, go tell Yinshi what happened. Schwetter, stay with me." Luna nodded and disappeared. Cross hooked Feng Shui's waist as he said with a smile, "My little Schwer was waiting. I did say even if you ran, I would eat you up." Feng Shui smiled and said, "Cross, if you're not okay, then dash." Cross sighed and cut her off as he said, "Schwer." He looked in her eyes and said sadly, "I'm sorry. I didn't know this would happen." Feng Shui smiled softly and said, "It's okay. I know Big Brother is hurting on the inside." Cross kissed her and said extremely seriously, "Schwer, you mean a lot to me too. If it was you who was taken away, I would do the same." He trembled a bit and said with a sniff, I can't lose any of you." Feng Shui kissed him softly and said gently, "I'm not going anywhere. Big Sister Luna isn't going anywhere, and Big Sister Jasmine will be back. You won't lose any of us." Cross looked into her eyes, and tears pooled in his own as he choked out, "Schwer." Feng Shui held his cheeks and tiptoed, kissing his lips. Cross hugged her waist, and Shui pushed him down into a crack. They landed on the bed in Cross' room in the castle, and Cross slowly fell asleep with tear stains on his face. Feng Shui got off him and sat on the edge of the bed. Luna appeared and let out a breath of relief as she said, "You got him to sleep. That's good." Feng Shui said, "Big sis, is this really a good idea? Won't we be really angry?" Luna said, "We have no choice. We'll just be burdens for the rest of our lives if we don't." Feng Shui bit her lips and said, "Can we wait?" Luna smiled and said, "You want to become a woman first?" Feng Shui blushed and nodded gently. Luna smiled and said, "Fine. You have 3 days." Feng Shui sighed, and Luna left to prepare. Feng Shui caressed Cross' cheek as she said sadly, "Big Brother, Shui has no choice. Shui, sorry," before cuddling to his side and going to sleep. The next day, Cross sat in the castle, thinking about what to do, while Feng Shui was sitting next to him, fidgeting slightly. The day after that, Feng Shui said, "Cross." Cross smiled towards her and said yes. Feng Shui blushed, and she said, I. Cross pulled her to his lap and said, "Shui, what's wrong?" Feng Shui said quietly, "Shui wants to be a woman like the others." Cross choked and said, "Shui." He sighed and said, "Right? I shouldn't be sitting here doing nothing. Thank you, Shui." The depressed aura around him dispersed, and he looked at Feng Shui with love. Feng Shui blushed and touched her fingers together, saying, "So dash." Cross laughed and kissed her lips, slipping his hands into her shirt and squeezing her breasts. Feng Shui moaned cutely, and Cross smirked, teleporting to his room. He laid Shui on the bed and gently took off her clothes, while she fumbled with his. Cross smiled gently and took off his own clothes before caressing Feng Shui's body with his hands. Shui mewled as he gently bit on her nipples. He caressed her smooth legs, massaging them as he flicked her nipple with his tongue. Feng Shui moaned and said, "Mim, please, Big Brother, I want you." Cross touched her secret garden and was stunned. She was dripping. Cross pulled her hips to him and said, "I'm starting." Feng Shui nodded with a deep blush. Cross held her hips and thrust it all the way inside in one go. Feng Shui shouted in pain. Cross winced and said, "Don't think about the pain. Focus on me, love." Feng Shui looked at him with teary eyes. Cross smiled gently and held her small hands, leaning over as he whispered in her ear, "I love you. You're my little Shua." Feng Shui whimpered with a nod, and Cross moved his hips slowly. Feng Shui bit on his shoulder, and Cross groaned. That actually wasn't helping, believe it or not. Feng Shui felt him getting bigger inside her. She moaned and wrapped her legs around his waist, pulling him inside as her inner walls squeezed his tool. Cross groaned, and Feng Shui whispered, "You're so big." Her hips were moving on their own as she moaned loudly, coming all over him. Cross flipped Feng Shui and had her sit on top of him. He grabbed her ass and picked her up before moving her hips with his arms. Feng Shui grabbed his hands and pinned them by his head as she leaned over and moved her hips on her own, dangling her perky breasts in his face. Cross sucked on her nipple, and Feng Shui moaned loudly, twitching as she came again. Her walls squeezed him, and he grunted before pumping her full of cum. There was a click from their bodies, and the tattoos on their backs lit up. Together, their cultivation shot up tremendously. They both stopped at the Divine Soul Realm, first level. Feng Shui didn't even have time to think about it, as Cross flipped her over and pounded her vigorously. She let out loud moans with a happy smile. They continued for hours. Eventually, Cross was drained and fell asleep. Feng Shui cuddled on his chest with a loving smile. She touched herself and looking at the white cream-like substance on her hands. She sighed and heard a voice say, "You want a kid so soon?" Feng Shui looked over and stuttered, "Bye, big sister." Luna smiled softly and said, "Relax. Go shower. We'll leave before he wakes up." Feng Shui said, "Do we have to? He just lost big sister Jasmine. If we leave, won't we be sad?" Luna trembled before turning away, saying, "We must go. That's it. If we don't leave, it will only get worse." Feng Shui gasped and said, "You mean?" Luna nodded and sighed. "I don't want to leave either, but if we don't leave, he'll die." Feng Shui shook and nodded before going to clean herself up. Luna looked at Cross before cleaning him with a spell. She dressed him in pajamas and cried as she made every comfortable for him. She whispered, "I'm so sorry, my love. I hope you can forgive me when the time comes. I really had no choice." Her tears fell and landed on the bed as she kissed his forehead and left a letter in his lap. She stood up and bit her lip, bursting into tears as she walked out of the room with heavy steps. Cross woke up with a start. He had a terrible dream. He saw the letter on his lap and opened it. His pupil shrank, and he said, "No, no, 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 no," as he rushed out of the room, shouting, "Luna, XUER." He was frantically searching through the castle to no avail. All that responded him was dead silence. He rushed outside and spread his mantra across the whole inner world to find nothing. The only living being in there was Levi. He looked up at the sky and roared in grief. The void beast on his back roared with him, and his energy started changing. It became more pure, merging with his body, veins, and soul. His eyes were completely red, and his voice traveled to all corners of the world. Cross stepped out of the inner world and flew towards Yinshi, only to find him sitting in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. Cross looked at him and said, "Gone." Yinshi looked up and said, "You too?" Cross said, "All of them." Yinshi was silent before looking up and saying, "First Jasmine, now everyone else." Cross was silent before saying, "Let's go. Artemis, you can stay in the castle," before grabbing Yinshi and stepping away, disappearing from the illusory demon realm. They appeared over the profound sky continent. Yinshi looked around before saying, "I'll meet you later." Cross said, "Hurry up and settle your affairs. I'm going to look for a way to leave." Yinshi nodded and disappeared. Cross spread his mantra across the entire continent, trying to find anything. He looked in a direction and stepped. He appeared over Golden Crow Spirit and said, "Speak." The eyes opened and said, "Why?" Cross's tone turned deadly as he said, "I don't think you heard me clearly." His aura and killing intent exploded from his body as he shouted, "I said speak." The Golden Crow trembled and said, "P-Prince." "See, calm down." Cross closed his eyes and said, "How do you get to the realm of the gods?" The Golden Crow said, "Naturally, being in the Divine Soul Realm, you can travel to the realm of gods. But without directions, you will just get lost. Considering your short time frame, you will never see the heavenly slaughter star god again." Cross trembled as terrifying killing intent seeped out of his body, and he said, "What do you mean?" The Golden Crow responded, 5 years. If you don't possess enough strength to rival a top god realm expert in 5 years, you will never see her again. Cross clicked his tongue and said, "You're useless to me." Half a crown of golden light appeared around the right side of his head as he said, "This king shall spare your life because of the information you've given me," before stepping away and disappearing. The Golden Crow sighed and said to herself, "Seems his power awakened. I wonder what chaos the realm of gods will be in during these 5 years." Cross appeared in the azure cloud continent and spread his mantra out, sweeping over everything before stepping away, disappearing again. He came to the sky profound continent once again and searched frantically, covering every square inch of the entire continent before he felt a fluctuation and disappeared. He floated in the air above the frozen harpies sect. He looked up at the sky and said, "You, the half-dead woman, what are you doing?" Nothing replied to him, and he sneered before disappearing. He reappeared in front of the woman and young girl. Cross sneered as he said, "You're half-dead, not fully dead. When this king speaks, you answer." The young girl shouted, "How dare why dash?" Cross grabbed her neck and said, "For a divine soul realm woman, you're pathetically weak." The woman coughed up blood and said weakly, "Please, let her go." Cross looked at her and said, "And I have to listen to you? I could snap her pretty little neck like a twig and kill you right after. What's stopping me?" The young girl struggled to no avail, and the woman said no. "How to get to the realm of gods?" Cross dropped the young girl and said in a deadly tone, "Speak. If I find you've lied to me, you won't have to worry about this little girl dying anymore." The woman said, "Have to dash," before falling from the sky. Cross clicked his tongue and caught the woman by her collar. He grabbed the girl by her neck and dragged them to the frozen harpy sect. Cross shouted outside, "Hurry up!" His voice boomed across the continent, reaching Yinshi's ears. A while later, Yinshi appeared at the frozen harpy sect and looked at the dying woman. Cross said, "She's our ticket out. Heal her." Yinshi nodded and said, "What about that girl?" as he pointed to the tied-up girl. Cross said she wouldn't shut up. Yinshi chuckled before healing the woman on the ground. Cross sat on a chair and read a book as the girl rolled on the ground over to him and glared at him, trying to say something through the gag. Cross ignored her and continued reading as Yinshi healed the woman on the ground. Cross said, "How long?" Yinshi said, "A month." Cross fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "Then I guess we have no choice." He stood up and dragged the girl with him as he left. He sat in the snow outside and threw the girl in front of him as he closed his eyes, regulating his emotions before meditating on his own strength. He controlled all the elements with his void law. He was debatably more powerful than the evil god if he were to be at the same level. His mind flashed with his family before he seeped anger and intense killing intent. The young girl shivered in fear, and Cross took a deep breath. He took out a box of cigarettes and lit one as he meditated. He couldn't even talk to them. He sent his voice through the necklaces, but there was no response. Aurora told him that they did get the messages, but just didn't respond. He was confused as to why they even left. Did they not have enough in his inner world? Why would they leave? He growled and opened his eyes, slamming his fist into the ground and decimating an entire area in the region of extreme ice and snow. He exhaled a mouthful of smoke and forgot about it. When he found them, he would get an answer. They better have a good one, because he was seriously pissed. He meditated on the great way of the Buddha, occasionally scaring the daylights out of the girl when he smashed a bottomless pit in the area around him. A month slowly passed. Cross opened his eyes, and a gold light flashed through them. A golden pagoda sank into his head, and he reached the 7th level. A black whirlpool appeared on his back and practically sucked all the energy from the world into his body, and his cultivation reached divine soul realm 2nd level. He picked up the girl and flashed back to the sect. Yinshi was talking with the woman when Cross appeared and threw the girl at the woman's feet, saying, "Take us to the god realm." "Now," the woman said, "I have my strength back now. Why should I listen to you?" Cross said, "I thought you'd say that." The girl started convulsing on the floor, and Cross said, You have 10 seconds to change your tune before she becomes a cripple, 20 seconds before she becomes retarded, and 30 seconds before she dies. 5 seconds have already passed. The woman panicked and said, Okay, stop. The girl didn't stop convulsing, and the woman shouted, I will take you. What do you want? The girl stopped, and Cross said, Swear on your cultivation, or I will simply kill her right now. The woman trembled and said, I, Mu Bingyun, swear to take these two to the Snow Song realm, or I shall be put to death by heavenly lightning. Thunder rumbled above them, and the girl was freed. Cross said emotionlessly, We're leaving immediately, before disappearing. Mu Bingyun clenched her fists and trembled. Yinshi said, Senior, I hope you will forgive my brother. His emotional state isn't quite stable at the moment. She turned to Yinshi, who added in, Both our families have gone completely missing, and the only clue is the God realm. Yinshi sighed and shook his head, pain flashing in his eyes. Mu Bingyun softened a bit before saying coldly, This doesn't mean he can torture my disciple. The girl on the ground got up and went behind Mu Bingyun, whispering softly, Master, I didn't feel pain. He lied to you. Mu Bingyun froze and said, Whatever. Where did he go? Cross flashed back and said coldly, Hurry up and leave. Do you think I have as much time as you do? Mu Bingyun was angry, but still took out a stone and said, I can only take one dash. Cross pushed Yinshi forward and said, Just shut up and activate the stone, before going into the pearl. Mu Bingyun snorted and activated the stone as the group disappeared. A while later, Cross came out of the pearl and touched the snow with his bare feet. He was only wearing shorts and his prayer beads. He looked around to see endless snow and ice. Mu Bingyun explained things about the Snow Song realm. Cross interrupted her, saying, Does your Icebird sect have profound arcs? What about cultivation rooms? What is the Realm King? Mu Bingyun said, Are you from the God realm? Cross said coldly, That's obviously none of your business. Mu Bingyun snorted and said, Fine, don't tell me. You won't get any information either. Cross grinded his teeth, and his killing intent seeped out, sending a shiver down Mu Bingyun's spine, and looking at him in shock, he growled, My wife. She's from the God realm. Now answer my questions. His blood-red eyes glowing, looking at her as if the moment she refused he would get to tear her apart. Mu Bingyun said, We do have profound arcs and the rest. My sister is the Realm King. Cross was silent for a few moments before he said, How far is the Brahma realm and the Star God realm? Mu Bingyun jumped and said, Who are you? Cross snarled, Answer me. Mu Bingyun replied, They're countless realms away. Do you think there's a map? Cross said, I have a decent map in my mind. I just need to know where I am right now. Unfortunately, your declining realm isn't important enough to stand out from the 40,000 other realms. Yinshi said, You're leaving? Cross sighed and said, If not, I don't exactly have the greatest relationship with these people. They can't help me get stronger. I will go to someone who will. Mu Bingyun was offended and said, Who said we can't make you stronger? Cross said plainly, I need to kill a peak divine master within 5 years. Can you do it? Mu Bingyun shut her mouth and was stunned speechless. Cross continued, Plus, we're not very familiar. I have several other things more important to worry about than your pride. I couldn't care less if you're angry or hurt. I have a goal, or I will simply kill myself. Whoever gets in my way will become a corpse. His words were filled with venom and pure arrogance. Mu Bingyun's mind turned, and her eyes widened as she said, The heavenly star slaughter god is your wife. Cross didn't deny it, and Mu Bingyun's mind was a mess. They reached the city, and Mu Bingyun said, Xiaolan, get Yinshi a disciple token. She turned across and said, Come with me. Cross and Mu Bingyun disappeared, and Xiaolan took Yinshi into the city. Cross and Mu Bingyun appeared in a room, and Mu Bingyun said seriously, You are the husband of the star slaughter god. Cross rolled his eyes and said, I've agreed already. What do you want to talk about? Every moment I waste with you, I could be looking for my other wives and kids, or getting stronger. Mu Bingyun looked at him silently for a few moments before saying, The profound God convention will be held in less than 3 years. All the king realms will be spectating, including your wife's realm. Cross frowned instead of being happy as he said, Why are you telling me this? As I said before, we are not familiar. Now, I don't want to be familiar with you or anyone in this frozen shithole. Our views don't align, which is the reason I destroyed the original frozen moron sect. Cross narrowed his eyes at Mu Bingyun as he said, "What's your goal?" Mu Bingyun had a straight face at all his facts and said simply, "I want you to represent our Snow Song realm." Cross spat, "On what basis? You think telling me of an event is enough to make me represent you?" Mu Bingyun shook her head and said, "No. I will also help you find your family and give you resources." Cross trembled, and he said coldly, "Why? Why me?" Mu Bingyun replied, "Because you simply are better than your brother in every way." Cross sneered and said, "You're severely underestimating him. I wouldn't be surprised if he reached the divine tribulation realm before the convention." Mu Bingyun sneered and said, "You think cultivating is like drinking water?" Cross said, "You will see. Out of all the people to make an enemy of in this world, I would never chose my brother. With him, nothing is impossible. He even surprised me." He shook his head and said, "What can you offer me? I will only agree if you give me the absolute best. If you cannot do this, then forget about it. I will leave the realm on foot, if I have to." Mu Bingyun said, "What are you trying to do anyway? Why the rush?" Cross grinned maliciously and replied, "The God realm needed purging, and Death himself sent me. Do you believe it?" Mu Bingyun trembled and said, "Maybe if I didn't feel your killing intent, I wouldn't have." Cross sneered and said, "Arrange it. If you can't, then forget it. I'll leave on my own," as he walked out of the room. Mu Bingyun didn't waste any time and directly disappeared, going to make preparations. Cross walked outside and touched his 3 beads, sighing as he said, "You all left me. Why? You know, I'm not even mad anymore. I'm just worried. I know you can all hear me. When I find you, I want an explanation, or you can forget about sleeping in the same room." After he finished, he sat on a bench and watched the disciples pass by. He was, in fact, still angry, but he was also worried. Were they safe? In trouble? Or even were they? He knew they were still alive, because the colored beads would have turned black if they died, plus the necklaces would return. Deep in his mind, he was afraid. Not just that something would happen to them without him. He knew Luna wouldn't leave just like that if she didn't have a good reason. She must have seen something horrible in the future. He sighed and looked up to the sky, mumbling, "They're all going to get a good spanking when I find them." Just as he finished his words, the white bead lit up and Luna's voice came through. Her voice was soft and extremely sad as she said, "Baby." Cross heard Luna's voice and closed his eyes, clenching his fist as he said, "What did you see?" Luna cleared her throat and said, "I know you're mad, but listen to me. What I saw, it was a good things. You sacrificing your life to save us, but because we were still with you. You weren't strong enough. You died, and everyone else was dead too." Her tone was shaking and Cross let out a breath as he said, "But you could have stayed in the castle. Nobody would have found Dash." Luna cut him off, saying, "Where do you think we were taken from, baby?" Cross swallowed his words and fell silent. Luna added, "Baby, I really didn't want to leave at that time, but this is the only way. If we're not with you, then you can't be forced into anything." Cross roared, "And if something happens to you while I'm gone? We could have figured out together." Luna sobbed and said, "Do you know how many times I saw the future? You think I would have left if there was a way to be with you and live?" It sounded like Luna broke down and cried. "Every single possibility of survival when we were with you was 0. There was even one where we all died for you, and you won, but you killed yourself right after. The only one where I couldn't find the outcome was where we left. Jasmine already have me and the rest a place to go. We're all safe and getting stronger. It's you who has to start, or else you will die." Cross trembled and clenched his fists, cracks coming from his fists, and Luna said softly, "Honey, maybe I will be able to help you ever, but I want you to know if you die, I will follow you right after. Living without you, even for Zephyr and Pandora, I can't do it." Cross's pupils shrank and he shook. Luna added, "In this life and every single one after, I will be with you. We live and die together. I love you." Cross heard Feng Schwenner's voice say, "I love you too, big brother." And then Jasmine's, "Forget it. If you die, I will drag you back from hell and kill you again. Don't you dare. You understand me?" Though her tone was trembling. Cross closed his eyes before replying regardless. He opened his eyes and said, "You will be punished for leaving." Before standing up and walking away, the beads fell silent. He walked through the divine Ice Phoenix sect, alone with his thoughts. If Luna had indeed seen all those things, then he was pretty much in big trouble now. She never gave him a time frame, but he already had a goal. At this so-called God convention, he must be at least peak divine spirit realm. He'll win and use whatever prizes to step into the divine king realm. Then, according to the Golden Crow, he would have just over 2 years to slaughter the Star God realm. Cross had no fear whatsoever towards any divine masters. Even if he couldn't kill them, he was confident enough to run and hide. The problem was where he was going to get all the resources to advance. He had no doubts about his talent to reach his goals, but sitting and absorbing energy wasn't going to cut it. He needed life and death stimulation, a place where he was forced to get stronger or he would die. His mind turned with countless places that he could potentially go to. He heard of a place from Jasmine, the god realm of absolute beginning. When he heard of this place, his heart throbbed and he felt a calling. Even now, he felt a force calling out to him. He will go, but he had to do some stuff here first. Cross checked off all his options already. He could keep 3 veins open indefinitely, and when he wanted, he could go up to half-step divine tribulation realm for a minute. After a minute, he would start suffering from internal damages by the second. So unless he truly wanted to die, he would turn it off just before a minute passed. As for his strings, well, he considered their best use to be sensing and infiltration. Recently, he hasn't been using them too much as he got the armor and Artemis. He was experimenting with an idea that could or could not work. But if it did, he could potentially be a master at escaping. While he was thinking, he bumped into a woman. He bounced off her chest and walked around her, muttering, "Who the fuck stands in the middle of the street? Fuck, I hate this place." The woman was speechless. Who dared to talk to her this way? She looked over and saw his back tattoos and perfect muscles. Every movement he made was filled with power and confidence, but also an overwhelming arrogance. The woman had never seen him before, which was startling because she was the realm king. That's right. Cross had stolen some of Yinshi's luck and bumped into the realm king, Mu Xianyin. What a tragedy. Mu Xianyin followed him, saying, "You there." Cross ignored the big-chested bimbo and said, "Fuck off," before stepping and disappearing. Mu Xianyin felt a vein pop on her forehead, and she disappeared as well. Cross reappeared on the road and snorted before going in a different direction. Unfortunately, the big-chested bimbo wasn't as dumb as he thought and appeared in front of him, saying, "Who are you?" Cross spat coldly, "Will you care? You shouldn't have been standing in the middle of the street in the first place." Mu Xianyin felt her eyes twitch as she said, "What do I care? I don't know. Maybe because this is my realm." Cross didn't even flinch and said, "So? A divine master. Big deal. Go seal your emotions somewhere else and leave me alone," as he walked past her. Mu Xianyin grabbed his arm and said coldly, "What if I don't want to leave you alone?" Cross glared at her and his killing intent spiked as he growled, "I said fuck off," as he waved his arm, smashing his mace toward her head. Mu Xianyin's eyes widened, and she flashed back. Artemis smashed into the ground, and the entire sect trembled. Cross said icily, "You still want to stop me?" Mu Xianyin took out her sword, and her personality did a 180 as she said seductively, "Maybe." Cross frowned, and he donned his armor, spreading his strings out in all directions. Mu Xianyin attacked, and Cross's eyes flashed as he countered, smashing his mace along with the force of Mu Xianyin's attack right back at her. Mu Xianyin blurred and dodged the attack, appearing right in front of him. Cross spun to the side, dodging the slash as he swung his mace around, thrusting the handle into her stomach before shooting his knee up. Mu Xianyin tilted backwards, dodging the knee to her face as she giggled so vicious. Cross was silent as he pulled the air, and strings pulled Mu Xianyin's feet out from under her. He brought Artemis over his shoulder, slamming into Mu Xianyin's stomach, slamming her into the ground. He stood on Mu Xianyin's stomach with his other foot on her neck and Artemis pinning down her sword, his helmet eye holes glowing a vicious red light. Mu Xianyin giggled and said, so strong at the divine soul realm. Unfortunately, Cross' entire body, except his head, was completely encased in ice in an instant. He didn't say anything, but Mu Xianyin didn't either, as fine strings circled her neck and hovered over her eyes and ears. She returned to her cold personality and said, I can still kill you. Cross wasn't bothered and said, if you want to be blind and deaf, then go ahead. Mu Xianyin was silent for a moment before saying, who are you? Why are you in my snow song realm? Cross said simply, release me or I will do it. Mu Xianyin was going to speak when they both heard a voice shout, big sister. Ah, they both turned to look and saw Mu Bingyun running over. Mu Bingyun was already having a hurt enough day on her own. Now, she heard a big fight and came to see the boy she brought with her and her sister very close to killing each other. Though she didn't think Cross could kill her sister at all, she still said, let my sister go. We had a deal. Mu Xianyin said, what deal? Mu Bingyun sighed and said, he would represent our snow song realm if I gave him a profound arc and the top resources of the sect. Mu Xianyin frowned and said, what? Mu Bingyun said, big sister, he's very strong. Plus, she whispered something to Mu Xianyin, whose eyes widened and said, what? Cross frowned and said coldly, I don't remember saying you could spread my personal affairs. Mu Bingyun said, I never thought you would fight my sister. I'm pretty sure and justified to speak when you're about to die. Cross clicked his tongue and said, I'm not so sure about dying. Mu Xianyin looked at Cross and said, you must become my disciple. Mu Bingyun's eyes widened and she said, what? Cross said, I refuse. Mu Bingyun turned to him and shouted, what? Mu Xianyin replied, you don't have a choice. Mu Bingyun looked at her sister and shouted again, what? Cross looked at Mu Xianyin and said, why? Mu Xianyin admitted, your relationship with the heavenly star slaughter god will benefit my realm, and out-master-disciple relationship will benefit both of us. You don't have a reason to refuse, nor do you have a choice to. Cross fell silent. It fixed his immediate needs, but to be a disciple under this woman, he was reluctant. After a minute of silence, he said, I have conditions. Mu Xianyin said, you're not in a position to make demands. Cross nodded and said, then kill me. Mu Xianyin frowned before saying, speak. Cross said, I will not kneel to you. I will get access to anywhere in the divine Ice Phoenix sect, as well as the top resources. I want a profound Arkansas. Finally, I want you to take my brother as a disciple as well. Mu Xianyin looked at Mu Bingyun, who said, they came together, same situation. He's with Xiaolan at the moment, and he's at the Sovereign Realm. Mu Xianyin said, I agree. The ice melted and the strings disappeared. Cross reverted to normal and said, hopefully, you don't disappoint. Mu Xianyin snorted and said, I will kill you if you disgrace my sect. Cross shrugged and said, whatever, before walking away, a little lonely. Probably all the relationships he makes here will be business only. Other than Yinshi, he was all alone. He sighed to himself and disappeared into a crowd on the streets. Mu Xianyin watched him go with an unreadable expression on his face as Mu Bingyun said, big sister, are you okay? Mu Xianyin nodded and said, take him to my place. I'll have a room for him. Before she disappeared as well. Mu Bingyun couldn't help but feel the two were a bit similar. They both only had one person to rely on at the moment. Then she sighed and mumbled, more work, before chasing after Cross. Mu Xianyin reappeared in her room and lifted her shirt, revealing a cut. She muttered playfully, interesting boy, before setting up 3 rooms. Cross and Yinshi were brought to Mu Xuanyin's residence. Mu Xianyin was waiting for them. She glanced at Cross before focusing on Yinshi. Cross went into the room to the side and closed the door, not even bothering to greet Mu Xianyin, while Yinshi started talking to her. Occasionally looking at her chest, they were huge. Cross sat on the bed and cursed. It was hard as a rock and cold as fuck. Who sleeps on these? He calmed himself and looked to his side. There was a pill, a stone, and a vial of blue blood. Cross sniffed the blood and muttered, diluted 1,000 times. Garbage. He looked at the pill and felt it in his hands before throwing it in his mouth. He grabbed the stone and started cultivating. He closed his eyes, and the ring on his back started turning faster, while a golden half-crown surrounded the right side of his head. His beads lit up, and his energy was sent to the others as he cultivated. A pitch-black whirlpool appeared on his back as Cross snapped his fingers. A time bubble appeared around him as the energy was sucked in even faster, getting purified through the beads before entering his body. All the energy outside was slowly being sucked towards Mu Xuannin's residence, decreasing the speed for everyone else slightly. It was barely noticeable for the disciples, but Mu Xuannin felt it clearly. She was beyond shocked. She peeked in a cross room and was startled at the pure energy inside the room. It was 10 times more pure than outside. Mu Xuannin sneaked into the room and sat down in the room, before cultivating herself, sucking in the excess energy in the air. Cross felt her, but ignored her. As long as she doesn't interrupt him, she can do whatever she wanted. His cultivation continued for 5 months before he felt like he couldn't advance any further. Cross opened his eyes, and the time bubble collapsed. His appearance didn't change a single bit, but the ring on his back circulated 25 times. Cross calculated the time and estimated he had been inside the time bubble for 5 months outside, which meant he was cultivating for 25 years. He stretched his body, cracking all his bones as he got off the bed. Mu Xuannin opened her eyes and looked at him before her eyes trembled in shock. This guy, he was at peak divine soul realm. She could tell he was even suppressing his cultivation as well, from his 2nd level to the 10th, in 5 months. No. Her eyes widened as she said, "Time laws." Truly shocked this time. Cross looked at her and said, "What?" Mu Xuannin recovered her calm and said, "You cultivate time laws?" Cross didn't deny it and said, "Is this something to be proud of? I can have all the time in the world, but I still don't have the strength to do anything." He paused and changed the subject. "What's the deal with this frozen lake?" Mu Xuannin asked, "You want to go into the heavenly Netherfrost lake?" Cross nodded wordlessly. Mu Xuannin said, "If you tell me how long you were inside the bubble, I will bring you." Cross said 25 years. Mu Xuannin had her mouth open wide as she said, "How old are you?" Cross counted on his fingers, saying should be 29. Mu Xuannin frowned and said, "Your bone age has to be more." Cross shook his head and said, "My time laws have no effect on my bone age because time belongs to me. I could sit there for 1,000,000 years, and only 16,667 years would pass outside. Add 29 years to that, and I would be 16,696 years old, despite sitting there for 1,000,000 years." Cross paused and added, "Though, this only works for me. If it was someone else, they would age." Mu Xuannin was completely shocked. Wasn't this too amazing? Cross said, "Anyway, take me to your little lake. I need to try and die." Mu Xuannin almost choked and said flirtatiously, "It couldn't be that my little disciple is going to kill himself from loneliness?" Cross said emotionlessly, "I don't know if you realize every second I waste, I could be getting stronger somewhere else." Mu Xuannin pouted and said, "Fine." Cross followed her. They both disappeared. If it was him before, perhaps he would find this little master of his cute with her dual personality, but now he was obsessed with strength. Perhaps he would never be the same again. The main things keeping him going were anger, killing intent, and an obsessive thirst for strength. Everything else drifted off into the wind, completely out of his mind. As far as he was concerned, if you could make him stronger, you were a tool, and if you couldn't, then you were useless. You could say that Cross wasn't in the right state of mind since the girls left. His mind only turned on how to get stronger, and every single scheme, trick, cheat he could think of to accomplish his goals. As for anyone unfortunate enough to get in his way, they could join the trail of corpses he left behind on his way to the peak. Cross and Mu Xuannin floated above the frozen lake. Mu Xuannin said, "The pool is extremely deep. Even I don't know how far it goes. But it is extremely cold, and based on your affinity with the ice element, or law, will affect you more depending on how deep you go. It is extremely dangerous as you go past your limits." Cross didn't say anything, just dived inside. Mu Xuannin sighed before leaving. Someone like Cross would never purposely die until he achieved his goals, so she wasn't worried. Then she frowned. She wasn't worried in the first place. She shook her head and left to help Yinshi. Cross dived into the lake, and his hair turned white. Blue gave him the ice element, but it wasn't that strong, because he had the law of nothingness. He had mastery over all the laws, of course. That didn't mean he was stronger than someone who cultivated the ice law for their entire life. His strongest point was nothingness or void. He could control the other elements through the void because of his comprehension. Normally this would be impossible, but because of the way he understood the law, it became possible. Whether this was because he was special or because that's how the law worked, he may never know. Cross understanding was nothing gives birth to everything, while everything always returns to nothing. This was the principles of the universe, not just some random thing. Cross dived deeper and deeper until he started to feel the biting cold on his skin, but this wasn't enough. He continued all the way to the bottom. His feet touched the ground, and he finally felt the unbearable cold. He looked around to see a naked girl curled up in a ball, covered in ice. Cross ignored her and circulated his great way of the Buddha, counteracting the freezing cold energy, destroying his body. Cross continued cultivating while swinging Artemis under the water. Despite his movements, she was still extremely heavy. Plus the cold wasn't helping either. He suddenly heard a soft voice say, "Future calamity. So you finally appeared." Cross turned to the girl and said, "What do you want?" The naked girl replied, "I only wish that you won't kill too many innocents." Cross frowned and said, "Why would I kill innocents?" The girl replied, "Perhaps they are not innocent to you." Cross sneered and said, "Then they deserve to die." An ice phoenix spirit still cares about human life? The girl hummed softly, but she was completely still, not moving in her ice block. Her voice sounded once more elven. "Prince, perhaps you may be right, but falling to the path of a demon isn't the right choice." Cross snorted and said, "What demon? The decisions I make are all my own. I don't regret a single one of them. I am me. Gods, demons, humans. As long as they get in my way, I will kill them all. I don't seek murder and blood, but I will not shy away from it either." The girl replied, "Yes, perhaps. I was mistaken. You're already on your own path." A faint sigh was heard before she spoke again. "Hopefully, the worst will not occur." Cross ignored the girl as he focused on destroying and healing his body. An excruciatingly painful process, but he didn't even flinch. Time flew by. 5 months later. Cross shook and a golden pagoda sank back into his head. 8th level Great Way achieved. A click was heard in his body, and all the energy flew towards him. His body swelled before expelling black impurities, and he broke through to the divine tribulation realm. Cross stood up, not feeling the ice to be a problem anymore. He looked at the Ice Phoenix girl and said, "Anything else?" The girl said, "Believe your decisions to be right, or you will never recover." A ball of blue blood appeared and flew into Crossbody as the girl said, "I too was threatened by that woman." Cross blood devoured the Ice Phoenix blood, adding a blue speck to his light golden red blood. Cross felt his aura spike, but he suppressed it and fixed his foundations. His body still followed his own age, and the recently increase in strength made his supremely firm foundations a bit shaky. Well, not anymore. Cross didn't say anything and flew back up to the surface. He had trained in her for 5 months. It was time to leave, and perhaps leave the Snow Song realm entirely. He jumped out of the lake and landed on the snow. He looked up and saw a group of people staring at him in shock. He snorted and his figure blurred before disappearing. Cross reappeared in front of Mu Xianin, who seemed a bit sad for some reason. He ignored her emotions and said, "I need a small Arkansas." Mu Xianin turned around and said, "You're alive?" Cross said plainly, "If not, do I look like a ghost?" Mu Xianin was startled. Was that a joke? He can joke. She recovered and said, "You were in there for 5 months. I thought you died." Cross said, "Unfortunately for you, I have a tough life. Can I have the Ark now? Or are we going to dance around everything, wasting the precious time I have left?" Mu Xianin felt uncomfortable as his words. Why was it unfortunate for her? She was breezing through this relationship. She didn't have to do anything. It was quite nice. She threw him a small blue boat, and asked, "Where are you going?" Cross caught the boat and said, "That's none of your concern, is it?" Mu Xianyin replied, "Perhaps, but if you run away and miss the tournament, then I would be a bit idiot, no?" Cross said, "You admitted it?" Mu Xuanyin's eyes twitched, and he added, "God realm of absolute beginning. I will meet you at the convention. Where is it?" Mu Xianyin frowned and said, "Eternal heaven realm. Why are you going to that terrible place? Are you truly looking to die? I can fulfill your wishes. There's no need to go so far." Cross said, "If I sit here any longer, I will just take more time to advance. I need life and death stimulation, not comfort." His necklace glowed, and a small black bead materialized in front of him. He threw it to Mu Xianyin, saying, "When it's time to be at the tournament, contact me with this," before turning around and leaving. He went out and threw the boat in the air before shooting off. Mu Xianyin watched him go and muttered something before returning to her residence and looking at a flower that was quietly floating in a small pond. Cross flew the blue arc out of the snow song realm. He was feeling a little worried for Yinshi, but he couldn't find him, and he was running out of time. Between Yinshi and Jasmine, the choice was obvious. Plus, Yinshi had a tougher life than his own. He would definitely be okay. He flew over a flaming wasteland and looked down, muttering "Flame God realm," before flying over an abyss. He looked down before storing his arc and jumping down the hole, plummeting to the ground. Cross fell into the abyss and used his strings to break his fall, landing safely on the ground. He looked around and saw a cave that radiated pressure. He scoffed at that pressure before walking inside. There was nothing, just another cave. Cross was disappointed. Holes in the ground always have treasures. He turned around to leave when he noticed a pale gold light. It flickered for barely a moment behind a crack in the wall. Cross walked over and punched the wall, making the crack bigger. He wasn't polite with the crack and smashed Artemis on the wall, destroying it, revealing another cave. Cross grumbled and walked into the cave. He walked into a dark space. He sighed to himself and said, "Another firebird?" Giant pale gold eyes appeared and said, "You're the elf I've been hearing about." Cross said plainly, "Probably." The eyes looked at him intently for a moment before saying, "You're different from what I've heard from the crow and the phoenix." Cross said, "I'm in a bit of a time crunch. Can you spare me from the big speech? I already got an earful from the frozen chicken." The eyes seemed amused and said, "You seem to think I care?" Cross shrugged and said, "I don't. I'm telling you to hurry up. From my experience, the rest have been threatened to give me something. You shouldn't be any different. Whether you give me something or maybe take a trial or even give me nothing, I couldn't care less. I sensed you here, so I came to see you. If you can give me power to make me stronger, good. If not, then I'll just leave." Before turning around and walking away towards the exit, the eyes watched him go before sighing and dragging him back, saying, "All right, you walking disaster. You win." Cross looked at the eyes emotionlessly. The eyes said, "As you may have guessed, I am the vermilion bird spirit. And, yes, I have been threatened as well. I will give you my blood, but, if you want the rest, plus a big surprise, you will have to take me trial." Cross was silent for a moment before saying, "How long will this trial take exactly?" The vermilion bird spirit said, Are you really in a hurry? You still have 4 years." Cross said, "I have to participate in the convent in 2 years, and 2 years after that I need to be able to slaughter divine masters with ease." The vermilion bird laughed and said, "How do you plan on doing that?" "If you can destroy divine masters with ease in 4 years, I will become your mount." Ha ha ha. Cross eyes flashed as he said, "Deal. Also, I'm going to the god realm of absolute beginning. I will stay there for 2 years, win the convention, then go back for another 2 years." The vermilion bird choked before saying, "That horrible place. Well, seems like I don't even have to look forward to it anymore. You won't last a single month in there." Cross sneered and said, "What do you know? Hold long will the trial take?" The vermilion bird said, "Tell you what. I'll skip the first 2 trials and go to the hardest and final one. It will be an hour outside, but there's no telling how long you will be inside." Cross nodded and said, "Start then." The vermilion bird's eyes flashed, and Cross felt he was in a different space now. He was used to it by now, and looked around him. He saw 2 opposing forces. One looked to be a race of devils, using darkness energy and the other was a group of humans, wearing white clothes and wielding pale gold flames as they shouted, "You devils will be annihilated by the power of our vermilion flames." Cross watched impassively as the devil leader shouted in grief, "You killed my daughter. You have the gall to call me a devil?" The white-clad man sneered, "Your daughter seduced my son." The boy next to him sneered at the devils with heavy disgust in his eyes. Cross stepped in between the two forces and grabbed the devil leader's head, looking through his memories. Turns out his daughter had been taken by this man's son, before he found her corpse in a field completely destroyed. There were even tears in her eyes. Cross floated over to the young man and read his memories, finding out that he had kidnapped the girl because she was beautiful. He kept her in a basement, torturing and raping her every day, claiming that devils were sinners and she should feel grateful that she wasn't dead. Other than this, he was a saint to the world, fighting the devil's back at every turn, a true protector of humanity. The young man found out the girl was pregnant and lied to his father that he was seduced by her devil arts. So his father killed her and threw her back into the devil region. Cross floated to the middle and laughed before shaking his head. He looked up and said, "Isn't this trial a bit too easy? The devils are clearly justified." Cross waved his hand and obliterated the righteous humans. The devil kneeled and said, "Thank you, Senior." Cross waved and said, "A wave of the hand solved your problem." He grinned and waved his hand again. The girl's corpse came back and she healed at a visible rate before waking up saying, Cross tapped on her forehead, erasing her memories of her torment before sending her back with her family. The devil leader started crying and knocked his head on the ground, shouting, "Thank you, God." The rest of the devils kneeled and shouted in unison, "Thank you, God." Cross waved and disappeared. Promise. He reappeared in the vermilion space. He smirked to the vermilion bird, who was glaring at him. Cross said, "You're angry? I didn't kill the devils. I don't understand the God realm's fixation with the devils. Ultimately, they didn't choose to be devils. What's more, are they even sinners in the first place? Darkness is an element like any other." Cross shook his head and said, "What a bunch of fools. The vermilion bird shouted you." Cross said, "You what? That stupid kid raped that poor girl, and you're still on his side? Just because the devil possesses darkness energy? Could it be that you're actually retarded? Just think about it for a moment. Let's say, for example, the world says, you know what? Fire energy is too strong. It should be taboo. Suddenly everyone starts hunting down people who practice fire laws. Does that make any sense to you?" Cross chuckled and added, "Because that sounds pretty fucking stupid to me." The vermilion bird didn't have a reply. That was just a ridiculous example. And yet, is that not what happened? Cross waved and said, "Regarding the secrets of the primordial era, naturally I know nothing, but I've heard stories. Some guy supposedly punished devils. For what reason? Just because they were devils? Maybe his wife got stolen from a devil, or she had an affair with a devil. Maybe he just didn't like the way they looked." Cross spread out his hands and said, "Either way you spin it, this he sounds like an asshole. What God? What savior? He was probably a racist moron. I refuse to believe that the devils would come into existence for the sole purpose of killing gods. This makes no sense. Why were they created in that case? Does killing gods give them more power? Can they increase their cultivation this way? Definitely not, or else they wouldn't have been annihilated. So, crossing out the so-called truth that devils are inherently evil and made to kill gods, you can only come to the conclusion that was a lying piece of garbage." He continued, "But as the saying goes, the winner is the king and the loser is the thief. The devils lost, and now they're taboo. I do have a question, though. Is everyone in the god realm brainless? They just trust whatever some old guy, who turned to ashes long ago, said? Not to mention he was in possession of the heaven-punishing ancestral sword. Who knows if it was his in the first place? Maybe he stole it from the devils, and then claimed that they were evil before using the sword to kill them. Who are the true devils, I wonder?" The vermilion bird was trembling and shouted, "Enough!" Cross sneered, and the vermilion bird seethed. "You passed the trial. I will not allow you to question the god race." Cross rolled his eyes and said, "Why? Because they used your flames to kill the devils? What a joke." Cross looked at the vermilion spirit and said seriously, "Can I ask you a serious question? Why do you detest devils?" The vermilion bird was silent, and Cross added, "I know that the vermilion flames carry the power to purify. Thus your natural enemy is darkness energy. But does that mean they must be killed?" The vermilion bird said, "Of course not." Cross asked in return, "Then why?" "Out of all the firebirds, I like the golden crow the most. At least she isn't a hypocrite like that phoenix, claiming to never hurt innocents when her own descendants are being enslaved. Ugh, what a moron." The vermilion bird was silent for a while before sighing and saying, "My descendants were the first to be killed during the War of the Gods in the primordial era. They placed themselves on the front lines without hesitation, following MOE to kill all the devils. Nobody ever questioned MOE as to why the devils were being killed in the first place." Cross shrugged and said, "You hate them for fighting back? Had your descendants not even fought, wouldn't they still be alive? Aren't you upset your descendants were mindless sheep instead?" The vermilion bird said, "Regardless, this is the annihilation of my clan." Cross sighed and said, "There's no point in arguing with someone who can't even understand what I'm trying to say." The vermilion bird said, "If someone killed your family, would you not hate them?" Cross replied, "I would hate them with every fiber of my being, grind their bones to dust, eat their flesh, and drink their blood." The vermilion spirit said, "So then Cross cut her off, saying, "But they provoked someone who had nothing to do with them in the first place. It's like me going to a clan, killing half their people for no reason, then expecting them to just accept it without retaliating. I have to be retarded to think this, no?" Cross paused for a moment before adding, "Though, even if I did that, I would kill them all the first time so that they couldn't retaliate. If I lost my family for my own stupidity, I think I would kill myself and join them. Obviously, I didn't have a brain in the first place. Why taint the world with my idiocy?" The vermilion bird was speechless for a while before laughing. Cross looked at his wrist, but he didn't have a watch. The vermilion bird calmed down and said, "You're very good, though I am quite uncomfortable with your words. I cannot refute them either. Perhaps you're right. A big ball of pale gold, sparkling origin blood, a smaller ball of pale gold blood, a pale gold flame, and finally a pale gold eye." Cross waved and stored the origin blood and took the eye with a thoughtful look. The vermilion bird said, "Turn around. I will fix your diagram." Cross frowned and said, "What do you mean, fix it?" The vermilion bird sneered, "That little chicken is in my spot." Cross was abruptly turned around, and the vermilion bird's blood and heart flame shot into Cross' body as the vermilion bird's spirit's eyes glowed. Cross blood devoured the pale gold blood, adding another speck, while the pale gold heart fire drilled into his heart, agitating the other two heart fires. It started burning brightly, and the three started spinning, coming together before combining into one. It was a bright white gold flame. Cool. A light shot into Cross' eyebrows, and the vermilion bird's consoling spirit song imprinted itself in his mind. Cross read the divine art and found out it was like a song, or rather a symphony, with 4 different stages: sad departing, rueful loneliness, hopeful reunion, and finally accepted separation. It was a sad song for sure, but it felt warm and comforting. The vermilion spirit poured her power into the diagram on his back and snorted. The phoenix transformed into a pair of red wings before moving to the southeast and southwest positions. The wings started changing, and half of the feathers on both wings turned blue. The southern position was taken by a tattoo of a vermilion bird. It was much more grand than before. It possessed the same arrogance as the other tattoos. The entire diagram shined brightly, and all the beasts roared to the heavens, producing a beautiful song. Cross growled and roared along as his energy spiked. His cultivation started rising before stopping at the divine tribulation realm peak. The vermilion spirit sneered as she mumbled, "Dumb chicken. Just because I'm not there you think you can take my spot?" Cross whistled with his eyes closed, and a golden white lotus appeared above his palm. He looked at the lotus with a calm look before moving his fingers gently. The lotus played around his fingers before floating away, obliterating everything in its path. The vermilion bird said incredulously, "Accepted separation, Lotus?" Cross turned to the vermilion bird and said indifferently, "Thank you. I will remember our bet. I will be back in 4 years," before turning around and leaving. The vermilion spirit pursed her lips and mumbled, "With the pseudo-void energy you have, it will be impossible. He is going to that place. Perhaps he can truly understand the laws of nothingness. Hopefully he doesn't die, or I would be excited for nothing." Cross flew out of the hole before stepping on his boat and shooting out of the flame god realm. There was one more place he wanted to stop before he got to the god realm of absolute beginning. He still hadn't forgotten his. Cross touched the ground and became invisible, using the prayer beads to erase his presence completely as he entered a city. He passed through the gates and disappeared into the city. On the gates, big words glowed golden, saying Brahma Heaven City. Cross was pretty much completely untraceable right now as he shuttled through the city, planting invisible string ears everywhere. He looked up at the palace and narrowed his eyes slightly before moving in its direction. He communicated with Aurora, saying, 100% undetectable from divine sense. Aurora replied cheerfully, "That's right, master. Aurora is powerful, right?" Cross smiled and rubbed the necklace beads as he said, "Very powerful and cute." Aurora. Cross smoothed out his smile and cautiously stepped into the palace. He captured a maid and searched her memories before erasing himself and sending her back on her way. He didn't say a word but continued through the palace carefully, looking around every corner and in every room. He continued and saw an old withered man in a gray robe going into a room. He narrowed his eyes as Aurora said, "Master, he feels like one of us." Cross replied, "Treasure." Aurora replied. Cross kept silent. He could communicate with Aurora through his mind, so there was no sound. Using his magic in conjunction with his invisible movement skill, he was basically a ghost. He followed the man into a room and saw a woman. Cross was a bit startled. This woman was probably the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. She could only be described as perfect, as if she was made by God himself. He calmed himself down. Yes, she was extremely beautiful, but she was his target, and from what Jasmine said, she was a huge cunt that hated men. Cross glanced at her, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his lips. Linger looked right into Cross' eyes in confusion. She swept her divine sense over him, but found nothing. The withered old man said, "Mistress, is there something wrong?" Linger shook her head and said, "Nothing, Uncle Gu. I just thought I felt something. Did that man do something today?" Uncle Gu shook his head, and Linger hummed in thought. Unknowingly, the two players sat at the chess table, meeting for the first time, but only one of them was aware. Cross silently left the room, leaving an invisible bead in a corner before slipping out the door. He heard Uncle Gu talking about the Brahma soul bell and the primordial seal of life and death, while Linger was still in thought, as she said, "Uncle Gu, stop speaking. Search the room." Uncle Gu was confused but still searched the room. He found a ring in the opposite corner of the bead, bringing it over to Linger, who had a frown on her face. She opened the ring and found a letter inside. She opened the letter and read the contents before a beautiful smile emerged on her lips as she said, "Incredible, my little beast came to visit me." Uncle Gu was even more confused. Linger was showing true happiness. Uncle Gu looked at the letter and trembled. The letter said, "I've made the first move, my little prey. I hope you won't disappoint me." The predator, of course. Who else could it be other than everyone's favorite elf, Cross? Was he going to say that? He wasn't that arrogant yet. Linger realized something, that feeling she felt. It was him. She flashed to the spot she felt it at before sniffing. It smelled like fresh flowers. Maybe she was going crazy, but she was 100% certain that she had looked at his eyes, but she had no idea what he looked like. The smell she smelt had become her favorite smell. The smell of thrill. She touched her lips and mumbled, "If you lose, will I be happy? Will you stay with me forever?" She looked up and muttered, "You've seen me, and yet you still make me your prey." She turned and said, "Uncle Gu, did I get uglier?" Uncle Gu jumped in shock and said, "Mistress, is your head okay?" Linger felt her eye twitch, and she said, "I'll take that as a no then." But right after an intoxicated expression appeared on her face as she muttered quietly, "Have you truly no desire for me?" She touched her cheeks and blushed. Uncle Gu was sure Yinger was sick, and he ran out saying, "I'll get a doctor." Yinger ignored him and gently folded the letter before placing it in her personal space as she sat on her bed daydreaming. Her daydream wasn't quite right. She dreamed of decimating Cross and making him her dog, forcing him to listen to her, and seducing him as hard as she could only for him to never even look at her. This girl was truly fucked up. She was a sadist and a masochist at the same time. Quite possibly a Yandere as well. Anyway, Cross slipped around the palace into a throne room. He saw a man, which he learned from the maid's memories was named Yinshi. Based on the conversation with Yinger and Uncle Gu, this man was Inger's father and the realm king. But more importantly, he had the Brahma soul bell in his possession. Cross was just looking to stir things up and create chaos in the Brahma god realm. He knew from Jasmine that the southern sea god emperor, Nan Wansheng, was a greedy piece of trash. He estimated that Nan Wansheng would easily attack the Brahma god realm for the primordial seal of life and death. After all, if anybody wanted to live forever, it would be a greedy guy like him. Thankfully, Uncle Gu had the loosest lips on the planet when talking to Inger. Cross had basically found everything out about the Brahma god realm's secrets. The space within the Brahma soul bell, the two ancestors that are alive inside, and the primordial seal of life and death that is keeping them alive. Without Yinshi to call them out, they would have no idea what was happening. They were completely sealed and would only come out if the entire realm was in danger. Cross was also greedy for the primordial seal of life and death, but not because he wanted to live forever, but because he could devour it with his prayer bead necklace. Evil infant is gone. The rest will surely follow. Maybe he'll even get some benefits from it. This obviously not a main priority right now, though. Cross slipped away, not able to get the Brahma soul bell today, but it will be his in the future. He swore it. He hummed to himself and captured a butler in the palace before sinking an accepted separation lotus into his body before casting Imperio on him and whispering, "Go give Yinshi by gift and leave this message. The predator calls the first check. You're moved." The butler stiffly walked away and Cross slipped out of the palace quickly, going into the city with a captured maid. He cleansed her body, mind, and soul before casting Imperio again and handing her a letter as he said, "Go to the southern god region and make sure this gets to Nan Wansheng." He teleported out of the city and let the maid go. He watched as she flew away and a ruthless grin formed on his lips as he banged a loud bang from the city. He snickered and slipped away quietly, speeding out of the realm on his arc as the chaos ensued in the palace. Yinger entered the throne room and saw a complete mess along with the faint humming of a sad tune. She was stunned and said, "What happened, father?" Yinshi's face was covered in soot as he coughed out a black smoke cloud, saying, "A butler came in, said the predator calls the first check, your move," before exploding into a white lotus. Yinger trembled and said quickly, "Are you sure that's what he said?" Yinshi nodded and said, "Why? Do you know what that means?" Inger smiled beautifully as she said, "No idea," before walking away with a turn of her slender willow waist, a dazed expression on her face. Fantion shook his head and said, "Clean this place up." Yinger returned to her room and closed the door before holding her hand over her heart. It was beating fast. She had a blush, an emotion she never felt before emerged. It was love at first check. Yup, she's bonkers. He came and went, unnoticed, but left a shadow that would forever be in her heart. A shadow without a face. And yet, the most handsome figure could be imagined. A figure that could only be described as perfection. Yinger took off her clothes and entered her bath, her slender, jade-like fingers sliding to her sacred garden as her other hand pinched her cherry nipples. She never felt this way before. The thrill of the mystery, the danger of an unknown enemy, the exhilaration of the game, and yet the sour taste of an unrequited romance that would only come to a climax at one of their deaths. Like an endless dance, drifting in the wind, my mind only thinks of you. Chinger moaned, digging her fingers inside her cave, craving the satisfaction of a sweet release and yet not being able to reach it. It was intoxicating. Her eyes widened as she came over her fingers, imagining her little beast in chains as a loyal dog. A thought appeared in her mind. Is this love? A simple yet unanswerable question. Perhaps. Using her fingers once more, finishing the thought in her mind, it could just be. That day was pure bliss for Chinya Inger, the Omega Yandra. Meanwhile, Cross had reached the god realm of absolute beginning and entered it, storing away his arc and preparing himself to by constantly fighting for 2 years. This was a mental preparation, but also a physical one. Going inside and diving head first into a horde of beasts was going to hurt. A lot. He didn't really care too much about the pain. More so the rate of his strength increasing. He wanted to be at least divine spirit realm peak, while he was currently divine tribulation peak. He actually cared very much for his tribulation. If his theory was correct, he could jump several months of training by absorbing the lightning. Perhaps reaching the divine spirit realm 5th level from one break through was a possibility. Of course, this depended on his tribulation size. He hoped he got a big one. At least something that would help him advance, and not a small, weak, static shock. Dispersing his thoughts on the matter, he drilled into the god realm of absolute beginning and sped along the ash-gray grass, on the hunt for any beast that caught his eye. It was do or die, and he had a lot of things he wasn't done with. Cross ran through a forest for a while, not finding anything. Where the fuck are all the beasts? He wasn't sure, but he was getting angry. He stopped and made a small fire before starting to cook. He was beginning to regret coming here. It wasn't dangerous at all. If any of the divine masters heard this thought, they might just cough up blood and slap him to death. It's very dangerous. Okay. Cross clicked his tongue while chewing on a dragon steak and walking through the forest. He sniffed himself and sighed. He had been here for a month and hasn't taken a bath. He was starting to feel dirty. He came across a lake and smiled a bit. There were beasts here. A lot of them, too. He gobbled up his steak and cracked his knuckles. He decided to use his fists throughout this whole training session. The beasts were alerted and turned to Cross, growling threateningly. Cross gave them all a predatory grin, his sharp canines gleaming in the darkness before he charged into the beast horde with a crazy expression on his face. He really was a maniac. At least the beasts thought so, though they didn't run. Instead, a massive brawl ensued. It was completely brutal. Cross wasn't behaving like a person, but more like a beast, using only his body to punch, claw, tear, bite, and kick his way out. There was even a moment he was on all fours. He growled. Cross shot forward, jumping on a panther-like beast face and punching it in the eye, popping it like a balloon before crushing its brain and tearing a chunk of its flesh out with his mouth. The other beasts started to question if Cross was a beast as well. What kind of maniac did they meet today? They just wanted some water. Cross didn't let any of them go, lunging at another beast, smashing a fist on its head, slamming it into the ground. What happened next was a slaughter. The beasts were scared and started to flee. The most ridiculous this was, Cross chased after them. The beasts started running even faster, cursing their bloodline for only having 4 legs. Wouldn't speed be nice? Why not give me wings, mama? Needless to say, some of the beasts didn't make it out alive, though they were all in the divine spirit and king realm. Had he jumped into a ground of divine master beasts, who knows what would have happened? The battle lasted for 3 days. Cross was the only one left standing, surrounded by corpses and covered in blood and sweat. He took off his shorts and jumped into the water to clean himself. Once again, if anybody saw him, they would cough up blood and die. That was divine water of absolute beginning, not bath water. To be honest, Cross didn't care what kind of water it was, but he did notice that he was being cleaned while the water was still fresh. He tasted a bit before muttering, "Not bad." He took out his space gourd and sucked up the entire lake into it. Unfortunately, all of Shao Lai's wine was gone, though now he had some refreshing water to drink. Perhaps he would be hunted down by the entire god realm if they knew it was a lake of divine water of absolute beginning. That they would capture Cross and squeeze the rest out of his body before dragging him along with them to the god realm of absolute beginning as a lucky charm. Cross put on a new set of shorts before grilling the beasts and calling out Levi. Levi came out, and he was gigantic, a true Leviathan. He was huge. Cross threw him a dozen grilled beasts along with a drop of turtle origin blood, a drop of dragon god origin blood, and some water from his gourd. Levi ate and drank it all, roaring tenderly, shrinking down to a small Leviathan and rubbing himself on Cross' face cutely. Cross smiled slightly and rubbed Levi's head with his finger. Levi closed his eyes, and his back shell-like thing turned black, while his eyes became slitted. He had draconic pressure coming off him now. What a little monster! Cross felt Levi was at the Divine King realm. He wondered what happened to his other beasts. They better be working hard, or maybe he would have a nice four-symbol soup when they came back. All his beasts spread around the god realm shivered and started working harder, feeling like something might happen if they don't. 8 months passed. Cross and Levi walked around the forests, leaving a trail of carnage wherever they went. They even killed a divine sovereign realm beast by teaming up. Cross took a swig of divine water of absolute beginning and poured some for Levi, who opened his mouth and gulped it down before releasing a satisfied. How cute! Cross felt that this water must be special because his entire body underwent a massive change. His blood was extremely vigorous. His muscles were like steel, his bones were as hard as diamonds, and his soul was thicker than the earth. After 6 months of consuming the water, he felt it had no effect on him anymore, but tasted good, so he kept drinking it. He still had a lot anyways. He took an entire lake. He had enough for 1,000 years, let alone 6 months. He rubbed his chin and theorized that the wine made with his water should taste amazing. He sighed at the fact that he hadn't kidnapped Shao Lai when he left the Blue Pole Star. Maybe he should go back and get him? He shook his head. He just didn't have the time. Cross continued through the forest before coming across a cave. He was suspicious. What sort of cave would form in here? Anyway, he was here to die, so he jumped right in. An idiot for sure. Cross looked around to see a pitch-black pearl with a white slit in the middle. He was confused. It looked like an eye, but at the same time not. He walked forward and picked it up. He heard a voice in his skull say, "Eye of the Void," before disappearing. He said to himself, of course it was something grand. Couldn't he find a treasure that was like a rock or something? He looked at the eye and had a crazy idea. So crazy, in fact, that it just might work. He sat on the ground and floated the eye in front of him. He took out the phoenix eye and bit his thumb, throwing in a drop of his own blood before spiting out a sliver of green crystalline liquid. He made runes, and they floated around the items as they started to merge together. A while later, the runes sank into the eye, and it flashed before becoming liquid and sinking into Cross' eyes. He felt a cooling sensation. His eyes flashed black before becoming bright red again. He closed his eyes briefly before opening them and seeing much better. He could see everything now, pockets of space, true appearances, souls, blood vessels, etc. He could see whatever he wanted to see. He smiled to himself and looked around to see another hidden cave that he couldn't see before. They're already useful. Cross walked into the cave and saw a ton of plants, mostly lotuses. But all the lotuses had 9 different colors. Cross touched the lotuses and they waved to him. He smiled and threw all the lotuses on the lake in his inner world, keeping one for himself. He continued looking around and found more and more herbs. He didn't even fucking know what they were, but they must be treasures. He threw all the herbs into the ever-expanding greenhouse, keeping none of each herb to himself. Unfortunately, his new eyes couldn't identify things he didn't know. Well, he didn't expect a name to hover over new things anyway. What was this? A video game? Nonsense. This was real life. Thus, he kept a single herb each before walking out of the cave, after he made sure he took everything the cave had to offer. He almost took the stones inside as well. He was a greedy fellow for sure. Cross walked out with Levi and went on the hunt for a breakthrough. He had a ridiculous plan. They all seemed to work out for him up until now. For some strange reason, the words plot armor came to his mind. He had no idea what that was, so he forgot about it and attacked a lone divine master beast with Levi, who grew up and charged at the whale-like beast. Cross jumped on Levi's head and lunged at the whale when he got close enough, throwing a void-shattering strike at the whale, smashing in the face. The whale roared angrily and used his full power. Cross chuckled excitedly and took out Artemis for the first time in a year. He didn't use his armor and charged at the whale like a mad dog. The whale blasted him away, and Cross spat out a mouthful of blood before charging back as Levi bit on the whale, tearing out a chunk of flesh. Cross smashed Artemis into the wound, using void-shattering strike. The whale cried in pain and spat out a blue beam of condensed energy. Cross grinned with his sweat and smashed the beam, shouting, "Return to the abyss!" The beam inverted on itself and smashed the whale in the mouth. Cross flew backwards and blew out chunks of what could only be organs. He circulated the great way of the Buddha as he charged at the, now covered in blood, whale. Levi clawed at the whale, biting and tearing chunks of flesh as Cross fought it head-on, feeling immense pressure. The whale suddenly charged forward and smashed into Cross, sending him deep into the ground that, up until now, had absolutely zero damage done to it. One can only imagine how strong this dumb fish was, but the same could be said for Cross' body. He didn't splatter on the ground, which was good news. Cross climbed out of the hole, covered in blood. The whale slapped its fin at him, and Cross roared to the sky, smashing Artemis at the fin and blasting it to pieces. The whale was stunned. The ant it was fighting suddenly blew up his fin. This ant wanted to ascend to heaven today. Cross' eyes were completely red, and the great way of the Buddha kept circulating faster and faster as he smashed the whale, causing minor damages, but they started adding up. The whale was starting to get scared. What kind of ant was this? So tenacious. He felt like a wild, ferocious animal. It looked to the sky, and its pupils shrank before swimming away as fast as it could, disappearing into the sky in a blink. Levi looked up and immediately returned to the inner world. Cross looked up and burst into joyful, crazy, maniacal laughter. Pitch-black clouds covered the skies as far as the eye could see, spanning countless miles. The entire God realm of absolute beginning was cloaked in pitch-black darkness, with only the sound of wild and crazy laughter echoing from all sides. Just so you know, the God realm of absolute beginning was massive, bigger than entire star realm, which meant Cross talent was absurdly amazing. Just think, the largest ever recorded was under 100 kilometers. Cross covered the entire God realm of absolute beginning. The entire thing. If he could even get out alive, he would be more than a legend. A fairy tale. A fantasy. A god. An insurmountable mountain looming over the entire God realm. This was never seen before and would probably never happen again. Cross looked at the clouds and shouted wildly, "You want me dead? Ha ha, come and fucking get me." A massive black lightning bolt slammed into Cross' body, and the clouds shook as if angry at the provocation. Cross looked at the thunder cloud crazily. The bolt of lightning fell and destroyed his flesh. Cross looked as though he didn't feel pain as he laughed and stuffed his mouth full of the spirit herbs, activating great way of the Buddha. The medicinal energy exploded in his body as the second stage of lightning punishment fell. The medicinal energy and the great way of the Buddha circulated. 2 black lightning bolts fell from the cloud and wreaked havoc in Cross' body, destroying everything. The medicinal herbs, along with the great way of the Buddha, were healing him from the inside out as an enormous change was happening in his body. Cross roared, and his body started sucking in all the black lightning, allowing it to smash around in his body, destroying his insides and entering his energy reserves. The medicinal ingredients were definitely way too strong for the current Cross. Maybe he would have exploded and died. Luckily, he had the best talent there ever was, and his tribulation was more of a death sentence by the heavens themselves. It was as if they couldn't live under the same sun. Cross felt angry, but also relieved and happy. Perhaps he would have died if he was favored by the heavens. The lightning wasn't enough, however. Cross whistled a sad song and threw an accepted separation lotus at the clouds, blowing a huge hole in them as he shouted in complete madness. "You want me dead? You're gonna have to try harder than that. Ha 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 ha." The thunder clouds formed again, and instead of doubling, like normal, they tripled. 6 pitch black lightning bolts slammed down on Cross, who didn't even grunt in pain. Instead, he smiled wildly with crazy desperation in his eyes as he said, "Hee hee, now I'll really die for sure." He stomped the ground and flew into the air shouting, "Come on, what are you sending me? Static electricity? I can't feel a thing. Heaven's punishment? Tui. Feels more like a scolding. My wife hits harder than you." He could feel the clouds getting angrier by the second as it rained down lightning bolts. Cross circulated Great Way of the Buddha to save his life. He basically didn't have any skin left. Only his blood, muscles, and bones were left. He was quite literally a blood man at this point. His hair, flesh, and clothes were all gone. His necklace and tattoos strangely remained, as if they were painted on his soul. The necklace softly absorbed some of the black lightning, sending it out to the girls, along with the excess medicinal strength. They all got the energy, and knew Cross was going through his lightning tribulation right now. Jasmine said quickly, "Cross, what's going on? How big is your thundercloud? Where are you?" She sent a group message, and Cross burst out laughing crazily. "Ha! I'm in the god realm of absolute beginning. My cloud? Hee hee, it's the entire realm." The girls were absolutely floored, and Jasmine shouted, "That's impossible. You'll die." Cross shouted, "Don't you dare come here. If you come here, I won't resist, and you can find me in hell." The girls choked, and Cross added, "If I can't survive this little bit of punishment, what right do I have to even go looking for you all?" The girls were silent, and Cross finished crazily, "Whether I live or die. It'll be decided today." The girls started crying in anxiousness. The last thing they heard was a crazy laugh and a shout. "Your fucking mother squeezed my dick harder. Come on, destroy me. Ha ha ha." Before the beads cut out, the girls were dumbfounded. Jasmine muttered to herself, "He's a maniac. A complete maniac. He's even provoking the heavens themselves." Luna said, "Jasmine, if he dies, watch our kids, will you?" Feng Shuer said anxiously, "Big sister, what do you mean?" Luna said resolutely, "I will not allow my husband to be alone on his journey to the next life." The other two trembled, and Jasmine said seriously, "I don't believe a single tribulation can kill my man. Keep your kids to yourself and wait for him to come get us." Cross was standing in spot with smoke coming off his skinless body. Almost all his flesh was burnt. He was on his 7th stage of tribulations. He was in a miserable shape, but he was healing at a visible rate. A 9-color gas where his stomach should be was rebuilding his body from the ground up. The density of divine, beast-origin blood was steadily increasing with every lightning strike, and his energy was devouring the black lightning greedily, without end. Cross might look dead, but he was still laughing, staring at the clouds with a wild and hateful expression. The 8th stage came. Crack! For those of you following along at home, the first stage was 1 bolt, the second was 2, but the third was 6, and it kept tripling since then. So the 8th was 1,458 lightning strikes. It just goes to show how resilient our little elf boy was. One by one, 1,458 lightning strikes smashed against Cross' body, intent on turning him to dust. When they all fell down, there was an eerie silence for a few moments before a laugh was heard. The laugh slowly grew louder and louder before a wild, mocking laughter sounded from Cross. His eyes popped, leaving blood-red flames in his fleshy skull. They burned with a strong obsession for life and strength. Even as a barely flesh skeleton, he was still mocking the heavens, as if he wouldn't stop until they gave up or he turned to dust. Cross laughter didn't stop as the 9th stage came down with 4,374 strikes. Anybody else, they would have been long dead by now. The clouds were beyond enraged, as if they were humiliated that an ant was mocking them. During every single one of the lightning bolts, Cross didn't even pause his laughter. The Great Way of the Buddha and the medicinal energy were still going stronger than ever. Even Cross himself was absorbing the energy around him along with the lightning. He was simply a super maniac, a psycho that wouldn't stop until the world burned. The ninth stage came and went, and Cross sneered with heavy disdain in his eyes. Though that shouldn't be possible because he didn't have lips or eyes. The thundercloud didn't disperse and continued with the 10th wave. 13,122 strikes. Holy fuck. Cross stood tall, unwilling to bend to anyone, not even the heavens. Even if he turned to ashes, he still wouldn't kneel. He crossed his arms, which barely had any flesh left on them, and just took the lightning punishment. Oh, the pain? Excruciatingly painful. The most painful thing he had ever felt in his entire life. But he would never admit it. Even if he turned to ashes, he would still say it didn't hurt from hell. What a petty guy. You send a single lightning bolt at him, and all of a sudden, you're his mortal enemy. Cross looked up after the 10th stage. He was pretty much a skeleton at this point, but he was still circulating his great way and medicinal strength, along with absorbing everything. He was doing this forcefully. Even if it stopped, he would spin it himself. Plus, he still had his soul to fall back on. Bones? Who needs them? Tui. He didn't know what kind of medicinal herbs he ate, but they were still far from finished. You should expect this. It was said everything from the god realm of absolute beginning was a heavenly treasure. He had eaten around 9 different heavenly treasures in one go. Cross snorted in disdain and drank the water from his gourd before throwing it back, saying, "That's it? I was just a little parched." If the clouds could speak, they would definitely say, "You're a skeleton. How can you still drink? Do you live just to infuriate me?" Cross spread out his bone fingers and looked at them as if he was looking at his nails. The divine water of absolute beginning merged with the medicinal energy and boosted it even further. Cross yawned and said, "You're done? I'm afraid your partners in the future would be aggrieved. A 10-pump chump is what we call you." The thunder boomed above him, and the 11th stage fell down. A whole 39,366 strikes. But Cross just watched as his lower body bones disappeared. He sneered and said, "Humph. You think if I don't have any bones, I'll kneel?" Foolish, as he floated in the air with only an upper skeleton left. He even flipped a bony bird to the thundercloud. What an asshole. The clouds blasted him with the 12th stage, destroying the rest of his bones. Oh no, could this be the end for our elven hero? Find out next time. Just kidding. Cross appeared, still circulating the great way of the Buddha in medicinal energy and absorbing the lightning. He was in his soul form. His soul was bright gold. He had his tattoos and everything. He looked up at the thunderclouds and chuckled. "This is my final stand. Ha 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 ha, hit me with everything you have. I don't believe you can kill me. Ah ha 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 ha. A maniac till the end, it seems. Let's see if it'll pay off." With a final roar, the 13th stage came, slamming 118,098 lightning bolts. Cross opened his arms wide and stopped suppressing the medicinal energy, letting it explode with strength as the lightning bolts slammed against his soul. Endless and excruciating torture, but he could feel his soul getting denser and denser as he absorbed the lightning frantically. He ran everything he had for his life. This was the moment. Would he live and become a legend, or die and be forgotten about? He still stood tall and faced the clouds with a big, insane grin on his face, refusing to give the heavens even a single shred of satisfaction. He even laughed. He laughed. The lightning was smashing his soul, and he laughed. The 13th stage ended and Cross stood completely still. The clouds were aggrieved, but they couldn't go any further than 13. So they left before they could be mocked again. Their friends would definitely laugh at them when they saw them again. Cross moved very, very slowly. He tapped on the prayer bead necklace and said, "I, your husband, have survived. Rejoice. When I see you again, I'll fight 3,000 rounds with all 3 of you at the same time." Before he swayed and leaned forward, he suddenly took a mighty step, slowly standing straight before falling unconscious. He didn't even fall when he passed out. He stood tall like a hero. Jasmine appeared in front of him and saw the absolute carnage that was the space around Cross. She trembled in shock. Just what did he go through? She had just arrived and only heard the end of his little victory speech from his mouth before he fell forward. She was going to go out and catch him, but he suddenly stood straight and his soul dimmed as he stood tall, making her heart tremble in awe, fear, love, and pain. But more than this, she was proud of having such a man as her husband. Suddenly, a golden pagoda appeared over his head and sank into his very soul, shining extremely brightly. 9th level of the Great Way of the Buddha achieved. The 9-colored medicinal gas covered his soul as if it was stimulated, and a single drop of bright golden red blood with many different colored specks appeared where his heart should be before getting bigger and forming a heart over the white gold flame. His body was being recreated. Self-recreation. Basically nirvanic rebirth. Jasmine was completely dumbfounded and felt her heart in pain. What had he gone through in these past 2 years without her? How was he? Did he feel lonely? Was he sad? Intense guilt filled Jasmine. If she hadn't suggested the others to leave and give them the means to do that very thing, he wouldn't be alone. He wouldn't have to go through so much. She knew he would never admit it, and she knew he wouldn't blame them. He was simply too good to them. It made her pain throb in pain. She forced out 3 drops of essence blood and flicked them into his heart. Her face turned extremely pale, and she brought his body to a quiet place. She found a cave and slaughtered all the beasts inside before attempting to sit him down, but his legs were as stiff as steel. They refused to bend even a little bit. She let him stand and sat by his side as time trickled by, watching over his every move, refusing to even sleep in case something happened. Time trickled by. An entire year passed. Jasmine looked skinny and haggard with bags under her eyes. She had been watching him for an entire year without rest or eating. She never took her eyes off him for even a minute. Cross was still standing in a coma. His body had been recreated completely. Every single inch of him was brimming with power and vitality. His skin was fair and white, his muscles were perfect, and his hair was extremely long. It shined like silk and was abnormally tough. All the divine beast blood had become much more dense, and his own blood was littered with different colored specks as they traveled through his body as if they were on a safari tour. Suddenly, Cross' body clicked. Jasmine watched very carefully, and every single one of his bones crackled like thunder as his cultivation exploded. He went up at an incredible rate, beyond common sense. It continued to upgrade until hitting divine spirit peak. The diagram on his back roared, and 4 wings shot out from his back. With a click, he reached the divine king realm. Jasmine's eyes widened. 3 years. He had taken 3 years to get where others had taken hundreds. What kind of talent was this? She saw his eyelids twitch and panicked. Should she stay? Should she go? Would he be mad at her? She came to spite him, saying not to. She decided to run away. She took one last look at Cross, and her convention is in 2 months. Be there, from his necklace. She looked at Cross before disappearing. She was definitely going to be at this God convention. But at the same time, she felt something was wrong, like something bad was going to happen. She tapped her necklace and said, "You too. If you go to the convention, don't interact with him." Luna's voice came through. "Is he okay?" Jasmine said, "He's fine. Divine King Realm, actually." Luna let out a breath of relief, and Feng Shuet said, "You felt something bad might happen too?" Jasmine stayed silent, tacitly agreeing as Luna said, "The vision I had didn't give me a time frame, but for the past year it changed." Feng Shuet and Jasmine were silent, and Luna continued, "The danger is still there, but it decreased. One thing is for sure, the God Convention will be anything but peaceful. Even after. The danger is highest after the convention. I don't think me and Schwer should go." Jasmine said, "Don't go. Focus on your cultivation. Is everything else ready?" Jasmine said, "Ninwanshan got a letter 1.5 years ago." He looked pretty agitated about it. Feng Shuer added, "The Brahma realm was attacked by someone 2 years ago. Security has tightened up everywhere now. A maid came back a few months ago before being killed." Jasmine was silent for a moment before saying, It was probably him. He's the only one who would slip into the Brahma god realm and attack them. In their palace, no less. Luna hummed in thought before saying, "In doing it right now." Feng Shui replied, "I'm ready, big sister." Jasmine said seriously, "In and out. Do not stay there. You both may be in the divine sovereign realm, but they have many more powerful divine masters. Zephyr and Pandora." Luna said divine spirit realm. Jasmine sighed, "What terrifying kids." Luna giggled and said, "There is after all." Jasmine smiled and shook her head, saying, "Send them to the snow song realm and go for the second stage." Luna giggled and said, "Yes, ma'am." Feng Shui teased, "Yes, lady boss." Jasmine giggled and flew out of the god realm of absolute beginning. Cross woke up and looked at himself. He was like a new elf. His bright blood-red eyes glowed with a wild light, and every movement he made was filled with power. He was completely unused to this strength. He heard Mu Xuaning's voice, meaning he had 2 months. He left the cave and called out Artemis, who had grown heavier than before. Artemis told him that she ate the lightning too, making her heavier than before. She was nearly 10x heavier. It was almost a struggle to hold her up. Despite this, he ran into the woods, like a blur going to find some beast to fight and get used to his strength. He had a month before he needed to leave. That was enough time. Meanwhile, Luna controlled an old man from the Brahma realm in the southern god region. The man stomped up to the palace and shouted, "Nan Wansheng, roll out for daddy." A man appeared with a confused expression and said, "One of the Brahma kings?" "What happened?" The Brahma king sneered. "You think you can hide from us? You little snake. We already caught the little thief you sent." Nan Wansheng was dumbfounded and said, "I didn't dash," the Brahma man shouted. "Tell your lies in hell," as he attacked the southern god palace, sending a giant golden palm down on the entire city. Luna peeked from around a corner, her fingers over her eyes, looking at Nan Wansheng. All she got was, "They found out so quickly," as he tried to stop the attack, but multiple people died in the process. Luna went invisible and fled the southern god realm with Zephyr and Pandora, who had matured very quickly. Understanding the situation, they ran away with their mother. On the way out, Luna tapped on the beads and said, "Schwer, I was right." Nan Wansheng sent a spy/thief. Get him caught. In the Brahma god realm. Feng Shui had average looks and was dressed as a maid. She heard Luna's voice and walked away. She quickly found the thief and the one she was controlling. They were talking about stealing the Brahma soul bell. Feng Shui shouted, "A thief! A thief!" Immediately the man Feng Shui was controlling sent a palm at Feng Shui. Shui made a clone, and the clone turned to ashes as she turned invisible and fled as fast as she could, using the beads as cover. Brahma kings found the 2 thieves and saw the ashes on the floor. They were enraged and shouted, "The southern god emperor has the guts to steal from us?" The man Feng Shui was controlling pushed the actual thief and fled as fast as he could. The thief cursed, and the man Feng Shui controlled got smashed to smithereens. Qininger flashed to the body and picked up a ring with a forged letter from Nan Wansheng, saying, "I sent the thief. Get him all the information you can." She was thoughtful. The letter even had Nan Wansheng's seal on it. The thief was caught, and Qininger walked over as they searched his soul. It was true. This man was indeed sent by Nan Wansheng. Qininger was confused and a bit disappointed. She thought her man did this. Then the letter flashed briefly. Qininger looked at the letter and saw, "The predator sends his regards before burning up in flames." Qing, who shook in delight before scampering back to her room, rubbing her thighs together. Qinya Fantian had a grim look on his face as he got the report. The Brahma king said, "The thief was told to steal the Brahma soul bell at all costs." He was also told, "If Qinya Fantian rings the bell, run as fast as you can." Qinya Fantian's pupils shrank and his mind was overloaded. Impossible. How'd he know? This wasn't good for him. Only 5 people knew about this secret, and 3 of them were in hiding. He was getting seriously stressed out. Whoever was plotting this behind the scenes wanted the Brahma god realm to be in as much chaos as possible. Sicking the greedy Nan Wansheng on them was bad news, but an excellent move. He tapped his fingers on his throne, trying his hardest to think about who could be plotting against them. But how would he ever find out? The person plotting against them had absolutely no grudges with the Brahma God realm. Even if Fantion thought about crazy mad dogs who bit everyone they saw plotting against his realm, he still wouldn't think of Cross. Nobody knew about him. They didn't even know what he looked like. Only Sue Linger knew, and she only knew the name Predator, not who he was, what he looked like, what he sounded like. She even suspected the fragrance was faked. Fantion thought it was time to consult his daughter. His daughter was currently in the middle of pleasuring herself, moaning "Predator" and "my sweet little beast" as she came all over her fingers. She was truly fucked up. Jasmine got back to the Star God realm, and a little girl popped out of nowhere, hugging Jasmine as she said, "Wah, big sister, you're back." Jasmine smiled softly and hugged the girl as she said, "Saiji, did you miss me?" Saiji nodded and said, "Big sister is so skinny now." Jasmine sighed sadly and said, "I know. Come, big sister will brush your hair." Saiji nodded happily, and Jasmine brought her to her room before brushing her hair softly. 2 months passed by. Nan Wansheng seemed to want to take his time after the little calamity in his city. He was burning with rage at the Brahma realm. The Brahma king was a true Brahma king. It wasn't a fake at all. He even detonated his Brahma soul to try and take Nan Wansheng with him, killing thousands in the process. Nan Wansheng sneakily ordered his troops to move out while the God Convention was going on. He would be at the convention holding Fantion, while his troops slaughtered everyone in the Brahma God realm. This Nan Wansheng was not a nice person. Well, neither was Cross, the main instigator of this event. Luna and Feng Shuer only fueled the fire that was burning already. Jasmine spent her time with her sister, watching the situations of the Southern God realm and the Brahma God realm. If she was being honest, she was completely shocked. She had barely given Cross any information on the Brahma God realm, and this was the scenario. She wondered if he had every detail, how much chaos would ensue. Currently, Cross caught a dragon from the Dragon God realm and fed him the information about the primordial seal of life and death, along with an Imperio order to go sneak around in the Brahma Palace. He slipped another letter in the dragon's hands before commanding him to send the information to the Dragon God, the letter to Linger, and erasing any memories of himself. He let the dragon go, who immediately took out a stone and said, "Tell the Dragon God, the Brahma Soul Bell houses the primordial seal of life and death, as well as 2 ancestors who were thought to be dead. I also heard Fantion had captured some of our kin and used them as food," before crushing the stone and speeding off to the Brahma God realm to carry out his mission. Cross sneered. If they checked his soul, they would find out that the Dragon God knows everything, and the dragon was given the mission by the Dragon God himself. He chuckled evilly and sank into invisibility before flying off towards the Eternal Heaven God realm. Cross had heard about the recent events from a few people and planned for that. The dragon, who ally with any Southern Sea God people and attack the Brahma realm before backstabbing them and getting killed. His mission was a death mission with the order cause as much chaos as possible. Cross grinned like a bloodthirsty beast, a faint primordial aura radiating off him. It was extremely faint and barely noticeable, but just this little bit was agitating the void beast on his back. His long, wild hair fluttered in the wind as he flew on his arc towards the convention. Cross appeared over the air in the Eternal Heaven God realm. He searched for a bit before finding Yinshi with some other kid. He stored the arc and flashed to Yinshi. Yinshi was talking with Wopoyan when Cross appeared in front of him. Yinshi was startled and said, "Big bro, I thought you were dead." Cross scoffed and said, "You haven't died yet. How could I die?" Yinshi grinned and said, "So, how was it?" Cross grinned maliciously and replied, "Too fucking easy." The sky rumbled as if angry at his words. Cross sneered and said, "My tribulation couldn't kill me, and now it's all mad." Yinshi said, "You passed your tribulation?" Cross nodded and said, "Yep. Divine King, first level." Yinshi's eyes fell out of his head and rolled back to the blue pole star in shock. A new pair grew back, and he shouted, "What?" Cross covered his mouth and said, "Shoo. Do you want the entire God realm to know?" Yinshi scratched his cheek and cursed, "You bastard. I'll fight 3,000 rounds with you." Cross flicked his forehead and said, "Quiet down, geez. Nice white robes. Are you a woman?" The divine Ice Phoenix sect disciples frowned, and Yunshi sneered. "Master told me to tell you. You have to wear the robes as well. Plus, you're the one with long hair. Calling me a woman when you look like a woman." He clicked his tongue in disdain. Cross eyes widened, and he said, "Absolutely not." Yunshi took out the disciple robes with an evil grin. Cross growled, and Yunshi laughed, saying, "Did you become a beast in the god realm of absolute beginning? Where's some clothes?" Cross grit his teeth and took the robes that had an ice phoenix on the back. He grimaced before taking the clothes apart, leaving only a long outer robe. He handed the rest to Yunshi and spun the robe over his shoulders, shaking his head and turning his hair white. He wore the long robe with the ice phoenix print on the back, over his shoulders without putting his arms in the sleeves, and only wore his black shorts. The rest of his body was bare. Cross snorted and said, "This is the biggest concession I will make." Yunshi chuckled and said, "You look beautiful." Cross grinded his teeth and put his hair up in a big bun, before turning around, his robe fluttering like a cape in the wind. The female disciples were dazzled. One of the girls said, "Sister Bai, your nose." Sister Bai ignored them and mumbled, "My wild prince," before fainting with hearts in her eyes. Yinshi rolled his eyes and muttered, "Damn white-faced bastard." Cross sneered and said, "What a jealous little brother." Yinshi rolled his eyes and whispered seriously, "Did you find them?" Cross turned cold and said flatly, "No." "You." Yinshi replied, "They're all in the moon god realm with Qingyue and her mom." Cross was silent, and Yunshi sighed as he added, "They refused to say anything either." Cross clenched his fist, and terrifying black lightning crackled around them before he took a deep breath and said, Soon I will find them." Yinshi patted his shoulder with a smile. Cross nodded, and a white light fell on all of them before they were teleported to somewhere else. A voice sounded, "The area you are at right now is the main city of every battle zone, and also the absolute safe area. No profound beast will appear or invade this place, and the profound strength of every person will also be confined to their bodies, rendering them unable to unleash any attacks on others. Once you leave the main city area, it will be your battlefield." Everybody listened and didn't move as the voice continued. "The environment of the battlefield is extremely harsh. It will have extreme climatic conditions. There will be natural calamities everywhere. Powerful, profound beasts will show up, and there will also be even more fearsome opponents than profound beasts waiting for you. Every time you slay a profound beast, you will obtain a certain number of soul orbs. The more powerful, profound beast you slay, the more soul orbs you will obtain. Slaying a divine soul realm profound beast gives 1 to 5 soul orbs. Slaying a divine tribulation realm profound beast gives 10 to 30 soul orbs. Slaying a divine spirit realm profound beast gives 1 to 300 soul orbs." Cross looked around at the other people before dashing out of the city as the voice added, "If you cooperate with others to hunt a profound beast, then the soul orbs will be distributed among you in a ratio equal to the damage you dealt. If you get killed, you won't lose the qualification to continue participating in the battle and will instead revive in the main city. At the same time, you will lose 30% of the soul orbs in your possession. If you were attacked and killed by another participant, then the soul orbs you lose will be obtained by them." Cross was already long gone and jumped into a group of beasts, slaughtering them all like a wild animal, using only his bare hands, ripping them apart and drenching himself in blood. That felt good. He calculated 450 orbs were gotten from that first bout. Cross continued to run around, only using his bare hands to slaughter beasts and people. He was acting like a mad dog, biting everything that comes into his path. He didn't use anything other than his body and some ice energy. He had no idea who was watching him, so he kept his trump cards hidden, portraying himself as a wild animal rather than a cold and calculating person. He could fight a divine master, but he could barely squeeze out a tie if they were fully serious. Divine Sovereign Realm was no problem. However, the fist round continued, Eventually, Cross got a nickname, the Wild King. Based on his actions in his realm, he was directing named that by the other contestants, who didn't even have a chance to fight back. He was simply too fast and brutal. A word got around. If you see the Wild King, run before he notices you. Some young master types didn't believe it and lost 30% of their soul orbs as a lesson. The month quickly passed, and Cross was placed in first with 30 million soul orbs, an absurd amount of soul orbs. If someone killed him, they would get around 10 million soul orbs. This was ascending to heaven with a single step. The voice sounded over them again. Young experts who are still left on the battlefield, you use your strength and will to prove yourselves. There is no doubt that you are the pride of the Eastern Divine region, and its future as well. But only 1,000 people will obtain the qualification to enter the Eternal Heaven Pearl and experience 3,000 years within the Eternal Heaven Divine Realm. The next battlefield will be the place to determine these 1,000 people. Cross looked up with a savage expression. He was just about to crush someone's head, and they fizzled out, making him crush the air. The voice continued, in the next round, you all will be sent to the same battlefield. In this battlefield, there will be no natural calamities, profound beasts, or anything else that will hinder your way. The only things present over there are the safe main city and your very own battlefield. The rules will be reset, but they will remain the same as in the previous battlefield. The soul orbs in your possession will also be brought into the new battlefield along with you. Cross looked around to see his surroundings lighting up as the voice added, no more than 1,000 people can emerge victorious in the new battlefield. These 1,000 heaven-chosen children will be sent to the eternal heaven god realm, where the final battle will take place. After the final battle, they will then enter the eternal heaven divine realm, where your fates will undergo a change in the next 3 years. The other 9,000 people will be eliminated from the battlefield, and their true bodies will also be expelled out of the eternal heaven god realm. A white pillar fell on Cross before he found himself in a new area. He immediately started hunting, destroying the other contestants brutally, and his name was spread to these people as well. Along with a warning, beware of the Wild King. It almost became a greeting when someone found someone else. 3 days passed quickly, and Cross orb count went up by another 5 million. Unfortunately, everyone started hiding from him after he tore apart a group of 10 people teaming up on him. Cross was taken in a white light and disappeared from the area, appearing on a stage. His wild eyes looking around at the rest as his white robe fluttered behind him along with his wild hair. Everyone in the audience stood up, and the 998 other contestants, excluding Yinshi, backed away from him in fear. Cross was standing by himself as the others made a big circle around him, giving him a ton of space. This was the Wild King. Who knows what he would do? Yinshi walked over and whispered, Wild King. Cross whispered, go with it. It's a good mask for now. Yinshi didn't answer, tacitly agreeing. Cross looked the rest with a sneer before looking up at the audience, looking for someone. He didn't see Jasmine at all, nor did he see Luna or Feng Shui. His face darkened, and he brushed over the star God Realm spectators. Moonflower was there. His eye fell on her, and she completely froze up in pure terror, looking around quickly. Cross sneered and moved on. She would die, but not now. He scanned the entire crowd as Yinshi was called out. When he finished his disappointing search, he heard an old man berating Yinshi. You truly have got some nerve to actually dare do such a despicable deed at the Profound God Convention. You not even once cared for the significance of Profound God Convention or my eternal heaven realm. You don't possess the least bit of the dignity or sense of shame of a profound practitioner. Cross looked up and said, hey, old man, didn't the rules say you could use any way to get the soul orbs? The old man choked, and the audience sucked in a cold breath of air. Cross continued, whatever he did was within the rules. You calling him out and dragging on this play is wasting my fucking time. He's divine tribulation, first level. We get it. Go sleep before your lifespan ends. The old man pointed at Cross, shouting, you, before vomiting a mouthful of blood, stunning everyone. Cross rolled his eyes and said, you what? I'm right, and you're angry? Is this how the eternal heaven God realm works? Or maybe you're just a wild dog that escaped from his leash. The old man trembled and spat out another mouthful of blood before passing out. The entire audience was dumbfounded. He was angered to the point of vomiting out blood and passing out. Cross looked up at the spectators and said plainly, "What do you have to say? Maybe you'll ignore the rules because you see he's not fit to be here too?" No, surely not. The King Realms are all just and heroes. Prime examples for the youth today. What a big hat. The King Realms had constant twitching faces. With such a big hat, they would be the villains if they denied. No? A man stood up and laughed as he clapped, saying, "Excellent. Well said. The eternal heaven pearl sent him here. Therefore, thus, he is worthy of being a participant." Ha ha ha. Youth. The eternal heaven god emperor's face was green, and he cursed the old man for spouting nonsense. He stood up saying, "Yinshi is qualified to be in the 1,000 contestants. The eternal heaven pearl wouldn't make a mistake." Cross sneered at the old man's unconscious body, causing him to spit out more blood. He only had so much. He could die at this rate. The eternal heaven god emperor looked up at a giant tower and said, "Let's get on to the third trial." Cross ignored the rules and entered the tower. All he had to do was walk up to the 300th floor. So many fucking floors. Can't there just be an elevator? He appeared with the rest and walked up the stairs, ignoring them. He didn't even stop, slapping the beast that got close to him to death. In cases where there was a group of beasts, he simply lunged into the horde and slaughtered them all. A while later, Cross reached the 300th floor. Yinshi appeared next to him and chuckled. Cross shook his head, and they both disappeared. They returned to their bodies and stepped out of the white light. Cross waved his arms around, cracking his bones as he said, "Taking my spirit out every time. Is this fun?" Yinshi said, "I believe we're first." The spectators swallowed their words. Cross snorted and looked up into the sky with narrowed eyes. A grin surfaced on his face. For two reasons. One was a sexy red silhouette standing in the air, and the other was a golden silhouette. One little devil and one little prey. Cross looked away with a crazy expression. His hair was wild and untamed. He really looked like a sexy hooligan. The woman could not stop staring at him, his wild arrogance with his looks and body. It was deadly. To every woman there. Maybe a handful weren't charmed. Moonflower was still deathly pale as she felt a pair of eyes flaring at her constantly, threatening to devour her completely if she even spoke. Sue Linger watched from a distance, not feeling anything. Her heart was already taken by her little beast. Even if he was the most handsome person to ever live, she wouldn't even bat an eyelid. Jasmine was already in love with him, so she didn't count. Time passed. The results were announced, and Cross was first with 54 hours, while Yinshi was second with 54 hours as well, but he got there right after Cross. The audience was baffled. Cross ignored them and looked at Luo Changsheng, the third-place guy. This guy was a divine king, but he was hiding himself. Was he expecting to make a big reveal? Sorry bro. I'm a divine king too. Cross walked into the profound formation, and his information was revealed. Cross, origin, Snow Song realm, lifespan, 32, cultivation, first level divine king realm. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. What kind of monster was this? While they were gawking, Yinshi stepped up and his information was revealed too. Yinshi, origin, Snow Song realm, lifespan, 27, cultivation, first level divine tribulation realm. The audience felt a chill, and someone muttered, "What kind of monsters are hiding in the Snow Song realm?" Everyone shared this statement. The eternal heaven god emperor said, "The god-conferred battles will take place tomorrow. Fear not. Everyone will be receiving a time will pearl. The function will create a space where a month will pass inside, but only 2 hours will pass outside." Cross looked at the time will pearl in his fingers. 2 hours with his power could go to 120 hours, which was 5 days. Maybe he could absorb the time laws in the pearl for himself? He spun on his foot and left the stage under the eyes of everyone. His long ice phoenix robe fluttering behind him, giving him a strange wild vibe. Yinshi chuckled and left as well. Cross was just about to leave when he snapped his head in a certain direction and his face was completely blank while his eyes radiated killing intent. The person in question stopped and trembled in fear. Cross took his gaze away and continued along, looking at the time-will pearl in his hands. Moonflower collapsed to the ground in a puddle of her own piss. Luckily for her, she was away from the others. Cross entered a room and closed the door before sitting on a chair, lighting a cigarette and fiddling with the time-will pearl in his hands. Jasmine appeared in the room, and before she could say anything, Cross grabbed her. He threw her across his lap and took off her shorts before slapping her firm, round, white cheeks. Jasmine yelped and Cross' cold voice traveled to her eyes. "What did you do?" Jasmine opened her mouth and Cross spanked her again. Jasmine teared up. His spanks really hurt. Cross exhaled a mouthful of smoke as he said, "Too slow." "What did you do?" Jasmine said, "I dash another spank." Jasmine cried, "I gave them the way to leave." "I'm sorry, another spank." Jasmine was really about to cry as she said, "What?" Cross said, "You also came to the God realm of absolute beginning when I specifically asked you not to." He spanked her again, shouting, "You listen to me, or you get punished. Do you understand?" Jasmine whimpered in agreement, nodding heavily. Cross spanked her again, saying, "You will tell me next time when you're going to give the others things like this. Do you understand?" Jasmine dripped tears and nodded. Cross closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His hand glowed green as he rubbed her cheeks softly, healing them and returning them to their beautiful white color as he said gently, "Why didn't you just tell me? Do you realize I would have been much more assured if I knew?" Jasmine was silent. Cross picked her up and sat her on his lap, wiping her tears away as he added softly, "Do you know how worried I am?" Jasmine's lips quivered and she started crying again as she said through sobs, "I didn't know. Luna shared what she saw with us. I was scared. You couldn't even resist. You were also only in the divine sovereign realm." Cross was silent for a moment before saying, "You could have told me." Jasmine said, "It didn't even matter. Even if we stayed and told you, the same thing would have happened." She held his shoulders and shivered. "They were horrible. They called themselves the envoys of the great Brahma sovereign." Cross hugged Jasmine and pulled her head into his chest as he thought. "Jasmine," said they didn't just kill you. They dash. Cross shushed her and stroked her head softly, saying, "It's okay. I'm fine now, aren't I?" Jasmine burst into tears and gripped his shirt tightly, bawling her eyes out. Cross rubbed her back, resting his chin on her head and humming softly. Jasmine slowly calmed down and Cross wiped the tears from her eyes before softly kissing her lips. She wasn't wearing any pants since he had just spanked her, and he was getting a bit aroused, his bulge pressing on her bare slit. Jasmine smiled and moved her lower hips, soaking his bulge in her juices. Cross groaned and took off his robe and shorts before removing her shirt and pressing her down on the table, exploring the inside of her mouth with his tongue as he slammed the tip of his tool on the entrance of her womb. Jasmine let out a loud and satisfied moan, saying, "Ugh, I missed this." Cross bit on her nipples and held her wrists together above her head as his hips slammed against hers, creating ripples on her plump cheeks. He lifted her in the air, squeezing her firm bottom as she wrapped her arms and legs around him, bouncing up and down. He pinned her back against a wall and pumped her full of cum, making her toes curl in pleasure as she came with him. Cross kept going without end for hours. He even used the time-will pearl and banged her silly for a month. Jasmine was so tired, she couldn't even walk. She lost count how many times she came, or even how many times he did. It was the best. Cross looked around the room with a cheeky smile. He also lost count. He must have unloaded inside her at least 100 times. He also sorta, may have forgotten to sterilize himself in the beginning. Hopefully that wasn't going to be an issue. Cough well anyway. Cross cleaned the dead Jasmine up and brought her into a bath that was in his room. He sat her in between his legs and cleaned her body. Jasmine hummed in enjoyment. She leaned her back against his chest and looked back, kissing his lips. Cross wrapped his arm around her chest, squeezing on her beasts as he rubbed her slit. Her legs opened for him, and he dug 2 fingers inside, using his thumb on her pink pearl. Jasmine moaned and said, "I'll never get clean if you just fuck me again." Cross snickered and nibbled on her neck. This was the ex-Slowly's ultimate weak spot. Jasmine's eyes widened, and she gripped his hair, saying, "Oh, Cross, mmm." She closed her eyes, and a loving smile spread on her lips. She loved it when he did that. She sat up and slipped Cross Dragon right back inside as they got intimate once again. Moans came from Cross' room constantly and without end for the entire night. When they were done and cleaned, Cross sat in a chair with Jasmine in front of him, looking at him lovingly. Cross smiled and said, "I got you some things. Hopefully you can give the sets to the other girls." He handed Jasmine a storage ring, and Jasmine looked in it before trembling as she said, "Where do you find these?" Cross said, "The God realm of absolute beginning. The separate gourds have a ton of water in them. I don't know what it is, but it tastes really good. I've been basically only drinking that since Xiao Lai's wine ran out." He sighed in regret, and Jasmine quickly took out the gourds, opening each one and swaying in shock. Each of these gourds had enough divine water of absolute beginning to buy several king realms. Jasmine looked at Cross and said, You've been drinking this." Cross nodded and took out his own gourd as he said, "I found a few lakes worth of it in there. It tasted good and fresh, so I took it all. There were some pesky beasts loitering around, so I killed them." "All right." He took out another ring and gave it to Jasmine, saying, "I cut up all the meat from my hunts. The meat is very tasty and good for your blood. Also good for pregnant women." Jasmine took the ring with a robot, completely dumbfounded. First, all the extremely precious herbs that would cause a war if even one of them got out. Second, space gourds full of divine water of absolute beginning that would cause someone to kill their own parents in greed. Third, the corpses of the primordial beasts, cut into meat and separated by bones, blood, and flesh that would make any divine master drool at. Apparently, it was good for pregnant women. She didn't know what to say. He still thought of all of them when he was alone. What did they do to deserve him? She stored everything and hugged Cross, kissing all over his face as she said, "I love you. I'm so sorry." Cross was stunned. He thought they were over that already. Cross kissed her and said, "It's okay. Just remember to never do it again, or I'll lock you up. Also take the herbs, drink the water, and eat the meat. It's good for your body." Jasmine hummed and nodded frantically, kissing him again. Cross smiled and said, "Go. I have to go beat up a few kids." Jasmine giggled and jumped off him. Cross slapped her ass and grinned. Jasmine shot him a wink and disappeared. He got through the robe over his shoulders and walked out to the stage once again, putting on a wild and arrogant look. He was ready for the battles. Cross arrived at the conferred god stage and stood next to Yinshi, who smirked and said, "Forgot to put a sound isolation barrier yesterday." Cross grinned and said, "Was it an accident?" Yinshi chuckled and scratched his cheek, saying the others were freaking out. Cross looked over at the other Divine Ice Phoenix sect disciples. They all saw him looking over and turned their faces away with blushing cheeks. Mu Bingyun felt her eyes twitch at Cross' smug gaze. She blushed, remembering the wild sounds coming from his room, and cursed, "Fucking guy, who moaned so loud, and for so long." Unknowingly, her thoughts drifted towards his stamina, and she found herself blushing even deeper. Cross was dumbfounded and said, "It can't be that these people have never had sex before." Yinshi said, "Have you seen the girls at the sect? They're all prudes." Even shook his head and added, "Plus the guys aren't as handsome as me and you. Where are they going to get the charisma to even have a flirty conversation with a woman? With an ice block as well." Cross looked at Wolpoyan and said, "Yo, little fire boy. Surely you have had sex before. What do you think about this?" Wolpoyan looked flustered and stuttered, "You air." Cross shook him, saying, "It can't be you've never had sex before." Wolpoyan just blushed and scratched his cheek, nodding gently. Cross dragged him over, saying, "You people in the God realm, honestly, what's so great about constantly cultivating? Doesn't this make you bored? Listen to this king. There's so many positions to do. There's missionary, doggy style, standing up, 69 waterfall, anal will barrel." Yinshi was stunned, and Wolpoyan's head was getting muddled. Cross went over at least 100 positions, and Wolpoyan's eyes turned to swirls, try to process all this information. Yinshi asked, "Wait, what's anal and a donkey punch?" Cross grinned and said, "Anal is in the second hole, and a donkey punch is when you punch the girl in the back of the head, knocking her out." Yinshi was stunned and asked, "Why would you do that?" Cross cleared his throat and said, "When they fall unconscious, their insides tighten up to the max. Though I haven't ever done this, I've heard about it in my original world. Also, you have to cater to your partner's preferences. All girls have specific kinks that they like, even if they don't explicitly say so." He started explaining kinks to Yinshi and Huapoyan, saying some girls get excited from pain, which is called a masochist. Light choking and rough sex is their favorite, though some girls only like spanking. Some girls even prefer the other way around, where they are in charge, using rope and being tied up or handcuffs, maybe even a whip. However, not even girls like this. Some girls enjoy the gentle and sweet approach, such as caressing and kissing, going slow and steady, every movement full of love. Yinshi and Huapoyan had their views shattered. They never knew any of this before. In fact, his voice traveled to some of the audience's ears. They were just as shocked as Yinshi and Huapoyan. Mu Bingyun felt her entire being twitch in anger, while Mu Huanji was listening carefully, secretly taking notes on the side, while nodding his head. Mu Bingyun slapped his head and said angrily, "What are you doing?" Mu Huanji was flustered and said this, "You see, I was writing down his punishment." Mu Bingyun slapped her forehead and sighed. Cross continued talking about various things while the announcer, whoever it was explaining how the battles would go. He said, "First battle, Cross versus Luo Changsheng." Cross ignored him and continued speaking. The man's face turned black. A little white cat hopped to Cross' shoulder and slapped him. Cross looked at the cat, who pointed to the stage angrily with little red cheeks. Cross looked over and said, "Me first?" "Oh!" He grabbed the cat, that jumped away, putting it on his shoulder as he flashed to the stage. Luo Changsheng walked to the stage and was glaring at Cross angrily as he said, "You think you're amazing? A divine king participating in the convention." His words were filled with disdain. Normally he was a hero in the god realm, so he had a lot of supporters. Some of the audience started shouting, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. "Boo! You suck!" Cross ignored them and said, "Enough, gum flapping. I didn't peg you as a hypocrite." The battle started and Luo Changsheng said, Dash Cross appeared in front of him and his arm shot out like a bullet, grabbing Luo Changsheng's neck and slamming him into the stage hard. A low boom was heard and Cross' robe fluttered behind him. Absolute silence. Cross lifted him up by his neck and said, "You're in the Divine King realm too, but why are you so weak?" He sighed and squeezed tighter, saying, "Since you don't have anything nice to say, I'm sure you wouldn't mind never speaking again," as he crushed Luo Changsheng's vocal cords. Cross didn't think it was wild enough, and his red eyes glowed maliciously as he dug his hand in Luo Changsheng's mouth, saying, "Don't worry, it won't hurt a bit. It'll hurt a lot," before ripping out his tongue. The audience trembled in fear. What kind of demon is this? Cross sneered and froze the tongue in a block of ice, laughing, "Don't worry, I'll keep it on ice for you. Ha 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 ha," before crushing the block into a million pieces and throwing Luo Changsheng in the air. Cross jumped up and kicked with the speed of a train, blasting Luo Changsheng back to the Holy Eve's realm spectators, saying cruelly bye-bye. Luo Changsheng smashed into the spectators with a loud bang, and painful sounds came from his mouth. Cross sneered and walked off the stage, but a man shouted, You devil, die!" As he slashed a sword towards Cross, the audience was stunned. Mu Bingyun was terrified. Cross looked over and sneered before blurring. Everybody saw a scene they would never forget. Cross' wild red eyes glowed maliciously as he appeared behind the man like a ghost. Cross threw a punch right to the man's neck, hitting a pressure point and knocking him out cold. He rode the man down from the air and slammed him into the ground before pulling his hair back, ripping his long beard off and grabbing his neck. Cross growled like an animal to the Holy Eve's realm, and they swallowed back their shouts. He turned to the Eternal Heaven God Emperor and said, "Surely you have no problems with a random man's death?" The audience almost puked blood. What random man? "Big brother, that's a realm king." Nan Wansheng burst out laughing and the eternal heaven god Emperor's face darkened as he said, "This, little friend, perhaps you can show Realm King Shanshan mercy just this once." Cross sneered and said, "Mercy? Was his killing strike merciful? Where I'm from, mercy means death." Nan Wansheng stood up and slapped you Cross. "You are truly this god Emperor's idol." He pointed his thumb down and said cruelly, "No mercy." Cross grinned, and his wild eyes became even more wilder as he gripped, when a shrill shout was heard. "Argh, you cripple my son." Everyone looked over to see a shrew heir woman shooting towards Cross, slashing a sword. Cross' eyes turned, and his grin became bloodthirsty. Just as the sword slash was about to hit him, he threw the man under him, right at it, and flashed away. The woman slashed the man right in the chest, almost chopping him in two. The man finally woke up and shouted in pain, instinctively exploding with strength and blasting the woman with a palm. Her body ragdolled back to the spectators' area, and they both collapsed. Cross was already sitting in his original spot with his legs crossed, stroking the white cat in his hands softly as he said, "A lover's quarrel. What a show." Naturally, he knew that woman was about to blow her top, so he held off killing the man. Just as he suspected, she lost her cool and attacked him. Unfortunately, neither were dead, just teetering on the edge of life and death. Cross said, "Such impulsive people. How dare they interfere with the profound God convention?" He looked at the eternal heaven god Emperor and said, "I doubt their intentions. Eternal heaven god Emperor. Perhaps they are trying to become a king realm themselves? After all, the Holy Eve's realm is known as the strongest realm apart from king realms in the Eastern Divine region. Maybe they have had enough with their status and want to become a king realm themselves? Otherwise, why would they be so arrogant and ignore the rules you have put and attack a participant?" Cross shouted righteously, "Pardon this junior's words, but these villains, they have no respect for your majesty. Not only have you graciously given their realm king a chance at life after he blatantly ignored your authority, but they repeated the offense once more. If this doesn't show their opinion of your rules, then I don't know what does. Perhaps this junior is crude, but they have no respect for your majesty. Why should you be polite?" Eternal heaven god Emperor looked at Cross deeply before saying, "I appreciate your concern. This emperor knows what to do." Cross smiled like a beast and said, "Naturally, this junior's words are just suggestions of concern. After all, without rules, wouldn't everyone be a despicable devil? Everyone secretly sucked in a cold breath of air. This guy, he's too wild. Did he really just say that?" Nan Wansheng burst into laughter, and the eternal heaven god Emperor stood up, saying, "Holy Eve's realm, leave. Your participation in the event has been revoked." The elders were stunned and stood up, saying, "Your Majesty." It was a fit of anger. Our realm king had no such intentions. The eternal heaven god Emperor said dangerously, "You still refuse to listen to me?" The elders trembled and glared at Cross, who gave them the finger, saying, "Scram. Maybe you should figure out why the realm king's son is also the son of the realm king's sister." Everybody heard him, and their eyes widened, finally remembering that Luo Guxia shouted my son in grief before attacking. The elders' faces turned pale, and they left quickly, taking everyone with them. The eternal heaven god Emperor coughed and said, "Continue." The battles continued, and Cross smiled coldly, hiding it behind a wild grin. Cross fought his second battle, but the other guy was so scared he directly admitted defeat. Cross pouted and said, "Am I so scary? I'm actually a big softy at heart." The audience all spat in disdain. What a shameless guy. Just a few hours ago, you crippled someone, gave another to mutual destruction, and sank an entire realm with a few words. What softy is this? This is a ruthless person who lives to see chaos in the world. The name Wild King isn't in vain. Cross sat back down and flipped the cat on her back, scratching at her stomach and getting purrs in response. Well, it looked like a cat, but it was actually a white tiger. More importantly, it was Jasmine. She shrank down and turned into her animal form, staying with him because she wanted to, though she also had a little secret, occasionally disappearing to the bathroom. Cross knew exactly what the secret was and smiled happily, though the timing could be better. Regardless, he was happy. Her cute little purring made him feel comfortable. He watched the fights, and Huapoyan got blasted from the stage by one attack from a girl with a sword. Cross considered Huapoyan an acquaintance and frowned. Didn't this stupid girl see him talking to Huapoyan yesterday? Perhaps she thought he would go easy on a woman? The girl shivered for some reason and happened to meet Cross' wild eyes. Her whole face went pale, and she fell down, hearing, "If you fight me, don't expect to wield a sword ever again." She was so scared she backed away and fell off the stage before running away in terror. Cross took his eyes off the clearly mentally challenged girl and continued to go about his days. A while later, it was Cross' turn again. Coincidentally, his next fight was against the mentally challenged girl. The announcer said Cross versus Yinshi. Yinshi was shaking on the stage. Cross flashed the stage with a cruel smile. Yinshi opened her mouth and said, "I admit dash." Cross flashed to her and smashed her face in with a punch, cutting off her words. He grabbed her wrists and slammed her, face first, onto the arena, saying with a cruel chuckle, "You couldn't be thinking of giving up, could you? Make your deaf as well as blind? Don't worry, this king will fix you up good." He gripped her wrists and stepped on her back, saying 1 and 2 and 3, "Heavy ho," before ripping her arms right off her body. A blood-curdling screech erupted from her mouth, before heavy crying was heard as the entire arena was silent. Cross sneered and picked her up by her hair, saying, "You thought you were very strong, very amazing, using a single strike to crush little Poyan completely. How about now? Do you feel very good now?" The girl was whimpering, and Cross sneered as he said, "Achem, maybe you don't understand." He smashed her face into the stage before picking her up again, saying, "When I speak, I expect answers. Do you understand?" Still getting no response. Cross smashed her face in again, cracking the stage from the heavy impact. The audience swallowed their saliva in fear, unable to watch such brutality. Cross chuckled and said, "Let me tell you a quote. It happens to be one of my favorites and one I came up with myself." He stomped on the back of her knees, forcing her to kneel as he said loudly, "I don't hate arrogant people, but I hate people who are more arrogant than me." After he spoke, he swung his leg and kicked her in the face, sending her flying out of the stage and into the surrounding walls. He looked at the announcer and said, "How is it? Did I win?" The announcer swallowed and nodded before announcing Cross' victory. There were no claps or cheers, just shivers. Cross sneered at the crowd and walked back to his seat, scratching Jasmine again, as if the one who just complete ruined that girl's future wasn't him. Jasmine meowed and gave him a pitiful look. Cross smiled softly and scratched her ears, getting the purrs that he wanted. Yinshi fought against a little girl who used soul attacks. They both stood still before Yinshi, shot over and sealed her strength. The girl fell on her butt and blushed heavily before saying, "You're a bad guy," and flying away, crying. Everybody was stunned. Yinshi looked a bit guilty as he walked back. The pairings were announced for tomorrow's battle. Cross versus Sue Linger and Yinshi versus Yinshi. Sue Linger flew after her sister, and Yinshi was living a constant nightmare. So it was safe to say it would probably be Yinshi versus Cross. Cross walked back to his room, but on the way there he saw a young man reciting poems to himself. It was Xiao Mo. Cross walked over and said, "Excuse me." Xiao Mo jumped and said, "Wild King. Ah, please don't eat me. I don't taste good." Cross' face was black, and he said snappily, "Boy, what do I look like? I'm not a cannibal." Xiao Mo just chuckled nervously and Cross sighed before saying, "You're from Earth." Xiao Mo gasped and said, "You know about it?" Cross nodded and said, "I'm from there too. I assume you're a Muggle? Though I've never seen a Muggle cultivator before, even when I went to China." Xiao Mo froze over, and he pointed at Cross, stuttering, "Why are you? What did you call me?" Cross was confused, and Xiao Mo grabbed his shoulders tightly, saying crazily, "Did you just call me a Muggle?" Cross nodded, and Xiao Mo let go of Cross, hugging his own shoulders and shaking as he laughed loudly and jumped for joy. Cross was confused, and Xiao Mo said quickly, "Big brother, no. Master, no. Father." Please tell me. Do you know Harry Potter? Cross nodded and said in confusion he's one of my friends. Xiao Mo trembled in delight as he said quickly, What about Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, Draco Malfoy? Cross was surprised and said, Whoa, you know them as well. Xiao Mo slapped himself and said, What about Luna Lovegood? Cross tilted his head and said, She's my wife. How do you know them anyhow? Xiao Mo's brain short-circuited and he swayed, saying, Hey, ha ha ho ha, before recovering and wrapping his arm around Cross' neck, saying, This broth, no, father. You must listen to your son. I think we're from different Earths. Cross said, Different Earths? Xiao Mo nodded and said, Yes. You see, on my world, Harry Potter is just a story. That turned into a movie. Cross was skeptical and said, How could that be? Muggles don't know of the wizarding world. Xiao Mo slapped himself and said, Have you heard of J.K. Rowling? This is the author of the Harry Potter books. Cross frowned and said, What does she look like? Xiao Mo took out a paper and drew J.K. Rowling. Cross looked at the picture and said, Oi, is your head okay? You're showing me Rita Skeeter. Xiao Mo froze and said, Father, and you sure this is Rita Skeeter? Cross nodded and said, Of course. How could I not know? I've interacted with her a few times. Xiao Mo threw the paper away and laughed, saying, That sneaky bitch. I knew it, before stopping abruptly and saying, Wait a minute. He looked across and kneeled on the ground, saying, Father. No. Master. Do you have wands? Maybe some wizard magic. Cross was stunned and said, I have my old wand. He took out his first wand that was barely used and gave it to Xiao Mo, who trembled in excitement and saying, Old wand. Do you have the Elder Wand? Cross gasped and said, You even know this? Rita sure is thorough. Xiao Mo said, Father. No. Master. No. Ancestor. Can I see it? Please. Cross laughed and showed him the Elder Wand. Xiao Mo rolled on the ground in happiness before stopping and saying, H. Wait a minute. He jumped up and said, If there's a wizarding world, then does that mean the anime worlds are real too? He started talking to himself, and Cross tilted his head, saying anime. Xiao Mo hummed and said, It's cartoons with magical powers. There's even a guy who can produce strings from his body. Cross froze and said, Are you a spy? Xiao Mo looked at Cross in shock and said, You? Cross waved his hand, and white strings came out. Xiao Mo almost fainted and shouted, What? Cross chuckled and said, My wife can produce whale tears from her eyes. Xiao Mo was trembling and didn't respond for a long time. He gripped the old wand tightly as he said, Ancestor. No. Great ancestor. Thank you. You have given me a goal in life. He kowtowed and said, I hope we meet again, before flying away. Cross chuckled and flicked a ring at Xiao Mo, who caught and trembled at the wizard books inside. He almost fell from the sky in shock before shouting, Great ancestor. No. Supreme benefactor. This Xiao Mo will never forget this favor, as he flew off to a new adventure, full of fun and dream chasing. Cross actually quite liked Xiao Mo. He was funny. He returned to his room and sat in the chair. Jasmine reverted to her human form and snuggled into his chest happily. Cross stroked her hair and said, My little tiger, how are you feeling? Jasmine rubbed her stomach and said, Hungry, sick, and horny. Cross smirked and said, I can take care of 2 of those. Jasmine hummed and licked her lips as she said sexily, Oh, can you? Cross pinned her to the bed and said, One at a time, yeah? Jasmine spread her legs and said, Well then, what are you waiting for? Her tone turned seductive as she said, Fill me up, hubby. Cross groaned and didn't need a second opinion as he removed her clothes and gave her exactly what she wanted. The room was once again filled with moans and grunts. They were inseparable. The room next door, Mu Bingyan was trying extremely hard to keep her cool as she cultivated. It was clearly an impossible and thankless task. She lay back on her bed and her face turned completely red as she heard, Ugh. So good. Right there. She tossed and turned in her bed before going to take a bath to calm her emotions. She sat in her bath, still hearing the noises. The inevitable situation finally came, and Mu Bingyan bit her lips, grabbing her own body and succumbing to fantasy. She was extremely embarrassed, thinking about what the disciples would think if they knew. Her thoughts turned to the disciples watching her get ravaged by Cross in plain view. For some reason, this only excited her more. She wasn't the only one spending Valentine's Day alone. Several other female disciples were in the same situation, but they had no scruples, directly fantasizing about Cross. Some of the bolder ones even mumbled his name. Unfortunately, their fantasies were just that, fantasies. That didn't stop them from letting out their inner desires. Some of the girls even imagined Yinshi and Cross at the same time. How sexually frustrated were these girls? One of the girls almost went across room to join in, before being pulled back by a friend. Happy Valentine's Day. Cross arrived at the arena, while the rest of the sect blushed deeply. 2 nights in a row. This guy can go on forever. They had no doubts Cross was a machine. After all, they had heard the entire thing. They even heard him telling Yinshi yesterday he had used the time-will pearl for that reason. They were completely dumbfounded at that time. A month of constant sex. What kind of concept is that? This guy, he could ascend with the Tao of sex if he wanted. Cross ignored their blushing faces and stood in the arena. Sue Linger was his opponent today. He also changed his outfit today. He was feeling a little wild, so he cut his hair back to short and wavy. It was messy, but a good messy. But that wasn't the main point. The bit shock was this guy. He ripped a beast he killed from the god realm of absolute, beginning in half, and the upper half of its jaw was used as a hat. The pelt flowed down his back, and the arms and paws hung over his chest. He truly looked like he just came out of the forest, and it was his first time in civilization. They were expecting him to take out a stone spear. Unfortunately, the stones from the god realm of absolute beginning were too hard to turn into a spear tip. Otherwise, the jokester would have definitely made one. The eternal heaven god emperor stood up and said incredulously, absolute beginning profound beast. The other king realm spectators trembled in shock. They looked at Cross in shock, finally realizing why he acted like a wild animal. This guy, how long was he in there for? Cross growled, and the announcer started the fight. He was surprised Sue Linger didn't concede. He didn't attack, and asked, "You didn't give up?" He touched his face and added, "Could it be you've fallen for my looks?" Sue Linger was prepared for the toughest fight of her life. When she heard his words and almost collapsed, she pointed and said, "Who would fall for a wild boy like you? Ripping people's arms off. All handsome and wild. I don't care about you." Though she said that, she was blushing. By the end of the sentence, she turned her head and pouted. Cross was confused. Was this the legendary Tsundere? The crowd almost fell over. "You said you don't care, but you obviously do." Linger's father almost blew his top. First, his little angel wants to marry Yinshi. Now his big angel was blushing at the wild hooligan. He almost went over and gave her a nice spanking. What happened to the little girls who clung to their father like dog plaster? He was depressed. Cross said seriously this, "Fairy Linger, I'm sorry, I'm a married man." The audience was stunned. Why did this turn into a romantic drama? Sue Linger snorted and said, "Why are you telling me this?" "I don't care," though she looked sad. Father Sue almost shouted in grief. What he wanted to say was, "You wild boy, you dared to reject my daughter," obviously forgetting that he was just mad that she liked him. Honestly, do you want her to get married or what? Make up your mind. He had more personalities than Cross. Cross walked over and said, he patted her shoulder and said, "You'll find the one, Fairy Linger." Sue Linger went berserk and slashed at him with her sword, saying, "Shut up, you damn sexy wild boy." Cross dodged the sword slashes, feeling awkward. Did she just call him sexy? What was he supposed to say? Thank you? He kept dodging the sword slashes before she tripped, and her sword was about to lodge itself in her brain. Cross spun her around and bit her sword blade. The end result was, well, Father Sue shouted, "You little bastard." Sue Main and her brother held him back with wry smiles. Cross held Linger's waist, dripping her back slightly with her sword in his mouth. Honestly, if it was a rose, it would be straight out of a movie. Sue Linger was dazed as a pink blush crept up on her face. Cross was a bit awkward. She was beautiful, no doubt about that, but he was a married man. Plus, they didn't even know each other. Also, if he was to find another wife, he had to find his other wives first. No? He nodded to himself. This is how a gentleman acts. He used a move he hadn't used for a long time and held Yue's hand before spinning her out of the arena, returning the sword to its sheath as he did so. Cross let out a breath. Seems like those dancing lessons from Hogwarts were worth it. Sue Linger spun out of the arena and landed on the ground softly, losing the fight. She was in a beautiful daze as the announcer said, Sue Linger is out of bounds. Cross wins. The audience clapped and wiped their eyes. One woman even said, young romance. Another man in the crowd was wearing a green jumpsuit and shouted with tears in his eyes, youth. Cross lifted his fist in the air and accepted the applause. The announcer said, June Chalet has left and is unable to participate. Therefore, Yinshi advances and will fight Cross in the finals. Yinshi jumped to the stage, and Cross looked at him before saying, what's the reward for first place? The announcer said, you can learn any of the King Realm's techniques. Cross clicked his tongue and muttered, just this? So stingy. The King Realm spectators coughed and gave Cross a funny look. Cross said, all right, well, whatever. I'll just beat you until you advance, I guess. Yinshi scratched his cheek and Cross flashed over, nailing him in the stomach as he whispered, do your tribulation here. You may be important enough to get techniques from someone. Yinshi was sent flying, but Cross flashed behind him, punching his back in a very specific place. He sent small wisps of black lightning into Yinshi's body with every punch, and Yinshi was being smashed around like a pinball. His aura was getting chaotic from the black lightning stimulation, and Cross finally punched him right in the chest, smashing him into the ground. Yinshi landed on the ground, and dark thunderclouds gathered above the arena. The crowd was shocked. He's going to advance like this? Cross looked up and said, not big enough. He punched upwards and blasted a hole through the clouds, shocking the audience. Mu Bingyan shouted, what are you doing? Cross ignored her and sneered at the clouds. What are you waiting for? Maybe you're scared from last time. The cloud seemed to tremble in anger and exploded outwards, covering a far distance, but not nearly as far as Cross did. Cross looked at the announcer and said, I concede, before walking off. He had no need for these guys' trashy arts. His movement art was already better than all of theirs combined. Plus, he already mastered the 5th step and was currently working on the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th steps, though it was extremely difficult. The 5th step had 81 movements, the 6th would have 243, the 7th would have 729, the 8th would have 2187, and the 9th would have 6,561. The movements were extremely complicated, but when mastered to the extreme like Cross, all the movements would merge into one step. Basically, whether it was the 1st step or 9th step, all the movements had to come together at the same time as your body physically took a step forward. When your foot hit the ground, you should have performed all the movements already or at the same time. There was also a secret to the technique. If you performed all the movements before stepping, you would never master the technique. All the movements had to be executed the moment your foot touches the ground, or you would stay at the 3rd level forever. Of course, he would never put this into writing. This was a test in itself. If you couldn't figure out the essence of the technique, were you even qualified to use it? Naturally not. His successor would definitely comprehend the essence. He was sure of it. Yinshi went through a 9-stage super tribulation, while Cross watched from his seat. He felt like the cloud was glaring at him, as if to say, see this? I'm frying your brother. Are you angry? Are you aggrieved? There's nothing you can do. Cross ignored the cloud. Yinshi wasn't that weak where he would die from a static shock. Sure enough, Yinshi stood up when he was done, his cultivation raised to divine spirit realm 8th stage. He went up an entire great realm in a single fight. The announcer said, Yinshi wins. Yinshi was stunned and looked over at Cross, who was waving at him. Yinshi tilted his head and Cross said, I gave up, just go with it. Yinshi nodded, but the Eternal Heaven Emperor had a serious expression on his face, An old man stood up and said, "Your Majesty, the prophecy." The eternal heaven emperor was silent, and Fantion said, "Prophecy? You divined something again." The old man nodded and took out a book before said aloud, "He who blasts the heavens shall bring calamity to the god realm. Rivers of blood and corpses will litter his path." Everybody looked at Cross, who frowned and said, "Who are you slandering, old man?" The old man shook his head and said, "This is the prophecy. They have never been wrong before. I would naturally not slander anyone." Cross jumped out onto the stage and threw Yinshi back to the Snow Song Realm spectators as he said, "You're going to kill me because of a prophecy? Do you realize how ridiculous that sounds?" The old man said coldly, "This is what heaven's will mandates. It is the absolute truth." Cross burst out laughing before shouting, "Heaven's will." He spat on the ground and said angrily, "What heaven's will? I am the one who decides my future, not some imaginary garbage." Thunder rumbled above him, and Cross sneered as he shouted, "Scram! You're nothing but another obstacle in my path. One day I will tear you apart." The old man was so shocked, so disgusted, so offended that he pointed across and said, You're a devil. You must be. The heavens nurture us. How can you slander them?" The King Realms frowned, looking at Cross, who looked at all the spectators only to see them giving him dirty looks. Somebody said, "No wonder he was so brutal. He's a devil." Another gasped, "He escaped from the northern region." Someone else said, "Must be. Why would Senior Heaven lie?" Cross was so angry he laughed instead. He ripped the beast pelt off his body and turned it to ashes as he said dangerously, "Are you sure you want to make me a devil, old man? Are you absolutely positively sure you want to go down this path? Once you make a decision, you can't go back." The old man ignored the threat and said, "You're a devil spawn." The crowd started getting rowdy. Cross looked at the King Realms and sneered, "We're going to follow this crazy old man?" The eternal heaven god emperor said coldly, "Since Senior Heaven deemed you a devil, then it must be so." Cross burst out laughing, and he looked in a certain direction as he said, "My sweet little prey, seems like our game had been postponed." Linger appeared and said, It was you the whole time." Cross let out a breath, and his wild aura disappeared. What replaced it was a cold and indifferent look. There wasn't even the slightest ripple as he looked at Linger's face. He said, "I assume Nan Wanqing's troops are already at the Brahma God realm." Fontaine's pupils shrank, and he shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting, devil?" Cross sneered and said, "Who do you think sent Nan Wanqing the news? Even the dragon monarch knows. What's more, your Brahma God realm did indeed capture and kill dragons. They did indeed go to the southern sea god's palace and kill thousands." Cross gave him a double fuck you with his fingers and said, "Your realm is most likely in ruins, cunt. Ha. It's a shame I can't go see it for myself." Fantion was enraged, and Nan Wanqing shouted, "You brat. You manipulated us?" The dragon monarch frowned, and Cross sneered, "Are you special? A greedy rat and a big snake. What qualifications do you have to accuse me?" His sneer was full of disdain as he made a thumbs-down gesture, saying, "Though, the information I gave wasn't wrong. Plus, you two morons played your roles perfectly. Even if Fantion knows I did everything, will it change the fact that you both attacked the Brahma God realm?" Cross looked at Linger and said, "Initially, I had a big surprise for you, but it seems you won't get it anymore." He chuckled and added, "The Brahma goddess? The sounds of your moaning really are music to my ears, though I recommend you use less bubbles in your bath. I couldn't quite get a good look at you. Ha. Before stepping and fleeing as fast as he could, the eternal heaven god emperor, Nan Wanqing, Fantion, the dragon monarch, and around a dozen different realm kings from other realms chased after him. Linger followed them, but her head was filled with thoughts, the war on the Brahma realm. It was all his doing. Everything. What a man. She blushed deeply and sped up, hoping to save his life, so he could be her dog forever. He could join her in a bath if he wanted. This woman, how messed up was she? To love the guy who destroyed your home. Then again, destroying her home made her love him even more. It was truly fucked up. Cross whistled as he ran, spinning in the air and throwing an accepted separation lotus at the group before throwing his arc out and speeding away. They chased him relentlessly all the way to the god realm of absolute beginning. Cross fled into it and kept going. After a short pause, they chased after him. Yinshi slapped out a palm shouting, "Die, brat." Cross was alarmed and pocketed the arc before running on foot. He suddenly stopped and recovered his balance before turning around with a wry smile. Behind him was the abyss of nothingness. The divine masters appeared and said, "You sure can run, brat. Where are you going to run now?" Cross said shamelessly, "How about you give me an hour head start and I'll pass by you guys right now?" Nan Wansheng sneered, "Not today." Cross gulped and said, "Well, then I guess you aren't staying for tea." Yinshi was beyond enraged and shouted, "Go have tea in hell," as he smashed a palm at Cross, who rubbed his nose and said, "When you die, I'll be waiting for you in hell," before falling backwards into the abyss of nothingness. Sue Linger shouted, "No." Cross sneered and was engulfed by the pitch-black darkness. The divine masters all started leaving. Obviously, the only way he could come out of there was if he was a ghost, and even then, probably not. Yinshi sped away, but Nan Wansheng stopped him and sneered, "Hand over the soul bell, Fantion." "The brat wasn't wrong. I did indeed attack your realm. Hand over the bell, and I'll call them back." Yinshi trembled in rage and said dangerously, "Are you sure you want to do this, Wansheng?" Nan Wansheng sneered and said, "You shut up and hand it over." Yinshi sneered and rang the bell. Nan Wansheng's pupil shrank, and he sped away, saying, "Fantion, enjoy the ruins and corpses in your Brahma realm." Ha 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 ha. A few days passed. The news of Cross being labeled a devil and killed spread through the god realm. Luna and Feng Shuier was stunned and immediately contacted Cross. Even Jasmine contacted him. Currently, Cross was revolving the great way of the Buddha frantically as he fell into the endless abyss. He heard the girls' voices and replied with difficulty, "Rejoice. Your amazing, sexy, invincible husband isn't dead yet. Might be a while before I get out of here. Just reach Divine Master, Realm Peak. By the time I get out, I'll slaughter north, east, south, and west before cutting out and focusing on surviving." Cross was falling in the pitch-black abyss. He was constantly circulating the great way of the Buddha. The abyss was constantly destroying his body, but Cross was gritting his teeth and keeping up with it. He studied the abyss around him. This was pure nothingness energy. Nothingness in its primordial state. His eyes glowed brighter and brighter before he started laughing. "Of course. Ha ha ha. I'm so stupid." His body was enveloped by a whirlpool, and the nothingness was welcomed instead of rejected. The diagram on his back started getting brighter and brighter as he continued to fall, his body getting more and more destroyed as he fell, but he circulated the great way of the Buddha furiously. He was clearly overloading it, but he didn't care. Time slowly trickled away. 1.5 years passed. Cross finally slammed into hard ground, but it didn't hurt at all. He had reached the 10th level of the great way of the Buddha. Not only that, Cross stood up and lifted his palm. A Vanta black swirl appeared over his palm. He laughed like a maniac, and his cultivation exploded to the divine, sovereign peak. He looked around in the small cave room. There was no exits, no entrances, only a floating white crystal and a dim sword. Cross walked over to the sword and heard Aurora speak. "Master, I can feel it. That sword is like Aurora." Cross touched the sword and said, "This is the heaven-punishing ancestral sword." Aurora jumped for joy and Cross smiled before forging it into the prayer beads. Aurora gobbled it up and upgraded herself as well as the sister beads. The necklace looked the same, but Aurora said confidently, "I'm much stronger now, Master. Now I can do sword attacks." Cross had the vague feeling she was patting her chest when she said that. Aurora explained, "Well, my power went to you, so you can cut whatever you want with your palms, Master. Just like a sword." Also, since the baddie wheel and the goody sword were opposites, but Aurora ate them, the cultivation speed increased by 10 times. Yin-yang fusion. Cross rubbed the beads and said, "Good girl." Aurora giggled and enjoyed his touches. He walked to the floating white crystal and wondered what it was. He touched it, and suddenly the crystal shot into his abdomen. Cross roared to the sky as the castle inside his body ate the crystal. A strange phenomenon occurred. The entire god realm of absolute beginning started to shrink. Cross was standing in the cave as everything around him was sinking into his body. His cultivation increased, and by the time the entire god realm of absolute beginning was sucked into his inner world, he was something completely new. His profound veins shattered and entered all his acupoints. 108,000 of them. His entire being of existence changed. His body was transformed from in the inside out once again. All his energy melted down and went into his acupoints. The great way of the Buddha condensed the last 2 levels and sank into his body before the pagoda cracks and scattered inside him. The pagoda pieces went into all his acupoints and colored them in gold before turning red. The void beast on his back roared, and the red color turned to black, and his body shined. One by one, the divine beasts on his back were devoured by the void beast. The wings shot into the void beast, and its whole body shone, going through a qualitative change. Cross slammed his fists out and roared along with the void beast. Everywhere in the god realm, his roar was heard. The void beast on his back shined before dimming and looking completely different. It had 3 pairs of wings, gold, white, and half red, half blue. Its paws became tiger paws. It gained a black shell on its back, and it had long dragon horns on its head. Cross opened his eyes and floated in space. His eyes turned into black whirlpools before the black whirlpools shrank and became his pupils. Around his black pupils, a bright red color appeared, spinning in the opposite direction and getting bigger until the red light became his irises. The ring on his back spun at a slow rate, but it was noticeably faster than before. While his tattoos didn't change, they just became Vanna black in color. Cross was completely reborn. He had attained a special constitution. Normally, if someone were to reach the 12th level of the Great Way of the Buddha, they would get the body of saints that the Rage God had. But because of Cross' special situation and the interference from the Void Beast, his body had changed to the body of the Void. It was nothing special, but Cross could feel that he was nowhere near finished with this body. He moved his body, and crackling thunder noises sounded from it. He felt amazing, almost invincible. He didn't know whether the so-called envoys of the great Brahma sovereign were strong, but he knew that he could for sure fight them. He looked in a specific direction and narrowed his eyes. His hair was a neat mess and wavy, barely reaching his shoulders. He was, as usual, only wearing shorts and prayer beads. His understanding of the void step had reached a new peak. He could now perform the 6th step perfectly with absolute mastery. The increase in distance with each step after the 5th was a 10x multiplier. The 6th step was 10 million miles, the 7th was 100 million, the 8th was 1 billion, and the 9th was 10 billion. 10 billion miles. What kind of concept was that? He could cross the entire god realm with a single step. Basically, if he reached that step, he would be the absolute fastest person in the history of ever. Oh, you're stronger than me? Haha, can you catch me? Catcho. See ya. Maybe the pursuer would be so angry that they would cough up blood and die. Cross mumbled, "It's been 5 years since then. It's time." He stepped and disappeared, leaving a crack in the air itself. Not even a day later, Cross appeared outside a barrier surrounding the entire star god realm. He sneered and pressed his hand on the barrier. A black whirlpool appeared, and the entire barrier popped like a bubble. He continued to the palace before witnessing Jasmine and Tsaiji, along with a cute little baby with red hair and red eyes, in a formation circle. Cross had a gentle smile on his face, looking at his daughter. He looked at the formation circle and frowned. This was a sacrificial circle. The Star God Emperor looked over at the intruder and jumped as he said, "I thought you were dead." Jasmine looked over and saw Cross. She was also surprised. Cross sneered and said, "Trying to kill my wife and daughter. Hee hee. You must be tired of living, eh?" He looked at Moonflower and said, "You've survived long enough," before pointing at her. Her entire body exploded into a blood mist. Cross looked at his father-in-law and smiled. You want to become a true god like this? A bit too naive. He chuckled and added, even if it worked. He heavily sneered. Are you worthy to become one? Xing Juekong shouted angrily, kill him. Whether or not I have the rights to become a true god isn't decided by you, brat. Cross clicked his tongue and said, actually, father-in-law, it sort of does. You see. He snapped his fingers and a black hole appeared in the room, sucking in all the elders and people, twisting them up and slaughtering them as he finished, I am a true god. Xing Juekong's eyes widened and he shouted frantically, attack. Attack! Kill him! Cross ignored them and slowly walked to the barrier, the black hole following him and killing anyone who was unfortunate enough to come near. He squatted in front of the barrier and pressed on it, popping it like a bubble, before caressing Jasmine's tear-filled face as he said, did you miss me? Jasmine nodded, and the 2-year-old sniffed at Cross, saying, Mommy. Who dis? Jasmine cried happily, saying, Daddy, baby. It's Daddy. Finally feeling relieved after 2 years of worry. He was safe and invincible. Cross looked at Saiji and grinned, saying, hello, sister-in-law. Believe it or not, your sister never even spoke your name to me. Saiji crossed her arms and pouted at Jasmine, who smiled cheekily. The kid was still processing all this, and Cross took her, saying, what's your name? The little girl snorted, saying, Lily. Who are you? Big baddie. Cross coughed and said, who's a big baddie? I'm your dad. Silly girl. Lily waved her fist, saying, you're silly. Your whole family is silly. Cross poked her nose and said, you're my family, so you're silly too. Lily was stumped and cursed, damn. Cross laughed and said to Jasmine, your father. Kill him? Do you mind? Jasmine made a funny face and said, are you asking my permission to kill my father? Does that not sound weird to you? Cross shrugged and said, meh. I was going to destroy the entire realm. Jasmine hummed and said, all right. Cross smiled and held Lily in his arms as he said, Lily, say goodbye to Grandpa. Lily waved at Juekong, saying bye-bye. Cross smiled and waved his hand. Juekong turned into red bubbles before popping out of existence. Lily clapped and said, pretty. Cross smiled happily, and Jasmine stood up, saying, what are you going to do now? Cross smiled and said, isn't it obvious? Slaughter in all directions. He grinned and said, I have a huge surprise for you, by the way. Jasmine raised a brow and Cross gulped as he said, you know, when you were on the ground before, I didn't notice, but you got much sexier after giving birth. He squeezed her plump breasts as he added in admiration in, I was right. They got bigger. Jasmine covered her chest, and her entire face turned bright red. Saiji pointed at Cross in shock, saying, you're a regular pervert. Cross scoffed, I am no such thing. What are you talking about? Though he said that, he was hungrily looking at Jasmine up and down. Jasmine started to feel hot. Saiji beat on Cross' shoulders with her fist, saying, big pervert. You're a giant pervert. Cross chuckled and hugged Saiji with one arm, picking her up like a pig as he said to Jasmine, you'll never believe what happened to me. Lily mumbled. Little Ani said Daddy was a pervert. Who to believe? This was a big decision in her little life. Was her daddy a pervert? She didn't even know what it meant, but she was sure it wasn't good things. Jasmine said, what could be so surprising? Cross smiled and said the god realm of absolute beginning disappeared. Jasmine was stunned and said, eh. Cross chuckled and tapped on his abdomen with a smug look. Jasmine's eyes widened and she shouted, what? Cross chuckled and said, I haven't checked yet, but the entire realm was absorbed. Also, I finished the Great Way of the Buddha. Also, he turned around and showed her the diagram. Jasmine looked at the void beast and said, ate the rest. Cross nodded and said, though, it doesn't really matter. He hummed the sad song and a bright white gold lotus appeared, swaying to the rhythm of Cross humming. 3 pairs of different colored wings unfurled on his back, and a half crown of golden light appeared around the right side of his head. Jasmine was entranced as she said, wow, so handsome. Cross pursed his lips and smiled as he said, little wife, what are you in a daze for? Jasmine blinked and blushed, looking away and not daring to look back, as if she was shy. Cross shook his head and said, anyway, Go into the castle with Saiji and don't leave. Let's explore together after I find those two other girls and all those little bastard animals." Jasmine giggled and nodded, saying, "I'll go pack my stuff," grabbing Saiji and running away with rosy cheeks. Cross reverted back to normal and looked at his daughter, who was looking at him seriously. He was amused and said, "What's up, kiddo?" Lily nodded and said seriously, "You're a pervert." Jasmine, Saiji, and Carl went back into the castle, and Cross held Lily in his arms as he said, "Want to be like Daddy?" while he looted the entire palace, taking everything. He threw a wheel with a bunch of symbols into the castle, falling in Jasmine's hands. He didn't know what it was, but Jasmine did. Cross whistled and threw the black hole into the air, and it enveloped the entire star god realm. Lily said, "No, I want to be like Mommy." Cross walked away from the endless destruction as he pouted, saying, "You don't like Daddy? Daddy is very handsome. Why don't you like Daddy?" Lily pouted and said, "Lily is beautiful, not handsome." Cross sighed and walked on the air, traveling miles with each step as he said, "Silly girl, what kind of daughter is this?" Lily giggled and poked his face, saying, "Not a pervert like Daddy." Cross kissed her face, saying, "Who taught you this? Your daddy isn't a pervert." Lily giggled as she tried to push his face away. Cross appeared over the Brahma god realm and looked down. He floated down towards Brahma Heaven City. He walked on the streets towards the palace, saying, "Daddy will teach you to be super powerful, okay? In the future, Lily is going to be the strongest in the world. Beat all the big perverts away." Lily waved her fists excitedly, chiming, "Beat up perverts." Daddy, what's a pervert?" Cross said seriously, "A pervert is a big bad guy. If you're not careful, they'll eat you up." Lily gasped, saying, No. Lily doesn't want to be eaten. You. She started crying. Cross rubbed her back, saying, "Don't worry. Daddy will protect Lily from the perverts. Daddy is the strongest." Lily clung to him, saying, "Daddy will protect Lily?" Cross smiled and said, "Forever." Lily smiled and leaned on his shoulder, mumbling, "Lily is happy to see Daddy," before falling asleep. Cross walked into the palace and kicked down the throne room door, making a soundproof barrier around Lily. Chinya Fantion looked weak sitting on his throne. Cross smiled as he said, "Fantion, long time no see. Are you ready to die?" Chinya Fantion trembled and said, "It can't be. You died. I saw it with my own eyes." Cross chuckled and said, "Yes, well, sometimes eyes can be deceiving." He hooked his finger and the Brahma soul bell appeared. Cross plunged his hand through it before ripping out a white jade disc. He hummed and said, "Eternal life. I can achieve this myself." He kept the primordial seal of life and death and the Brahma soul bell. He had already killed the old guys inside. He looked at Fantion and smiled, saying, "Well, when we meet again, it'll be in hell." Toodles, before blowing on his hand, a black louse appeared before spinning into a massive black hole. Cross turned around and pulled the air. Ching-er, he flew into his hands. He sealed her strength and said with a smile, "My little prey, do you think I've forgotten about you?" Ching-er sighed and said, "I'm disappointed." Cross walked away from the giant black hole with Inger in his hands as he said, "To be honest with you, I am disappointed as well." Inger looked up at him, and he had a sad look on his face as he added, "Your reputation as a cunning and ruthless woman really made me excited. I wanted nothing more than to play you to death, defeating you completely in our own little game." He was truly upset and said hatefully, "These ants flipped the chessboard while we were playing." Chinya Inger sighed and said, "Well, you've won." Cross sighed and said, "It doesn't feel like it. It feels like I cheated." During this conversation, Cross looted the palace for everything they had before leaving the realm to the next one, ignoring the cataclysmic destruction. Cross sent Lily to Jasmine and kept Inger with him as he walked, and talked, saying, "What was your next move?" Chia Inger hummed before replying, "Going to your home star and holding them hostage." Cross smiled and said, "Wouldn't work? I already took everyone away." Chinya Inger smiled and said, "I know, but Yinshi is still from there. When he comes after me, I'll capture him and his wives before forcing you out." Cross grinned and said, "If I still don't come?" Chinya Inger said, "You will." Cross raised a brow and said, "Oh, Inger explained if you didn't value relationships, then you wouldn't have let Yinshi win the convention. You wouldn't have ripped Junxilei's arms off, and you wouldn't have provoked all the realm kings to draw all their attention to you, so Yinshi and the Snow Song realm could escape. Cross grinned widely and said, "You're smarter than those old fucks. I truly am reluctant to kill you." Chin Inger sneered and said, "Don't make me look down on you." Cross smacked her head and said, "Stupid woman, I said reluctant. Doesn't matter how beautiful you are. You're like a poisonous snake. Why would I let you live freely?" He chuckled and said, No. Jasmine will decide your fate. Personally, I think you would be an excellent maid. I even have maid clothes." Chin Inger laughed and chose to not respond. Cross smiled happily and traversed to the southern sea god realm. Cross entered the palace and slaughtered Nan Wansheng, looting the palace for all its worth before setting down another black hole and leaving. Chin Inger asked, "Did you do that to the star god realm too?" Cross said, "It's very efficient, eh?" Inger giggled and said, "How many millions have died?" Cross shrugged and said, "Who cares?" Inger smiled beautifully and said, "Sure enough, I think I may have fallen in love with you." Cross winked at her and said, "Who hasn't? Don't worry, my little maid. You'll be seeing your handsome master much more often." He touched his lips, saying playfully, "Unintentionally conquering a goddess surprisingly feels good." Chin Inger rolled her eyes and said, "So shameless." Cross chuckled and went to the dragon god realm in the western region. He floated above the realm and shouted, "Selena, Gray, White, you four little brats, get the fuck back over here." His voice boomed across the entire dragon region. The dragon monarch appeared, saying, "What are you doing here? I thought you were dead." Cross said, "Shush. I'm here for my beasts." The dragon monarch was enraged, and 7 people appeared. Cross looked at them and said, "You better have a damn good explanation. Otherwise, it's 4-symbol soup for dinner." Selena turned into a beautiful black-haired woman with golden eyes. Gray had red eyes and silver hair. He was not bad-looking. White was particularly handsome and had white hair. The kids looked like a mix of Selena and Gray. Selena sighed and said, "Luna brought us here." Cross grumbled and said, "Get inside. She'll have her turn soon enough." The 7 drilled into a crack, returning to the inner world. The dragon monarch shouted angrily, "You dare to enslave my race?" Cross rolled his eyes and looked at Inger, saying, "Wasn't this guy supposed to be smart?" Inger shrugged, saying, "He's still a beast in the end." Cross replied, I guess you're right." He looked at the beyond humiliated dragon monarch and said, "First of all, little snake, my beasts have been with me for years and years, decades even. I saved their lives and gave them a home. Secondly, who the fuck are you to question me?" A massive killing intent flooded the entire dragon god realm as Cross growled, "Bunch of meat that hasn't been grilled yet. You think you have the right to even speak to this king?" He stepped forward and clutched the dragon monarch's neck in his hands as he continued, "Who gave you the courage? Who?" Suddenly, a spectacularly beautiful woman and Yinshi appeared. Yinshi saw Cross and rubbed his eyes, saying, Big brother." He lunged forward and hugged him. Cross smiled and said, "Hey, I see you've been well." He looked over at the woman and smirked, "Very well. Congratulations, by the way." The woman smiled and rubbed her stomach. Yinshi wiped his eyes and said, "So what are you doing here?" Cross said, "Meh, destroying the people who chase me. The star, Brahma, and southern sea god realms have all been destroyed. There's only the dragon, the heaven secrets, and eternal heaven god realms left. How about you?" Yinshi felt his mouth twitch. Maybe in the entire world. Only Cross will say that so, casually. Yinshi introduced, "This is Shun Shimai. Wife." Shun Shi looked at Yinshi, who shamelessly smiled happily at her. Cross chuckled and said, "You should be the one trapped in the sword, right?" Shun Shi smiled and said, "You knew?" Cross touched his necklace and said, "The sword is no more. Naturally, I have all the sword's memories." Shun Shi's eyes flashed astonishment, and Yinshi said, "She's senior dragon god's daughter. I knocked up his daughter." Cross laughed and said, "You should be able to leave wherever you stay at, or you can stay. I really only have beef with this guy." Inger said, "You only have beef with Nan Wansheng too." Cross said simply, it's easier to kill them all anyway. But if Yinshi wants to become the next dragon monarch with Shun, then I'll just kill this guy, as he shook the dragon monarch in his hands. Yinshi said, just kill him. I can handle the rest. Cross said dubiously, are you sure? Will she help you? Yinshi looked at Shun Shi, who looked at him before finally nodding a bit shyly. Yinshi grinned and Cross laughed as he turned the dragon monarch into a mummy before turning him to dust. Cross held out a blood pearl and threw it to Yinshi, saying, this is all his essence energy. Absorb it slowly. He thought about it and threw Yinshi a gourd and a ring, saying, the gourd is filled with enough divine water of absolute beginning to make a lake, and the ring has precious herbs. See you later, little bro, before walking away. Yinshi smiled happily, and Shun Shi pinched his waist, saying angrily, who said I was your wife? Yinshi smirked and said, you did. Shun Shi pouted and said, father always said to be wary of shameless men. Yinshi chuckled and teased her, saying, I don't think I get the technique down yet. Shun Shi burst into laughter and dragged him away. Cross continued to the heaven's secret realm and looted the place before throwing a giant black hole down and leaving. He couldn't be bothered to even say a word. To these people who just accuse you of being a demon, what is there to say? Will they change? Definitely not. Cross continued his slaughter journey before coming across Jun Shilei and her master. Cross said, Io, you got your arms back. Jun Shilei shivered and her master said, you're supposed to be dead. Cross rolled his eyes and said, is it very surprising I came back? Geez, just relax. The old man hid Jun Shilei behind him, saying, what do you want? Cross sighed and said, why is everybody so scared of me? Inger quipped, you just eradicated 3 king realms and the heaven's secret realm. If they're not scared, maybe they're gods. Cross chuckled and said, you there, old man? I'm in a good mood today. I'll give you a huge boon. He pointed at the old man, and a green light shot forward. The old man started de-aging at a rapid pace, becoming a middle-aged man. Cross flicked a green light at Jun Shilei and fixed her up before saying, I also erased her memories of me. No more heart demon. You're welcome, old man. You didn't chase after me despite what I did to your disciple. You're a good guy. Keep it up. I have high hopes for you. After that, he walked away. Jun Shilei blinked and said, master. Who was that? Jun Wuming smiled and patted her head, saying, a nice kid. Let's go, my little disciple. Jun Shilei smiled and followed her master. Maybe if the people who were killed by Cross heard his words, they would cough up blood and die again. Nice kid. Where's he? That guy's a true demon. The destruction continued. Wherever he went, only destruction and blood followed. He was quite literally a god of death. Cross was standing over the eternal heaven realm with a cold face. This fucking hypocrite was next, and quite possibly the last. Who knows? Cross pointed several times, black lightning shooting out his fingertip with every point. Inger said, strangely, you're not going to destroy this realm? Cross replied, the eternal heaven pearl has a bunch of kids in it. They should be out in a year. After that, it will be extremely weak. I'll be able to devour it at that time. Let's kill them now and wait for the kiddos to come out before destroying the realm. This is a better plan, no? Inger looked at the prayer beads and said, so, which treasures did it eat? Cross said, so far, the sword and the wheel. I have the disc, but Yinshi has the sky poison pearl and the mirror of samsara. After I get the eternal heaven pearl, I need to find World Piercer. Inger said, what about the pearl and the mirror? Cross replied, Yinshi is the pearl, and the pearl is Yinshi. The mirror is something from his family, an heirloom of sorts. I won't take them. I don't need the pearl or mirror because poison is cheating and I have no intentions of dying anytime soon. So I don't need the mirror. He looked at Inger and smiled. It wouldn't be fair for me to poison you to death, would it? I didn't think so. I wanted to beat your fair and square. Alas, he sighed and continued slaughtering people with lightning bolts, evidently in a bad mood. Inger sighed and said, I didn't even get a chance. Cross sighed and said, anyway, I think we'll have a bigger enemy soon. Inger said, we? Bigger enemy? Cross got serious and said, someone called the great Brahma sovereign. Inger was confused and said, Brahma? Cross said, just as I thought. There's no relation to your Brahma realm at all. He chuckled and said, seems like me and Brahma were destined to be enemies. Ha ha, here. Shook her head with a smile, and Cross muttered, time to go punish my two little escapee wives, as he stepped and blurred, disappearing. As they were traveling, Inger asked escapee. Cross replied, they ran away to avoid getting captured by enemies and putting me in a bad position. Inger said, smart. I would have definitely went after them. Cross frowned and said, if I can't protect my own women, what's the point of living? I'm still angry. Inger added her 2 cents. At least they're sensible enough to know that they would just be burdens. Cross sighed and said they could have told me instead of disappearing. Inger was silent. She couldn't relate. Cross appeared above a realm where he saw a bunch of people. He floated down and looked at Luna and his kids with Buckbeak. Luna was frowning, saying, I have a husband. No, thank you. A man said lustfully, Fairy Luna, don't be like that. I sincerely love you. Cross frowned and said, what is this farce? Luna looked up and saw Cross. She smiled before trembling as tears appeared in her eyes. Zephyr and Pandora shouted, Daddy! Everyone looked up at Cross, and the man who sincerely loved Luna pointed and said, you dash. Cross waved, and everyone around his family turned to blood mist as he said, don't taint my ears with your nonsense. Luna didn't say anything. She knew he was extremely angry at this moment. Cross landed in front of her and didn't say anything. Luna hung her head down and Cross waved, opening a crack as he said, go. We'll talk later. Luna and the rest went inside. Zephyr and Pandora hugged him before going inside. Buckbeak looked like an 18-year-old kid with 6 wings on his back, but they were drooping as he walked inside. Cross said nothing and left the realm, going towards Feng Shuer. A while later, Cross found Feng Shuer with red and blue. They were similarly cornered by a ton of people. All their eyes burned with lust. A man said, little fairy Shui, today you will be enjoyed by the entire realm. Who gave you the courage to deny me? Cross frowned, and Inger giggled, saying, another one bites the dust. Cross waved, and Feng Shuer, red and blue, floated up to him. He gave Feng Shuer a look before opening the inner world. She held back her tears and walked inside. Red and blue, who had both gained their human forms, also walked inside without a word. Cross looked at the man and said, you're the Realm King? You want to force my wife and pass her around like a slave? Who gave you the courage? His voice got louder and louder as a suffocating aura enveloped the entire realm. The man turned pale, and Cross shouted with the anger of God, congratulations. The entire realm will sink with you. He raised a fist, and black energy swirled around it as he punched down hard. The black energy shot into the ground, and the realm itself started collapsing in on itself, a black hole forming in the middle, sucking up everyone in the realm. There was no escaping. It was impossible. Cross sneered at the man and said, join the underworld empire, you disgusting ant, before disappearing with a step. From outside, the realm was floating in on itself, sucking in even light, until there was nothing left, and the black hole collapsed on itself. In hell, Lucifer was jumping with joy at the massive influx of souls. He laughed happily, ha ha. Cross, if you were a woman, I would marry you. Ah, my idol. He did a happy dance and took out a poster and some memorabilia he made himself before disappearing. Dumbledore was also dancing with joy. So many people who were killed by the little bastard. They'll definitely join his empire. A massive group of souls appeared in front of him, namely the Realm Kings and God Emperors. Fantion looked at the Eternal Heaven Emperor, Nan Wansheng, Xing Juekong, and the Dragon Monarch, saying, he got you all too. They all had ugly faces, and Dumbledore clapped, saying, welcome, friends. They turned to him and said, who are you? Dumbledore smiled happily and said, I'm Albus Dumbledore. This is my empire. I invite you to join it. If you're skeptical, I can tell you right now, this empire is entirely made up of people killed by Cross. All of us hate him to the bone. We only have one goal, and that's to destroy him and torture his soul for eternity when he dies. The Realm Kings and God Emperors were stunned. Nan Wansheng said, the entire empire. Dumbledore nodded happily and clapped. A man appeared next to him, and Dumbledore said, "Rupert, show them around and explain our empire in detail." Rupert nodded and said, "If you'll follow me, guests." They followed him, and Rupert showed them around the empire. It was very beautiful. Everybody looked pretty happy. They mixed together very well. The Dragon Monarch saw a bunch of people holding their fists over their hearts and saying "Kill Cross" before leaving and asked, "What are they doing?" Rupert explained, "This is our universal goodbye gesture. Our emperor made it very popular." The eternal heaven god emperor asked, "How did he become your emperor?" Rupert cleared his throat and explained, "There are realms in hell, just like the world above. From the bottom to the top, it goes like this: demon, devil, lesser devil, upper devil, archdevil, devil lord, devil emperor, hell ruler, and finally hell god. Each stage has 6 stages: entry, low, mid, high master, and peak. We have a free cultivation pavilion along with a soul weapon tower." Chinya Fantion asked, "You have a currency? What level is the emperor at?" Rupert nodded and said, "Our currency is Cerberus coins. There are 3 levels. The first is 1-headed coins, the second is 2-headed coins, and the third is 3-headed coins. 100 1-headed coins is 1 2-headed coin. 100 2-headed coins is 1 3-headed coin. Above this, there are soul stones. These are cultivation resources as well as currency, and they are divided into 4 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade." Rupert paused for a moment before continuing, "You will all receive 100 3-headed coins as a welcoming gift. Our emperor is at the Devil Emperor level high stage." Nan Wanxing asked, "Are there other empires?" Rupert nodded and said, "Yes. Currently we have good relations with the Slaughter God Killer Empire, though we are not the strongest in the region. Our emperor is very good at diplomacy." The Realm Kings were silent before one asked, "What about the actual ruler of hell?" Rupert sighed and explained, "His name is Lucifer. He normally doesn't care what happens as long as nobody provokes him. He's actually quite laid back, but he has a few problems." Chinya Fantion asked, "Problems?" Rupert shook his head and said, "Lucifer has a severe celebrity weakness. He's like a teenager and he obsesses over idols, with his idols being people who send him a lot of souls." Nan Wansheng said, "Strangely, you mean?" Rupert nodded and said, "Cross is his favorite idol." The faces of the Realm Kings turned ugly, but Rupert smiled and added, "He promises to all the empires that once the person dies, he will not interfere." The Dragon Monarch said, "You trust him?" Rupert nodded and said, "Lucifer is many things, but he is absolutely not a liar. He is a very straightforward and honest person. He's just very tricky. You have to be very careful around him. If he offers you a contract, read it very carefully. It could be filled with loopholes and hidden clauses." The group nodded seriously and followed Rupert around, continuing the tour. Back in the living world, Cross was walking along when a young man appeared in his path. He was very handsome and had short black hair. It was Lucifer. Lucifer squealed and said, "Cross, you're my idol. Can you sign these?" Cross was stunned but smiled and signed his memorabilia of himself. Lucifer jumped with joy and Cross chuckled, saying, "There you go." Lucifer waved and the items disappeared as he shook Cross' hand, enthusiastically saying, "You're the best. I'm Lucifer. Keep sending me souls," before disappearing. Cross was stunned. Chin Yanger made a weird face and said, "Did the devil himself just ask for your autograph?" Cross touched his nose and said, "I think so." Chin shook her head and Cross chuckled before continuing on. He needed to go to one more place before talking to his little wives about their punishment. He walked to the north, each step taking miles at once as he neared the realm of devils. Cross and Inger looked at the curtain of darkness, shutting in the northern region. Cross was confused. Why was there a darkness curtain here? Were they really in that dire straits? He shrugged and flew into the northern divine region. Cross looked at the gloomy world he seemed to have walked into. He clicked his tongue and said, "What a dump." A woman appeared in front of him, saying, "You can say that again." Cross looked at the woman and said, "Eh." He waved, and the black haze around her disappeared as Cross added, "You know, it's very rude not showing yourself, even though I can see you anyway." The woman was revealed, and Inger said, "Chi Wu Yao." Cross held Chi Wu Yao's chin as he said, "Oh?" Devil Empress? You are very pretty. He was being honest. She was very beautiful. Qi Wuyao smiled seductively, saying, "Thank you." Cross sneered, "Your little charms won't work on me. Try again and the entire northern region will disappear for real. Want to test me?" Qi Wuyao froze, and Cross continued, "Especially from a virgin like you. Now tell me, what is your little soul doing in Mu Xuaning's body?" Qi Wuyao said, "You knew." Cross clicked his tongue and pushed her chin away as he said, "How could I not? Do I look stupid to you?" Qi Wuyao said, "What are you doing here then, Mr. Devil?" Cross rolled his eyes and said, "Make sure you little oppressed people don't start a war for no reason. All the God Emperors are dead. Of course, I came to thin the herd." Qi Wuyao was truly surprised this time and said, "You killed them all." Cross said, "If not, just shut up and bring me around. I'll kill the competition and you will rule the devils. If you go overboard, I'll just kill you too. Isn't peace nice? At least you won't have to live in this dump anymore." Qi Wuyao said, "But why?" Cross sighed and said, "If I could take care of everything at once and sit back relaxing, fishing, reading, and hugging my little girl after without worry if some moron decides to start a war for no reason, I'll have less of a headache, no? I can kill everyone if I want. I'm only doing this because I'm pretty sure Mo, he was a huge cunt and accused the devils of being evil because they used darkness energy." He stopped and waved his hand in the air, shouting, "Bah! Why am I explaining myself to you? Start moving before I make you my second maid." Qi Linger shook her head, and Qi Wuyao felt her mouth twitch, but still obediently showed him around. They came to a place with constant winds. Cross picked up an evil god seed and flicked it into the sky, shooting it off into the distance. It eventually smacked Yinshi in the head, who ate it right after. Cross flew around the northern region, eliminating God Emperor-level characters who would not submit. He threw the problems to Qi Wuyao and then left the northern region, smashing the barrier apart and freeing them with Qi Wuyao's promise that they won't act up. She tasked her shadows to take care of things as she flew away on a mission. Cross ignored her and flew back to the Flame God realm. He landed in the flaming abyss and saw the vermilion bird again. Cross snapped his fingers, saying, "Hurry up and reform your body. We have a deal." The vermilion bird was aggrieved and said, "I cross my fingers." Cross clicked his tongue and said, "Such a shameless bird. What happened to honor and integrity between bird and elf?" The vermilion bird shouted, "What honor and integrity?" Cross-eyed and said, "Come on, seriously, let's go. I have things to do." The vermilion bird snorted and Cross threw a bunch of medicinal herbs with a ton of purple vein divine crystal, netherworld Adumbra flowers, divine master cores, and a ball of divine water of absolute beginning. A while later, the vermilion bird was reformed. Cross nodded and threw her in the inner world, saying, "Let's go. No time for your big return speech." The vermilion bird was aggrieved, but went into the inner world obediently. Cross rolled his eyes and flashed back to the eternal heaven realm. It was completely deserted. Cross threw Inger on his shoulder and walked into his inner world. He was immediately assaulted by a primordial aura and air. Qin Inger looked around, saying, "Wow, is this the god realm of absolute beginning?" Cross looked around and said, "It's my inner world now." Inger was stunned. Cross slapped her ass, saying, "Pay attention." Inger pouted, and Cross ignored her as he walked to the castle in the distance. He would check out the changes later. He had a few things to do first. He entered the castle, and Jasmine, Luna, and Feng Shuer were sitting at table. Cross walked over and said, "Saiji?" "The kids." Jasmine said, "Saiji is taking care of Lily right now. Zephyr and Pandora are exploring." Cross held out Inger by her collar. She gave him a toothy grin and waved. Cross felt his mouth twitch upwards, and Jasmine seethed at the sight of her. Luna and Feng Shuer were looking at Inger silently. After Inger, it was their turn to be punished. They were not looking forward to it at all. Cross said, "Jasmine, you decide what to do with her." Jasmine sneered and said, "I assume you have a suggestion?" Cross shrugged and said, "Kill her, don't kill her, keep her as a slave, made cripple her, and throw her to a group of rapists. I couldn't care less." He threw Inger to the ground at Jasmine's feet and walked away, saying, "You two follow me." Luna and Feng Shui trembled before following him. Jasmine looked down at Sue Linger, who still had a smile on her face. Jasmine said with a sneer, "Look at that. The untouchable goddess feel in love with someone who won't even touch her with a 10-foot pole. Isn't that ironic?" Sue didn't reply, and Jasmine kicked her away, saying, "Death is too good for you. You'll be my slave for the rest of your life." Sue Linger hid a smile from Jasmine, who kicked her again right in the face. Cross was sitting on a chair in another room. He laid Luna over his legs and spanked her really hard. She was used to the playful spanks. This one had to be different. Luna shed tears as Cross said, "Do you know what you did wrong?" Luna nodded, and Cross spanked her again with his eyes closed. Just hearing the sounds of his slap and her tears hitting ground made his heart twist in pain. He steeled himself and spanked her one more time before grabbing Feng Shui and doing the same. He couldn't handle it. These were his beloved wives. He loved them more than himself. He really couldn't bear to hurt them. He let them go and said, "This is your punishment." As he took out a knife and stabbed himself, Luna and Feng Shui paled and started crying, tending to his wound. Cross pushed them back, saying, "This is what it felt like when you left." As he stabbed himself again, Luna knelt and cried, "Please stop. You're hurting yourself." Feng Shui was already crying profusely. Cross threw the knife away, opened his eyes, and hugged the two, saying softly, "If you leave again, I'll hurt myself even more." Luna and Feng Shui before hugged him and nodded frantically, dripping tears on him. Cross' body healed, and he hugged the two in silence, happy that they were okay and safe. A while later, Cross came back with the other two to see Jasmine kicking Sue Linger over and over again. Cross sat down and just watched. Finally, Jasmine finished and said, "Make her a slave." Cross was startled and said, "Okay, what kind of slave?" Jasmine gave him a dangerous look and said, "What does that mean?" Cross said, "Well, do you want a mindless slave that only follows orders? A sex slave? A slave that keeps their personality but has no choice to listen? A slave that is barely free? There's a lot of options here, babe." Jasmine was silent for a few moments before saying, "You decide." Cross tapped on Sue Linger's forehead and made the slave contract, branding her as his slave for life. Though this slave contract was relatively free, she was basically a maid. The only binding thing was if she even thinks or harming anyone in Cross family, she will experience unimaginable pain. There were several other things that caused pain, but the short of it is that she was now a maid and she was never getting out of it. Other than that, the rest of Inger was normal. She wasn't mind-controlled to think of any of them as God. It was basically just her being hired. Cross handed her a black and white maid outfit and said, "Wear this." Inger giggled and said sweetly, "Yes, master." The girls all glared at her, and Cross just smiled, not caring at all. She was extremely smart and useful. It would be a waste to kill her. Plus, he smirked to himself and thought she could kill my boredom easily. He fantasized in his mind, him and Inger playing chess. What a boring guy. He was strangely excited at the thought and almost dragged her off to play right away. The girls all looked at him strangely, all feeling he was thinking strange things. Cross coughed and said, "Let's go exploring, shall we?" The girls became happy and the group left. They traveled around the inner world. It was endless. The inner world underwent a massive transformation. The castle area had grown and beasts roamed on the outskirts, subconsciously avoiding the central area where the castle was. The outer area was filled with mountains, forests, lakes, everything. Quite literally, his inner realm had absorbed the god realm of absolute beginning. Levi's lake had turned into an ocean made up of absolute beginning water. On top of the water were tons of water-based plants, and the greenhouse had been removed. All the plants, herbs, elixirs, fruit trees, and spirit medicine was in a designated area in the massive central area. It was a giant farm with extremely fresh soil that bursted with vitality. There was also a subtle time formation where the garden was that slowly aged the plants passively. The castle itself expanded to twice the size, and the dens for his beasts had become much bigger. Not only that, but all the treasure that was in the god realm of absolute beginning was placed in a vault that was under the castle. It looked like a Gringotts vault, but the inside was gigantic. There were shelves and shelves stocked with treasures placed neatly. There were even little signs detailing what the treasures were. It was endless. In the far north, the abyss of nothingness silently rotated, minding its own business. The energy inside the world was 100x more pure than before, and the beasts were much happier. The vermilion bird took residency on a massive tree in the central area, making a nest for herself. She was much happier now. At least she could move around and leave that damn cave. Cross was extremely satisfied with the new changes. After seeing everything, he brought out a table and chairs to the outside world and destroyed the walls of the Eternal Heaven Palace, making it an open space before setting up the table with 2 chairs and chessboard. He dragged Inger out and forced her to play chess with him. The days passed like this, occasionally playing with his kids, sleeping with his wives every night, and playing chess with Inger as he waited for the kiddos to leave the Eternal Heaven Pearl space. Good news. Feng Shuer got pregnant. Yay! It was to be expected. Cross slept with them every night. Some nights, they didn't even sleep. But most of the time, he was quietly playing chess and silently going over his new body, wondering what the next step was, while comprehending the void step. Time slowly trickled by just like this. Soon a year passed. Feng Shuer had a girl. They named her Amelia. She was still a few months old, so Feng Shuer took care of her most of the time. The entire group was very peaceful during this time, not really doing anything. Chu Yao got the devils to occupy the empty king realms. They were actually not too bad. As far as they were concerned, not living in a prison was already too satisfying. Why would they want more? Plus, Cross had killed pretty much everyone who would resist, so they had relatively peaceful lives. Just as Cross thought, the devils weren't bad people, but the darkness energy they used was a bit unstable, making them slightly aggressive. Cross fixed the problem, shooting pure darkness energy into them, stabilizing their current energy. There was no other way. Some of them would go crazy over the slightest grievance. One kid tripped and started beating up the ground. What a crazy kid. Thank God his kids weren't like that. They were very sensible. Aya mostly. Zephyr was 18 now. What a headache. He was chasing around a devil girl like a puppy. She wasn't anyone special, but she was still very beautiful and naturally had her arrogance. Cross had always told him that if you can get a woman without showing off your strength and power, you would find a good woman. A valiant effort, but the problem was that this girl was already married. Damn kid. Cross almost slapped him to death. What is he doing? Even I, your father, doesn't go after married women. Who taught this kid? Cross actually caught Yinshi teaching Zephyr a few things and chased after the bastard corrupting his son. Pandora was the same age. She was extremely beautiful. Countless guys chased after her, but she had no interest in any of them. This girl, she said she wanted to find someone better than her father. Yeah, right. Where the fuck are you going to find that? Though, she really had no choice. Cross would beat the shit out of anybody that got near her. He even said, unless he's stringer than me, you'll be daddy's little cotton-padded jacket forever, making her aggrieved, maybe in the higher realms. She had to get to it quickly, otherwise her dad would become god there too. Then she was fucked. Not only were they both good-looking, but strong too. They seemed to have better talent than Cross. They were already divine extinction realm. At 18, what kind of concept was that? Even Shinya Inger was absolutely stunned. Isn't this too fierce? 18 years, old divine extinction realm. She asked Cross how he got a true god, and the others were curious too. Cross told them the truth. He had no more profound veins. Shinya Inger didn't believe him, so Cross let her see inside. It was literally impossible for her to hurt him, not that she wanted to anyway. It was quite relaxing playing cheese and reading all day. She looked, and her peerless face was astonished. It was true. Cross explained that his profound veins scattered, going into his acupoints. He also stressed that this was extremely dangerous and shouldn't be done alone. One wrong step and you'll become a cripple. He coaxed them with "we'll find out when we ascend." That knocked their socks right off. Another ascension? Is this going to go on forever? Most likely. Anyway, Cross wasn't stingy at all with his maid and gave her the resources he had. She gave him the heaven-defying record, but surprisingly, Cross said he didn't need it and only talked to the woman inside it about his void step, looking for a second opinion. The woman was stunned by his progress and looked at the technique before becoming astonished and asking if he was secretly a reincarnated master or something. Cross told her that she was spouting nonsense, and if she had a physical form he would give her a nice spanking, which made the woman angry but also shy. He blamed it on his good looks, and they discussed the movement technique. The girls were startled when they heard the voice acting coquettish to get the technique from him. Cross only agreed after she helped him make the 10th and final step. 10th step, consisting of 19,683 movements, and able to go 100 billion miles in a single step. The woman was so happy she even did a dance, such a precious technique. If she didn't get her hands on it, maybe she would be retarded. Cross and the woman went over the void step technique hundreds of times in a second before getting a clear-cut path. It was truly a heaven-defying technique. After he was done, he threw the rock to Inger, who said that she couldn't even read it and had no interest in it. Cross shrugged and threw it out of the realm. It flew away and hit Yinshi in the head. He picked it up and gave it to Lingxi, who seemed to have some affinity with the other stones. Currently, Cross was playing chess with Inger. Lily was sitting on his lap, looking at the chessboard seriously, pretending to be like her father. The little girl was 3 years old already. How cute was this? She was as cute as a doll, and knew it too. The little girl was cunning to the extreme, and crocodile tears flowed if she didn't get what she wanted. Cross' heart softened at her tears. Whether they were real or fake, he couldn't care less. He didn't want his baby to be sad, so he spoiled her to the extreme, making everyone else jealous. Lily just stuck her tongue out cutely and latched across like an octopus, refusing to let go ever. Cross shot the girls a smug look, and they all snorted at him. Jasmine took the girl and patted her little, but saying, "You don't want mommy anymore?" "Ah, yes." The little girl's weakness. Lily hugged Jasmine, saying, "No. Lily loves mommy." Jasmine sneered at Cross, who gave her a hot look. She almost melted and blushed heavily. The other two knew exactly what that look meant and blushed as well. This guy bullied all three of them at once. What a villain. Cross chuckled and was about to make a move on the chessboard when a bright light fell on the stage, leaving 995 people. Cross looked at them and said, "The king realms are no more. Go back to your realms, the world has changed." The youngsters were shocked and flew away, seeing the big devil in front of them. Only Sue Linger flew towards him with a smile, saying, "Brother-in-law," lunging at him with her arms open wide. Cross was spooked and said, "Who's your brother-in-law?" holding out her face. Sue Linger grabbed air. Cross held her cheeks together, squishing her lips as she said, "It's you. Me and Yinshi are getting married." Cross let out a breath and said, "Oh, that's good." Sue Linger appeared with her arms crossed, saying, "Humph, as if I would marry you," though she blushed when she said that. Cross felt his mouth twitch. When did he say that? "Big sister, please don't light my backyard on fire." Sue Linger giggled and swung Cross' arm coquettishly, saying, "Brother-in-law, where's my husband?" Cross grabbed her and said, "This usually works with items. Let's see if it works with people." Before throwing her, Sue Linger flew through the air, shouting, "Wah wah." Before disappearing, Sue Linger sighed and flew after her. It did work. Sue Linger hit Yinshi right in the head. Problem was Yinshi was currently in the middle of something more like several somethings. Sue Linger blushed and joined in. Just like that. "Where's the Kia? Pervert." Sigh. Cross looked at the eternal heaven pearl and with a greedy gaze, drilled into the place where it was being kept. He ripped it out from the realm and brought it with him. He went back to the girls and took all their necklaces from them. Cross was sitting in the middle of the stage and told the rest to get back a bit. They all moved back, looking at Cross curiously. Cross floated the 4 necklaces together. The 3 colored ones jumped into their respective beads. Cross took out the primordial seal of life and death, the Brahma soul bell, the southern sea pearl, and the eternal heaven pearl. He started melting them down, ignoring whatever they were staying. Can't they just obediently die and become food? What's all this other nonsense about? After a while, they finally shut up and merged into Aurora. Thunder rumbled above them, and black lightning came down, striking the necklace 81 times before leaving. The necklace looked like coal. It suddenly vibrated, and all the black crust came off, revealing the new prayer beads. There was new colors. Next to the gold, there was a bright white gold bead, and on the other side, next to the red bead, there was an orange bead. The 3 other necklaces came out and had a white gold bead on them now. They flew to their owners and nestled on their necks. Cross put his on, and Aurora said, "Hee. Master, quickly praise me." Cross made a funny face and said, "Aurora is very cute." Aurora giggled happily and said, "Now Master can control time. Not only that, but you'll never age. Also because of the Brahma Soul Bell and the Southern Sea Pearl, Aurora can manifest in the castle." Cross smiled happily and rubbed the beads with a gentle expression. He floated back to the girls and sat back down. Inger said, "What do we do now?" Cross hummed and went back to their game as he said, "I still need World Piercer. Plus, isn't there that crack? What's going on with that?" Jasmine held Lily and said, "The crack is very dangerous. It said that Moe trapped the devils outside the primal chaos." Cross rubbed his eyes with one hand as he said, "This fucking Moe guy again? Isn't it very nice to be left alone? Why go out of your way to attack people for no reason? Whatever, now I have to clean up his mess. For fuck's sake," Inger teased, "or you could just let it happen." Cross shook his head and said seriously, "I can't." The girls were stunned, and Feng Shuer said, "Why not, big brother?" Luna sighed and said, "Here we go." Sure enough, Cross said, "I have to leave my inheritance here. If they destroy the world, or too many people, then where will my little crippled, humiliated, revenge-seeking, and strong-will-having inheritor come from?" Inger felt her mouth twitch. Luna sighed and returned to the inner world. Jasmine and Feng Shuer gave him disdainful looks before following after Luna. Cross had stars in his eyes as he fantasized about his spectacular inheritor. Inger slipped into the inner world as well, leaving Cross all alone to daydream about his inheritor all he wanted. Cross created a chair and sat in front of the large red crack, telling Lily fairy tales. Lily was sitting in his lap, listening happily, asking hundreds of questions. Cross spoke, and then Snow White stormed the castle and battled against the Queen's 12 Zodiac killers. With help from the dwarves, she conquered the castle and captured the Queen before beheading her in front of the kingdom. In the end, Snow White became the new queen, and there was peace for thousands of years. Lily clapped and said, "Phew, I thought Snow White was going to die from the poison apple." Cross patted her head lovingly as he said, "Silly girl, the poison apple can't kill Snow White. She's immune to 100 poisons." Lily punched her palm and said seriously, "I forgot." Cross smiled happily and said, "Want to hear another one? This time it's Rudolph and the calamity of the North Pole." Lily cheered, "Yaya." Cross was about to speak when the red crack widened and a woman came out. Cross looked over at the woman, but his attention was on the lance in her hand. It was the World Piercer. He suddenly flashed away with Lily in his arms. A slice of darkness energy slashed the chair he was sitting in half. Cross was terribly angry. His killing intent exploded at the woman as he growled, "You try to kill my daughter? You must not want to live any longer. A little creation god is actually so arrogant." He looked at Lily and smiled. "Go into the castle." "Okay, baby." Lily nodded, and Cross dropped her into a crack, falling into Jasmine's arms. The crack closed, and Cross' face became blank. He gripped the air, and Artemis appeared. The woman's pupils shrank, and she was about to speak. But since when did Cross listen to the enemy? He flashed in front of her, and she saw his glowing red eyes looking at her, as if she was a corpse. Cross slammed Artemis against the woman's head, blowing her out of the realm into another one. Unfortunately, the woman smashed the realm to pieces on impact. There was no avoiding this. When the gods fight, the mortals need to run. Not that Cross cared at all. They were ants. Was he supposed to arrange a funeral for every ant he stepped on? They don't even make coffins small enough. The woman got up and frowned before launching herself towards Cross, who whistled a sad tune and flipped his palm. A pitch-black accepted separation lotus appeared and rotated slowly. Cross shot forward and slammed his palm towards the woman. The woman spun out of the way, and the lotus made a sonic boom as it traveled forward, spinning into a flaming black hole, destroying an entire realm. Cross spun and backhanded the woman with Artemis. The woman ducked and shouted, "Wait." Cross' leg became covered in armor, and he kneed her in the chin, before smashing her down with Artemis. The woman smashed into the ground and caused the entire realm to tremble. Cross spread his hands over the woman, and black strings shot out from his hand, forming a black birdcage. The top opened slightly, and dozens of black lotuses floated down as Cross said lightly, "Requiem of the Void." Each lotus sang deathly sad music as they floated down towards the woman. The woman froze. She had nowhere to escape, and if that hit her, she was dead. She said quickly, "Stop. Stop. I'm sorry." Cross didn't stop, and the woman shouted, "That mace. That's my daughter." The lotuses paused, and Cross frowned. The woman let out a breath of relief and sat on her ass. She was truly a beautiful woman, perfect in all areas. Hourglass figure, plump and firm ass, big and perky breasts, an impeccably beautiful face, and long, smooth black hair. A real shame Cross couldn't care less about her looks. Artemis transformed into her human form and signed across my mom. Cross signed back. "I don't know," that's what she said. "You should take a look before I kill her." Artemis smiled and signed, "Thank you, big brother." The cage and the lotuses disappeared along with a sad melody, the realm returning to silent peace. Artemis floated down and looked at the woman in confusion before signing Mama. The woman was just looking at Artemis in a daze, before hugging her and crying. Artemis felt stuffy and cried too. Cross looked down from above. According to Aurora, the devils were chased out of the primal chaos by MOE. Aurora had taken the memories from devouring the other profound treasures. She told Cross everything. After all, he created her from nothing. She also told him that if he got the world piercer, she could travel through space easily and anywhere, even if they were on the other side of the universe. Naturally, Cross was going to get the world piercer, by any means necessary. Suddenly, Yinshi, Qi Wuyao, Shun Shi, Mu Xianin, and the rest of Yinshi's wives appeared. Cross looked over and teased, "You trying to build a football team?" Yinshi chuckled and replied, "What can I say? I'm just too handsome." All the girls gave him looks of disdain, and Cross chuckled, cracking his fingers as he said, "Too handsome. Sounds like a real burden." He looked at Yinshi, saying, "Maybe. You need help fixing that?" Yinshi cracked his neck and said, "Yeah? You think you can do it?" Cross replied, "Not a problem." Yinshi and Cross grinned and were about to clash when they were both smacked in the head. Qi Wuyao and Luna smacked their husbands and chided moron. Cross and Yinshi flinched and stepped back sheepishly. Jasmine, Feng Shuier, Zephyr, Pandora, Lily, Amelia, Saiji, and Inger came out too. The girls all started talking together. Cross waved his hand and made a long table with benches. The girls all sat down and started talking happily, leaving only Yinshi, Zephyr, Cross, and Ling Jie. Cross looked at Ling Jie and smiled. "You've grown." Ling Jie smiled and said, "Without Master, I would be nothing." Cross smiled. It was true. Cross brought him to the realm of gods, and Ling Jie was a divine Master Rel practitioner now. He also slipped the herbs and divine water of absolute beginning to him a long time ago. Cross waved, and Ling Jie floated over, kneeling and saying, "Master." Cross said lightly, "Get up, kiddo." Ling Jie got up like a puppy dog with a big silly smile on his face. Cross shook his head and tapped on Ling Jie's forehead. The complete void step appeared in his mind. Ling Jie trembled and kneeled down again. Cross sighed and said, "Little Jie, calm down. Kneeling all over the place like this, is it fun?" Ling Jie got up and scratched his head sheepishly. Cross smiled and said, "Maybe soon I'll leave this place to a higher realm. Are you coming with me?" Ling Jie froze and said quickly, "Master, you're leaving?" Yinshi looked over and said, "You're leaving?" Cross nodded, saying, "Eventually." Ling Jie looked to be having a crisis, and Yunshi frowned, his face a little ugly. Zephyr said, "Dad, but what about Christina?" Cross slapped him, saying angrily, "She's married. What about her? Do you need another beating?" Zephyr rubbed his head, saying, "Bah, she doesn't love him. It's a political marriage." Cross almost slapped him to death as he shouted, "Political marriage your head. You can like older women, but stay away from the married ones. What's next? You're going to turn into a young master. You little bastard. I will ruin you myself." Zephyr fled to Luna and sneered at Cross, hiding behind her. Cross almost exploded in rage before calming down and looking away, saying, "You're out of my will." Zephyr almost coughed up blood. "What will? A bad guy like you. You'll never die." Cross ignored him and said, "Take out Hunger." I think that's her mom. As he pointed to the woman, Yinshi took out Hunger, who looked around before focusing on the woman and flying towards her. Cross waved his hand, and Yuechan flew over. Cross tapped on her head before sending her back. Ling Jie said, "Master, I'm not talented enough to keep following you." He looked extremely depressed. Yet he was strong and a sword master. He could establish his own sect and become a king realm if he wanted to, but he knew that his talent was already exhausted. He also knew that Cross could change that with a snap of his fingers. But what about next time? Was he supposed to trail behind his master forever? Cross said, "Little Jie, I can help Yo Dash." Ling Jie shouted, "No." He felt his knees and cried, "Master, you've given me everything. I can't even help you anymore." He slammed his fist in the air, cracking the sky, as he continued, "Since the lower realms, and now the realm of gods. You think I don't know all those treasures were for Master? All my cultivation, my arts, even my swords, they're all from you. But what about me? What can I do to help Master?" Cross felt uncomfortable. He looked at Ling Jie and said, "Little Jie, Master doesn't want anything from you. You becoming stronger and living is the best thing you can give me. Getting married, having kids, teaching them, living happily. This is all I want from you. I don't need you to fight my enemies. I don't need you to give me things in return." He patted Ling Jie's head and said softly, "I took you in because I like your personality and talent. All these things from Master, they're all worth it if you have a happy life. You've already made me proud." He chuckled and added, "I still remember the little brat who shouted in my face all those years ago." Cross looked up and his eyes clouded over, remembering a fond memory. Ling Jie cried, and Cross closed his eyes, sighing, "Little Jie, I have something for you. This will be the last thing Master asks of you." Ling Jie trembled and looked up at Cross, crying, "Master." Cross flipped his palm and roared, forcing out golden red drops of blood, strings for drops of different colored origin blood, a row of swords, a bunch of divine water of absolute beginning, and a drop of green crystalline liquid. Cross spread out his hands and slowly forced them together. Everything melted, and Ling Jie's swords flew into the air before drilling into the liquid. Cross did a bunch of movements, and thunderclouds rolled in. Yuechan's rapier flew into the mixture as well, and the thunderclouds doubled. Cross looked up and sneered, before throwing a punch into the air, destroying the clouds. Everyone looked over and was amazed. Cross looked at the clouds with a heavy sneer as he said, "What are you waiting for? Scared?" The thunderclouds didn't like that and sent hundreds of lightning bolts into the mixture, trying to eradicate it. Cross pulled the lightning into the liquid, and black molten liquid seeped out as the mixture started glowing brighter and brighter. The thunderclouds smashed down a pillar of pitch-black lightning, and Cross grinned. The liquid opened up and ate the lightning, trapping it inside as the thunderclouds dispersed, completely aggrieved. The day they get rid of this big devil, they'll throw a party and let everyone become a true god. Cross sucked in a deep breath before his upper body changed into his animagus form, and he breathed out Vanta black flames before changing back to normal and clapping his hands. The liquid glowed and shrank into 3 swords. They dimmed and revealed themselves. Ling Jie's swords looked the same, but there was a killer aura surrounding them. Yuechan's rapier looked to be a lot more delicate, but it was 1,000x more deadly than before. Black lightning crackling around the long, thin blade. The swords went back to their masters, and Cross pointed at Ling Jie and Yue Chan. A white and black light flew into their heads. White for Ling Jie and black for Yue Chan. Cross drank from his water gourd and said, "The last task Master has for you is to make a sect and become the greatest sect in the God realm. This task can be achieved by both of you, one of you, or together. Though I think little Yi would rather be with her family." Ling Jie was completely dumbfounded as he said softly, "Master." "You." Cross smiled and said, "I made that technique myself. The junior sister got a different one." Yue Chan said softly, "Lightning demon piercer." Ling Jie trembled and Cross picked him up saying, "All right, little Jie. Enough tears. Did I raise a baby or a man? Also, you're not a virgin anymore." Ling Jie was stunned and flustered as he said, "Master, you, well, you see, I found this girl and she's amazing and Cross rolled his eyes and smacked him saying, Yeah. Who is she?" Ling Jie scratched his cheek and said Junshile. Cross, Yinshi, Qinyinger, and Jasmine froze. Yinshi started laughing and Cross sighed. Ling Jie got nervous and said, "What's wrong?" Cross rubbed his face and said, "She doesn't remember, but I ripped her arms off before." Ling Jie was stupefied, but Cross patted his head and said, "I support you, little Jie. Just be careful. She's a jealous little vixen." He felt a dozen pairs of eyes locked on him, and he started to sweat. Ling Jie was over the moon with his master's blessing. Cross said seriously, "This task, can you do it?" Ling Jie got serious and said, 100%, Master." Cross nodded and reached into a crack, pulling out an orb before putting it in Ling Jie's hands as he said, "This is an entire realm. I left you money, some resources, a couple secret realms, weapons, and some arts." Everybody was stunned, looking at the orb. Ling Jie took it with trembling hands as Cross continued, "Build the sect, become the realm king, and make me proud. I believe in you, little Jie." Ling Jie kowtowed in the air and shouted, "I will, Master." Cross smiled and said, "Good. Go. Just crush the orb wherever you want, and a realm will appear there." Ling Jie wiped his tears and said, "Thank you, Master. Little Jie will never forget this." Cross smiled and patted his head, saying, "Go." Ling Jie nodded and stepped before disappearing. This was how the strongest sect in the entire God realm came to be. It was called the Void Sect. All the arts inside were made by Cross. The ones that came after were found by Ling Jie. Cross sighed and turned away, wiping his eyes secretly. What a good disciple. At this moment, the woman appeared in front of Yinshi and Cross. Her expression was serious, and she said, "I'm Jie Yuan, the heaven-smiting devil emperor." Cross and Yinshi looked at Jie Yuan, and Yinshi said, "The devil emperor?" Cross said, "The evil god's wife?" Yinshi looked across and said, You know that." Cross chuckled and tapped his necklace, saying, "I devour the other profound treasures. I know a lot. Speaking of which, they're all gathered here now." Jie Yuan said, Yinshi asked, "You ate the other four?" Cross nodded and said, "Unfortunately, one of them is you and the other is from your parents. But the world piercer is available." Jie Yuan felt her mouth twitch, and Yinshi chuckled sheepishly, taking 2 steps away. Cross rolled his eyes and said, "Io, if I wanted them, would you still have them? Anyways, what is Enai Xian's wife doing here? He's dead, you know." Jie Yuan sighed and said, "I know. All because of that damn MOE." Cross shrugged and said, "MOE is dead, but the darkness element has been classified as taboo. Fortunately, everyone who can accuse them of being scourges against the world is dead. Now, they live in peace in one of the king realms." Jie Yuan said, "I assume you didn't kill them out of the kindness in your heart." Yinshi laughed, and Cross smiled. "They accuse me of being a devil too. Can you believe these people? One world from someone, and the entire God realm starts chasing after you. It's truly aggravating. I wouldn't be surprised if that MOE guy was the same." Jie Yuan nodded and said he was probably even worse. Cross snapped his fingers and said, "I knew it. What righteous people. They don't exist. Everybody only has benefits in their eyes, and they fold to the strong. Once you speak out, you're condemned." "Io, what a joke." Jie Yuan smiled and said, Isn't it always like this? Cross rubbed his hands together and replied, Yeah, but at least pretend to be a good person? Geez, I'm not a good person, but I'm not going to kill someone for treasure or their secrets. Isn't that the same as admitting they're better than me? Yinshi said, What about the heavenly treasures? Cross snorted and said those old bastards had it coming. The treasures were just a plus. I already killed them all. Naturally, everything they own belongs to me. I'm exercising my right of conquest. Jae-yuan laughed and said, You're an interesting elf. But her expression became serious as she said, But I have something serious to discuss with you. Yinshi and Cross listened as Jae-yuan said, I have 100 devils with me. Their only goal is revenge against Moe. Cross said, Well, he's dead. Are they going to go to the underworld and kill him again? Jae-yuan replied, They'll start destroying everything instead. Cross-eyed and said, Honestly, these people, isn't playing chess and drinking wine very nice? After they kill everyone, then what will they do? Sit around and talk with the last 5 people in the God realm? He turned to Yinshi and continued, seriously, these villains that want to take over the world. What are their plans after? Just sit there and do nothing? I don't understand. You took over the world. Congratulations. Now you have nothing left to do. Is this exciting? Yinshi shrugged and said, You're asking me. Who am I supposed to ask? Jae-yuan felt like she was being ignored and said, Oi. The main problem over here. 100 true devils. Hello. Cross said, Just bring them in and talk to them. Aren't you their leader? Jae-yuan's sweat dropped and said, Yeah, but. Cross rolled his eyes and said, Bring them here. I'll take care of it. Jae-yuan said, Don't kill them. Cross waved, and Jae-yuan opened the crack. 100 devils flooded out of it with murderous intent, looking around for the enemy. Cross shouted, Quiet! The devils tensed up and looked at Cross as if they were facing a big enemy. Cross rubbed his temples and said, Moe is dead. The devils were stunned and started whispering before saying, Then we'll kill everyone. The other devils started cheering. Cross slapped his forehead, and his aura fell on the devils, making them freeze. Cross looked at Jae-yuan and said, A bunch of brainless muscleheads. Jae-yuan shrugged, and Cross turned back, saying, Listen, you'll do nothing of the sort. The devils frowned, and Cross continued, You little monkeys, don't you want peace? How about a family? Everybody is living peacefully here. Why go and disturb people who don't even know who you are? This doesn't make any sense. You would only be killing ants who didn't do anything to you. He sneered and added, Unless Moe was right that you were just a bunch of mindless killing machines. In which case, I'll just kill you all right now. Another 100 dead people is no skin off my back. A thick killing intent flooded the 100 devils, who started to sweat. Cross said, But if you're not like that moron, he said, then you can live in peace with the rest of civilization. Gods, devils, what's the difference? I can wipe out your existence with a single fart. At any rate, the discrimination against devils is gone since there's no one strong enough to speak against me and the ones who are enjoying an eternal vacation in hell. He sighed and looked at the devils, continuing, Isn't doing nothing very nice? Why do you want to kill all the time? When you're the strongest, does it matter if you kill an ant? I enjoy killing too, but I'm not going to kill people who did nothing to me. Cross paused and thought about it before asking Yinshi, I haven't done that, right? Everybody almost fell over. The devil's sweat dropped. All Cross' imposing aura just vanished into a puff of smoke. Yinshi counted on his hands before saying, I don't think so. Do you count someone annoying you as doing something to you? Cross nodded, and Yinshi said confidently, Then everybody you killed has provoked you in some way. Cross smiled happily, saying, Good. I almost became a hypocrite. Everybody gave him a look of disdain. Cross ignored them and turned to the devils, saying, Just calm down, or I'll kill you. Very simple. One of the devils said, But we didn't do anything. Cross said, You disrupted my precious daughter's nap time. That's more than enough for me to slaughter you all. Lily pointed at herself and complained, I was having a nice nap too. Cross said, See? Now, line up like good people and register yourselves. I need names, residences, and your purpose for coming to the God realm. Luna laughed and said, Are you an immigration agent? Cross said, A man can dream, can't he? Luna spat out her tongue and said, That's a shitty dream. Cross waved and said, What do you know? Yuan said, "So what do we do now?" Cross replied, "There's like 3 king realms that are completely abandoned. Just go live there." Also, Qi Wuyao is the devil empress of the devils, effectively your successor. Maybe she can help you. At any rate, I bet this place is better than the primordial chaos out there. Now give me the world piercer. I've been very nice and my soul is already disgusted with myself. I'll beat you up and take your money if you don't. Yinshi burst out laughing, and Yuan felt it was funny, this guy. His personality flipped faster than a book. First he's like a demon, then a king, and now a hooligan. Cross punched a devil and said, "You didn't pay protection fees." The devil was aggrieved and said, "Who am I supposed to pay?" Cross said seriously, "I will protect you from money. It's a very dangerous world out here. Hooligans are everywhere." The devil said, "But you just punched me." Cross punched him again, saying, "Like I said, hooligans everywhere. I'll protect you from money." The devil gave him money and Cross frowned, "That's it," before beating up another devil. Yuan watched Cross beating people up for money before saying, Just take it." He flashed back and stuffed the money in his pocket, saying with a smile, "Pleasure doing business with you. We also have a platinum protection program. Are you interested?" Yuan kicked him away with a chuckle, "Fuck off." Cross dodged the kick and stroked the world piercer while drooling. Luna, Feng Shui, Jasmine, and the kids covered their faces in embarrassment. Cross' multiple personality disorder was getting worse. Qi Wuyao flew over and bowed to Yuan, saying, "Devil Emperor, I would like to beg you to the rest. I'm sure they will be elated to see you all." Yuan smiled and said, "As long as they don't ask for protection fees, I would love to see them." Qi Wuyao giggled and said, "I think only he would do that." Yuan smiled and shook her head as she left with the devils. Yinshi and his family followed along with interest. They didn't know that Cross had freed the devils, though they hadn't been paying attention to the news much. They were preoccupied. More than half of them had big bellies already. Even Shui Main. That girl doesn't fuck around. She got a business right away. Admirable. Cross ignored them all and merged the world piercer into the necklaces. A while later, Aurora squealed in happiness, saying, Master, now you can go anywhere." "Whoa." Cross grinned and rubbed the necklace with a happy expression. Luna asked, "What are we doing now?" Cross said a few things. "First, I'm going to reform the entire Eternal Heaven God realm. Second, give Artemis a full body. And third, the most important one." The girls all listened closely as Cross said, seriously, "Perfect my inheritance blood drop." They all got black lines on their foreheads. This moron. He was obsessed with this inheritance thing. Cross stood up and clapped. The girls stood by and watched as he glowed gold and slammed his palms down to the Eternal Heaven realm. The entire realm started glowing. All the people who were there got teleported to a new, uninhabited realm with a nice city and beautiful scenery. But who cares about them? Not me. Anyway, the entire realm glowed gold and the ground started changing. All the houses, buildings, cities, trees were all demolished and the realm returned to origin. Cross kept silent and his hands glowed green as he threw a giant green ball into the earth. The realm started trembling and beautiful flowers started popping up everywhere. Lakes, ponds, mountains, waterfalls, rivers, forests. Everything started sprouting from the ground and turning the realm into a true heaven. Cross flew around the realm and looked at everything before picking a nice spot and wiping the forest in a massive area. He flattened the ground and pressed his hands down before pulling up. A giant city made of white stone sprouted up from the ground. There was a beautiful white stone wall around the entire city and a giant gate with a wood sign of it that said Void City. Cross was obviously not going to be like everyone else and made the city very modern. Based on his understanding of Muggle cities and countries, he built the entire place in his mind. There were shops, houses, schools, roads, sidewalks, and a giant palace in the middle of the city. The girls were amazed and followed Cross around as he modified the city manually, making a city plaza with a big fountain, a combat arena, a park, and many more things. Cross went to the palace and pointed to 12 different places in front of it. Statues sprang up from the ground. each of them holding a tablet of laws. Luna asked, "You're making a civilized city?" Cross smiled and nodded. He flew up above the city and spread his hands out. A giant white barrier bursted over the city and enveloped it completely. Cross started making runes with his hands and chanting. The barrier flashed black, then gold, then white before glowing and shooting pillars down, enveloping the statues that held the laws before disappearing altogether. He floated down and rearranged some buildings surrounding the city plaza. There were roads in all 4 cardinal directions. The one to the north led to the palace. On both sides of this road, there was a building. Cross made signboards for each building. The one on the left said arrivals. The one on the right said departures. He walked inside the arrivals building and expanded it to hold millions of people. He made dozens of platforms on each side of the building and placed a teleportation formation on each of them. He went to the other building and did the same, but each of the teleportation formations in this building had a sign with a destination. He walked out and disappeared. He went to the Divine Ice Phoenix sect and made a building in the middle of the sect. Mu Bingyun flew over saying, "What are you doing?" Cross said, "Promoting my new realm." He walked inside and made a coming and going place before placing the teleportation formations there. He explained what it was to Mu Bingyun, who gasped incredulously. Cross smiled and teleported away. He did the same in the Glazed Light realm, the Dragon realm, the Demon realm, the Moon God realm, the Flame God realm, the Realm Ling Jie made, Blue Pole Star, and a bunch of other realms. Cross went back to the city and smiled proudly at his achievement. He came to the middle of the city and slapped the palace. The entire realm trembled and the city lit up beautifully. A golden light shot into the air. 8 other pillars of golden light appeared all over the realm, surrounding the city and connecting in the middle. The golden light pillars exploded and sprinkled down onto the entire realm. The vitality of the realm sky rocketed, and the air became sweet to breathe. A mist fell on the city, and when it cleared, all the buildings were sparkling beautifully. The road shined, the water in the fountain glimmered, and the exit roads around the plaza were free of dust. The stones on the plaza became colorful, and in the 4 directions 4 divine beasts appeared in the stones. On top of the fountain, a golden statue of the void beast raising its head proudly formed. The girls signed in amazement. The city was truly too beautiful. Cross smiled and cupped his hands over his mouth before shouting, "Void City is open. All cultivators are welcome. It's in the old eternal heaven realm, hereby named the Garden of Eden realm." His voice traveled throughout, not only the God realm, but all the lower realms as well. Jie Yuan was actually the first person to appear over the city. Cross looked up and said, "Want to live here?" Jie Yuan smiled and said, "You're willing to let the devils live here?" Cross pointed at the stone statues and said, "There's a formation around the entire city. If they don't follow the rules, the formation will deal with them based on the laws." Jie Yuan flashed to the statues and read them very carefully before clapping excitedly. "Amazing. I'll go get them." Then she disappeared. Cross chuckled, and people started showing up. They were very cautious and looked around before gasping at the beauty of the city. Mu Bingyun showed up and said, "Wow." She walked over to Cross and said, "This is pretty amazing." Cross smiled and said, "It's going to be a hub for the entire God realm in the future. If it's not amazing, wouldn't that be a shame?" Mu Bingyun was truly shocked and said, You're so ambitious." Cross chuckled and said, "Is that bad? The city is a safe haven that doesn't discriminate between races. A true Garden of Eden." Jie Yuan appeared with the devils, and the people were scared out of their wits. Cross said, "There's houses everywhere. Make yourselves a home. I suggest you all look at the rules in front of the palace first, though. The price for unruliness is death. Other than that, I hope you can all make the city flourish." Jie Yuan smiled excitedly and brought the devils to the law statues and was very strict about this. She could change the views on devils. How great would that be? Mu Bingyun jumped and said, "Devils." Cross looked at her and said, "Can you relax? Why are you so jumpy?" More and more people poured in, some even from lower realms like the Blue Pole Star. Cross grinned at all the people and flew into the air, coughing. Everybody looked at him, and Cross smiled. "Welcome. I am Cross. Most of you know me as the Wild King or Demon Spawn." He chuckled and added, "Whatever you prefer." Some people chuckled, and Cross smiled as he continued. "Welcome to Void City. I made this city for everyone in the God realm, but also cultivators from lower realms, such as stars that have no divine way." The crowd exploded with shocked gasps and whispers. Cross raised his hand and said, "Very strange for you, right? The point of the city is to be a hub of the entire God realm/lower realms. Those of you from lower realms don't need to worry because the city has strict rules. All the rules are on the statues in front of the palace. Offenders of the laws will be thoroughly taken care of by the city itself." Someone asked, "What does that mean?" Cross smiled and replied, "The entire city is basically a living object. Before you get all greedy, the city can give you no benefits. The formation and the city in it are interconnected and will follow the rules to the letter. It's a punishing formation. Even if you somehow get your hands on the city, you still won't be able to do anything with it, and the city will die." Cross grinned and continued, "For now, there's nothing except beautiful scenery. For the next few years or so, I will be managing the city myself. Everyone is welcome to apply for residency. There's enough room for billions of people around the city, and the entire realm is a holy land. There's empty stores, restaurants, inns, schools, houses, shops, auction houses, etc. All these places need people to run them and live in. There's also parks and other places that are kid-friendly." He looked down and said, "I would like to stress that Void City isn't a lawless place. There are humans, demons, devils, gods, elves, spirits, and every other race you can imagine. All of them are welcome in the city, providing they follow the rules. There will also be mortals, mortal cultivators, divine cultivators, and above all in the city. The city is a peaceful place, not somewhere you can run around flaunting power and being disgusting racist filth." His tone turned severe as he said, "You don't like it. You can fuck off. I'm stronger than you, and I make the rules. There's a building of return formations, carefully labeled. Step in the wrong one, without permission, and you won't live long enough to apologize. Of course, there will be protections in place for all realms. If someone wants to use the formations to make a sneak attack on another realm, it's impossible. If you don't believe me, you can try. I'm not going to stop you. Killing chickens to warn the monkeys will be good for the rest." Cross smiled like a spring breeze and continued, "Other than this, behave yourselves and we won't have a problem. Fail to comply, and we still won't have a problem because not even ashes will be left of you. Thank you. Have a nice day." Before disappearing, he still had things to do. He wasn't going to lecture people all day. The people started walking around the city, go to the law statues before anything. They were shocked. These laws covered almost everything. There were even the consequences for not following them right under. Needless to say, many people wanted to live in Void City. One person didn't believe it and attacked another person with malicious intentions. Everybody backed off and watched. A black pillar came down from the sky and eradicated the attacker's existence. Everybody trembled, and the word spread very quickly that the laws weren't a joke and that the city was extremely dangerous if provoked. Cross went to see Jie Yuan and offered her and the rest of the Devil's law enforcer jobs. Jie Yuan agreed without hesitation, and Cross pulled the beautiful woman aside, telling her that he could reform Artemis' body so that she could be normal and not a soul without a container. Jie Yuan nodded happily, and Cross got to work after telling Jie Yuan what to do. He went to the lower realms and brought Yinshi's family, Shaolai, Yuanba, Xenophilius, Ling Jie's family. All those he brought with him from Earth, Xiaohongyi, and he even abducted a bunch of tailors. He placed a teleportation formation on the illusory demon continent as well. He traveled through a bunch of lower realms, placing teleportation formations and buildings everywhere. He immediately put the tailors to work, giving them shops and materials, as well as his modern style of clothes designs. Shirts, pants, underwear, bras, shoes, hats, everything. They had their own little district where they could work by themselves and a bunch of storefronts. Funny thing was Ron was still single, but Daphne actually shacked up with Ling Yin. Cross almost slapped him to death. Shao Lei got an infinite supply of divine water of absolute beginning and ingredients to make wine with. Not only that, but he got his own shop. Xenophilius got the same shop he had in the illusory demon continent and played with his grandkids. The city didn't take very long to start running by itself. Cross split his time between approving residences for the people who wanted to live there and reforming Artemis' body. He didn't want to keep using her as a weapon because he felt bad knocking her around. An entire year passed. The city was thriving. Cross had done an excellent job. Not only him, but Jie Yuan took her job very seriously. Cross gave all the law enforcers police uniforms that they had on Earth. They even had a police station. The thing was, Jie Yuan was a very sexy woman, and her police uniform didn't help at all. In fact, it made it even worse. She rejected countless people every day. Everybody started buying clothes from the stores in Void City, and they had a modern look to them. The old robes were cast away as old news, and now jeans were in style. What a day. The schools were filled with children, and some old men and middle-aged women went to teach there. The atmosphere in the city was completely harmonious and peaceful. Luna, Feng Shuer, and Jasmine have various hobbies they did most of the time, while Cross was busy working. Artemis had a new body and was constantly with Jie Yuan in a little police lowly uniform. But today was a special day. The wine Shao Lai made was finished. Cross was the most excited out of anybody for this. The girls not so much, so they stayed home. Cross went to the wine shop at night and drank to his heart's content. It was amazing. The divine water made the wine that much better. Jie Yuan also came to the wine shop. Having so many people ask her out was getting really tiring, and she needed a break. She sat next to Cross and started drinking with him. Needless to say, Cross got very, very drunk. Everyone was having a good time, and Cross stumbled out of the door. Jie Yuan went to help him before he passed out in the streets. The duo walked away into the streets. The next day, Cross woke up in a bed. He sat up and yawned as he looked around. This room wasn't very familiar. He looked to his side and saw a naked Jie Yuan. He lifted the covers and saw he was naked too. He nodded and said, "Huh, that's weird." Then it clicked. He jumped out of bed and got dressed before literally running out of the house. Io, if the others find out, he'll be in the doghouse for months. He rushed back to the palace and resumed activities. The girls also noticed he was acting strange. Luna sneakily read his mind before feeling her lips twitch in helplessness. He was actually feeling super guilty about it. He was beyond hammered and only remembered walking in a Shao Lai's bar. After that, it was a blur. Luna, Jasmine, and Feng Shuer found out and had varying responses. Luna was helpless and didn't blame him. Jasmine was completely stunned but didn't blame him. And Feng Shuer was happy she wasn't a little sister anymore. They were actually completely okay with it, surprisingly. Actually, it wasn't very surprising because they still felt guilty about leaving him a while ago. They were surprised and happy that he didn't go after any other women while they were gone. With this, they were even. They watched as Cross avoided Jie Yuan and waited for him to tell them. It wasn't very long. The guilt was eating him up, and he confessed to sleeping with Jie Yuan when he was drunk. They were happy he didn't keep it a secret for long. Jie Yuan was a bit depressed. Cross had been avoiding her for a month now. Plus, she thought she was getting sick because she kept throwing up. She didn't remember that night very well and had no idea that she slept with Cross at all. Actually, to say she had no feelings for Cross would be a lie. Spending a year with him, almost all the time, was quite happy for her. She didn't love him, but maybe there was a budding romance going on. Thus, she was quite upset that he was avoiding her. She opened up a clinic in the city with Sue Linger and Yingu. So she went there to see what was wrong with her and got the world-shattering news that she was pregnant. She started to get nervous because she didn't remember sleeping with anyone. Then it clicked. That night she drank with Cross at Shao Lai's shop. Then she helped him home. Then she woke up naked and Cross was avoiding her. She was mostly hurt. At least tell her, was she that disgusting? Nevertheless, she kept quiet about it and decided to keep the baby. She had needs and wants too. Time passed slowly. Cross was a bit frantic and left the palace. He walked along the streets. People were coming in and out, and the city was very lively. He stopped at the fountain and looked at the sparkling water inside, occupied with his thoughts. Yinshi saw him and walked over joking. "Hey there, City Lord." Cross smiled and said, "Hey, what's the miracle doctor doing outside?" Yinshi sighed and said, "I left Linger to do my work today. So many people coming and going. I need a break. What about you?" You seemed troubled. Cross-eyed and said, "I don't know what to do." Yinshi smiled and said, "A lot of people don't know what to do. To think, even you have troubles. Though it's not the first god I've seen have troubles." Cross chuckled and said, "The devils have problems?" Yinshi laughed and said, "Most of them, even Jieyuan." Cross tensed up slightly, and Yinshi added, "She came in a few months ago, and it turned out she was pregnant. I can't imagine the guy who managed that." Cross froze over and grabbed Yinshi's shoulders, saying, "She's pregnant?" Yinshi had her mouth open in an O shape before saying, "It was you." Cross let go of her and ran off. So flustered he forgot he could teleport. Yinshi watched him go and clicked her tongue, saying, "Drama, drama, drama," before walking away in a good mood. Cross rushed to Jieyuan's house and kicked in the door. Jieyuan was sitting at her table eating when she saw Cross. There was a silence, and Cross walked up, slamming his palm on the table and saying, "Why didn't you tell me you were pregnant?" Jieyuan swallowed her food and said, "Why were you avoiding me?" Cross was stumped. He sat down and said seriously, "Because I felt guilty. We were both drunk." Jieyuan was silent and looked at her food, her eyes noticeably turning a bit red. Cross held her chin and turned her face to him as he said seriously, "You're a widow and a mother, not to mention the leader of the devils." She slapped his hand away and said angrily with tears pooling in her eyes, "I'm also a woman. I have needs, and Aishin has been dead for millennia." Cross was silent, and Jieyuan shouted, "I can't believe I had feelings for a piece of shit like you. Get out, get out." Cross said, "The baby." Jieyuan got even angrier. "You want to kill it? You're insane. I'll raise it myself. Leave." Cross suddenly smiled and pulled her waist to him, sealing her lips shut with his own. Jieyuan was stunned and melted in his embrace. Cross separated from her lips and wiped her tears as he said softly, "Stupid woman. When did I say that I didn't like you? When did I say I didn't want a widow? When did I say you weren't a woman? Most importantly, if you killed that baby, I would have killed you the second after." Jieyuan was stunned and said, "You." Cross smiled and said, "If you can tolerate me, I'm willing to take responsibility." Jieyuan laughed and kissed him, wrapping her arms around his neck. Cross held her waist and smiled happily, adding a new family member. A while later, Jieyuan said, "I have to tell you something." Cross hummed as he carried Artemis and Hunger walking to the palace. Jieyuan said, "Pregnancy for my race is 10 years. Cross was shocked and said, "Wow, you'll be pregnant for 10 years. Jieyuan nodded with a smile, and Cross blew out a breath of air, completely stunned. "That must be hell." Hunger sniffed, saying, "Humph, I knew you were bad. You're a big pervert like Yinshi. Except now you're my dad." Cross choked and said, "Yeah, love you too, kid." He waved his hand, and a sword fell in front of Hunger. She changed her tune and said, "Wah, Daddy's the best," as she started eating the sword happily. Jieyuan smiled softly. They reached the palace, and the other 3 girls were waiting already. They immediately took Artemis, Hunger, and Jieyuan, leaving Cross alone. Lily was still there and shook her head, saying, "TSK, Daddy's a pervert for sure," before walking away. Cross was stunned and picked up Lily by the collar, saying, "Oh, for years old, and your wings are already hard." Lily smiled beautifully and said, Daddy knows Lily loves you." Then she whispered seriously, "Daddy, you love me most too, right? More than Zephyr, Pandora, and Amelia? Oh, and all the mommies." Cross looked around before whispering, "Of course. You're my little princess, but you're going to keep it low-key. Don't tell anyone." He winked at her, and Lily nodded seriously. Cross smiled and patted her, but saying, "All right, princess, where's Amelia? I'll take you both to the park." Lily got excited and ran away, saying, "Wait." Lily came back with Amelia. She looked to be in a daze most of the time. She was very shy, completely opposite of Lily. She looked up with watery eyes and stretched out her arms pitifully. Cross' heart melted at the girl. He picked her up, and Lily crawled up Cross, sitting on his shoulders and patting his head, saying to the park. Amelia was quiet but smiled at the word park. She leaned against Cross and hummed softly. Cross brought both his girls to the park and played with them. Amelia only played with Lily and Cross. She would hide from the other kids. Lily played with all the kids. She was very violent. It was cute. She was like a little boss of the other kids. Cross noticed all his daughters were drastically different. Pandora was cold to mostly everyone. Lily was like a violent thug. Amelia was a gentle and shy flower. Zephyr was the only boy, and he chased after all the older women. It didn't matter how many younger girls liked him or how beautiful they were. If they weren't an older, beautiful woman, he didn't even bother with them. If you counted Hunger and Artemis as his daughters too, they were both different as well. Hunger was pretty shameless and a glutton, while Artemis was like a noble lady, very elegant. Good news was Artemis could actually speak now, but she still preferred to use sign language with Cross. She was actually much happier that he was her father. She still wore the bell around her wrist. Time flew by as it does. 15 years later, Cross reached Ancestral God Peak, but he still felt like he was mortal. He couldn't kick the feeling. He also had no idea what to do next. All the girls had reached Ancestral God Realm Peak as well. Jaeyuan also got a necklace. Hers was dark purple with a single white gold bead on it. Cross necklace had lost the orange bead, and it was replaced with a dark purple one. It went dark purple, red, white, gold, and white gold. A surprising fact what found out. Cross and the rest bone ages didn't increase. They stayed the same as they were when the primordial seal of life and death was devoured. Cross stayed at 34 for the entire time. Also, Cross had completed his inheritance blood drop. He fused his laws in it and all his techniques, along with a few others he made himself. He only made one drop, and he covered it in his energy before throwing it as far as he could, choosing to leave it up to fate. The energy around it made the universe-devouring best leave it alone, and it finally landed on some star. That was 14 years ago. For years ago, he felt his imprint tremble. He trembled in happiness. Someone had found his inheritance. He left a recording of himself on it. He couldn't wait to see his little crippled inheritor rise through the world and become a hero, humiliating his ex-fiancée and finding his parents who left him in the care of a friend because they were being hunted down by people stronger than them. Flashback 4 years ago. On a random star, a teenage girl with a scarred face stumbled into a cave. She was dying because of a beast horde. She saw a golden red flickering light in the cave and stumbled towards it. She finally came across a drop of golden red blood. She was confused and touched it. A white light exploded from the blood drop and formed Cross figure. He was wearing his shorts and necklace as usual, but he had a dignified look on his face. The girl was intoxicated by him. She couldn't take her eyes off his immaculate face. Cross finally spoke, saying, "My little inheritor, congratulations on finding my legacy. I'm truly sorry for your unfortunate circumstances, but your fate turns to the better from this moment on." The girl was shocked. He knew of her situation. Who was her future husband? Cross gave a gentle smile and somehow looked right at the girl as he said, "Are you willing to become my inheritor and gain everything you lost?" The girl nodded frantically. As her eyes turned into hearts, Cross smiled and said, "Great. Become my inheritor and come find me. I am the god of the void, the king of the elves. Cross, your crippled veins are nothing but a snap of my fingers to fix. Your ex-fiancée will kill herself in regret when you rise up from the ashes. You will be a hero among heroes, a god among gods. The world will tremble under your fist." The very world around the girl started trembling from Cross' heavy shaking might. The girl actually stopped listening after he said his name. She was fantasizing about her master. If she wasn't, she would have heard all the things he said and doubt whether it was for someone else or not. She was brought back when everything started shaking, and she looked at his figure, standing tall with a heroic aura. The girl never had a chance. She was completely smitten. It didn't help she was a bit strange as well. Cross looked at her and said, "What is your name, my little disciple?" The girl said quickly, "Athena." Cross smiled and said, "Are you ready to receive my inheritance and become my disciple?" Athena nodded frantically. Cross grinned, and the drop of blood floated into Athena's heart. She fell to the ground and heard Cross' voice, "My little disciple, you must not fall unconscious. This is a test of your will. If you cannot make it, you'll never see your master in this lifetime." An obsessive desire to live and stay awake exploded from Athena's eyes as she growled out, "Whoever stops me from seeing my future husband, I'll kill him." Good thing it was a pre-recording or Cross would have been spooked into another inheritor. Cross started making hand symbols, and they floated into Athena's body. Her blood was boiling. Her bones were constantly breaking and reforming. Her muscles were tearing and repairing, and her skin was cracking all over. Black blood seeped out of her body, and a blood mist surrounded her body before forming a cocoon. Cross frowned and sped up the runes, looking somewhere else. The blood cocoon solidified before exploding, revealing a naked Athena. She had been reborn. Her eyes turned blood red. Her hair became long and silky smooth, and her face was repaired. She was extremely beautiful. Her smooth white skin glistened under the soft white light of Cross' soul. Athena groaned and Cross smiled. "Good job." Athena was ecstatic, and Cross said, "Unfortunately, I have expanded all my soul energy." Athena said quickly, "Master, where are you going?" She ignored the fact she had zero clothes on at the moment. Cross smiled and said, "Master is waiting for you in the higher realms." He chuckled and continued, "Don't cry, little disciple. I have imparted everything I have created myself and more. Look at Master." Athena looked up with watery eyes, and Cross said softly, "Remember this. Nobody can stop your steps. You are the inheritor of the void god." Athena nodded heavily, and Cross added, "When you reach the god realm, go to the void sect. The sect master is your senior brother. His name is Linger. Eventually, you will go to Void City. This is your master's city. I built it with my own 2 hands. My good brother will most likely be the city lord. His name is Yinshi. One of his wives is Chu. She's your senior sister. Remember these names. These are Master's closest friends and only disciples. If you're in trouble, they will help you. Do you understand?" Athena nodded heavily, and Cross smiled as he said, "I'm waiting for you, my precious inheritor," before fizzling into nothing and scattering in the wind. Athena collapsed to the ground and felt her heart squeezing in pain. She wiped her eyes and stood up, saying to herself, "I can't let my husband wait any longer. Wait for me, hubby. I'm coming," before getting dressed and leaving the cave. Back to the present. Cross was looking at his kids in frustration. Jae gave birth 4 years ago, and it was a girl again. He didn't mind. They were all little cotton-padded jackets for him, but his Mace legacy, who was going to take it in the future? Their daughter was named Yuan. It was the name of Jae mother. Cross was happy with it. Yuan was adorable. She had red eyes, black hair, cute pink cheeks. She looked just like her mother. She was half demon, half blood elf. She was also a member of the heaven-smiting devil clan and could transform into a sword. Her sword form was extraordinary. She could turn into a black khopesh. She refused to be held by anyone other than her father. She stuck to him completely, even sometimes wanted to be with only him. Jae was helpless against her daughter that seemed to love her father more than her mother. It didn't help that Cross spoiled her more than the others. Currently, Yuan was sitting in Cross' lap as he looked at the others with a frustrated expression. These 6 little bastards went around pranking everyone in Void City. Today they got Yinshi and Saiji drunk. What could have happened? Happened, and now Saiji was a woman. Amelia was about to cry. She usually just went along with the others, but now Cross was angry. The others looked at him fearlessly. Cross sighed and said, "I can't believe you would just dash." He stopped speaking and said, "All of you." In the inner world, right now, the kids were startled, and Cross threw them inside, before throwing Luna, Jasmine, Feng Shuier, and Jae inside as well. He disappeared from the city and appeared in the air far away from the city. He was standing opposite to 2 men who looked to be 18 years old. They looked at Cross and said, "So you're the elf the great Brahma told us to capture." Cross narrowed his eyes, and one of the men sneered, "Don't waste our time, Aunt. come quietly, or we'll force you to. The other one sneered and said, only a mortal shedding realm. Cross donned his armor, and the other one sneered, you think you can fight against a divine flame expert? What a joke. The great Brahma will eradicate your filthy elf race soon enough. Cross grinned a bloodthirsty grin. Finally, he had someone to thrash around. Cross cracked his knuckles and said, tell me, this great Brahma moron, is he strong? One of the men sneered and said, stronger than you can possibly imagine. Cross chuckled, and he asked one more thing. Will he sit at my table? The two men were confused, and Cross appeared behind them like a ghost. The two eye holes glowed a vicious red light, as he said in a tone colder than the depths of hell, because I'm missing a good opponent. He smashed his fists on the back of the two men's heads, sending them flying out of the realm into space. Cross licked his lips and broke the speed barrier, chasing after them. The people inside his inner world were watching from a screen Aurora made. The kids trembled in awe, and Luna said, wow. Linger hummed happily, someone brave enough to sit at the table. She licked her lips and said, I can't wait. Jasmine watched carefully. Feng Shuier was cheering, and Jie Yuan smiled at his figure. Yuan clapped, Daddy's so strong. Jie Yuan kissed her cheeks and said, yes, he is. Yuan cheered happily. Lily waved her fist and shouted, Carl, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you like Dad. Come here. Carl, who was in his human form now, trembled and ran away, saying, little demon, go play with the other beasts. Lily flew after him, shouting, no, I'm gonna beat you, silly. Carl shouted, why me? Outside. Cross chased after the two and decided to kill one first. He flashed over the weaker one and made a claw before punching through his chest, ripping out his heart and crushing it over his head, staining his armor red. He formed a swirl over his hand and slapped the heartless man's chest, destroying his body to nothing. He took the ring off his finger before it got destroyed and threw it into the inner world. He snapped his head to the other man and chuckled before shooting forward, thrusting his, now dark purple, horns at him. The man chanted and fire accumulated around him, shooting towards Cross. Nobody told him this elf was so fierce. Cross roared and morphed into his void beast form. He looked like the tattoo on his back, but he was clad in black armor. Cross stomped on the air and roared. The entire god realm trembled, and a black whirlpool appeared in front of him, sucking in all the fire and crushing it. Cross growled as he stalked towards the man, his 6 wings coated in black. The only thing of color was his glowing red eyes. The man was scared shitless and turned to run. Cross bared his teeth, lunging at the man and biting into his body, ripping out an arm along with half his torso. Cross red, I glowed a cruel light as he clawed the man's legs off and bit him in half. He stepped on the man and opened his mouth in front of the man's face. A black ball appeared before a pillar of black light bursted out and obliterated the man's head. Cross looked at the man's clothes and noticed a flame pattern. He looked up and saw a soul. He jumped forward and devoured the soul. The man's ring was sent into the inner world, and Cross narrowed his beast eyes at the information he got. Cross reverted to normal, and the armor returned to his necklace. He stood there for a moment before saying seriously, it's time to go. He stepped and disappeared. Cross appeared in front of Yinshi and said, I need to talk to you. Yinshi lost his smile and nodded. The duo both disappeared. Cross and Yinshi were standing in the palace, and Cross said, I have to go. Yinshi said, already. Cross nodded and said, yes. The tree. His eyes narrowed, it's in trouble. Yinshi frowned and said, all right, I'll take over then. Cross nodded and said, Jie Yuan is coming with me. Have Wu Yao take over the devils and law enforcement. Yinshi patted his shoulder and smiled, don't worry. I got this. Cross smiled and hugged him, saying, I'll miss you, bro. Yinshi sniffed and patted his back before pushing him away, saying, you getting soft on me? Cross laughed and said, not a chance. Yinshi grinned and left the palace to go tell the rest. The duo's smiles slowly disappeared and their eyes watered. Spending 27 years together, they developed a close bond. Now, they were separating for who knows how long. It wasn't a good feeling. Cross didn't waste any time and went straight to Shaolai's, stocked up on a ton of wine before telling him that he's leaving and to tell the rest. He locked the inner world and teleported to the void sect. Cross hovered above the void sect. It was bustling with disciples. In the middle of the sect, there was a statue of himself. Ling Jie built it for him when he was making the sect despite Cross telling him not to. Ling Jie said that he had to honor his master, if not then he wouldn't care about the sect. Good disciple, bad sect master. Cross sighed and pointed at the statue. A golden light enveloped it and sank into the statue, making it look alive. There was even a bit of pressure coming off it. Cross put a formation in it along with a spell. If the sect was even threatened, the statue would come to life and slaughter the enemy with the strength of an ancestral god. So fierce. He waved his hand, and a golden mist appeared in the entire sect. The disciples were confused, but felt amazing as their cultivations, talents, comprehension, and bodies became better. Ling Jie knew exactly what it was and looked up in the sky to see Cross looking at him. He smiled and waved. Ling Jie teared up and Cross disappeared. Ling Jie sat on his chair and covered his face as he cried, stunning the disciples who went to go get Xin Yuan Yufeng. Only his personal disciples knew Yufeng was his mother. They treated her with great respect, even though she was just in the divine soul realm. Yufeng dismissed the disciples and hugged Ling Jie after they left, saying, "What's wrong, baby?" Ling Jie choked out, "Master. He's gone." Yufeng sighed and rubbed his back, saying, "It's okay, baby. He left you a task, no? Do your best. When he comes back, he'll be proud of you." Ling Jie cried, and Yufeng consoled him, silently thanking Cross in her heart. She helped her entire family so much. He truly treated Ling Jie very well. In this life, and probably the next, she was indebted to him. Cross appeared in the air, and he stretched his hand out before clawing at the space in front of him. He ripped a hole in it and narrowed his eyes before going inside. The space behind him fixed itself and disappeared like nothing had ever happened. Cross traveled through space, ignoring the space blades that were coming towards him as he floated in infinite darkness and void. He felt right at home, funnily enough. He was studying the abyss that was around him and increasing his control over the law of nothingness. He floated through the abyss before coming across a world. He looked inside and saw a brown-haired kid shouting "boost" over and over again. He frowned and muttered "annoying" before throwing a black hole at the world and obliterating the annoying child as well as everyone else in the world. That world was gone forever, never to return again. Not even the gods could save it. It was completely finished. He kept moving along and came across another world. He looked in this one, but he was immediately disgusted. There was a kid who had 50-something wives and apparently didn't understand what sex was. He heard someone calling the boy Vaughn. Anyway, he was disgusted by this kid and annihilated the world. A large black hole devoured the world and ripped the kid at the molecular level very slowly, as painfully as possible. He even got to see all the girls he unfortunately never satisfied turn to dust in front of his eyes. A white light came out of him and said, "Thank God, see you never, Vaughn," before popping out of existence. The entire world crumbled and was destroyed, fortunately never disgusting anyone ever again. Cross continued floating past worlds and saw a world with a swordsman and a woman. He was currently in a world with soul monsters. The swordsman looked up at Cross, who stared back at him with interest. The woman next to him said, "Leo, what is it?" Leo said, "I feel like someone's looking at me." Cross smirked and pointed down. A sword fell from the sky and stuck itself in the ground in front of a boy named Leo. The sword was a pitch-black katana with a monkey figure on the end of the hilt. A letter flew down and landed in Leo's hands, a gift from a friend. Leo smiled and took the sword, folding the paper and putting it in his pocket. The woman smiled and they left. Cross moved on and came across another world. It was Earth, but it was different. It seemed to be the past, and there were other things that changed. Cross looked in and saw a young Tom Riddle. Cross was stunned. He saw the boy talking with a bald lady, who looked very kind. He frowned looking at Tom, but then noticed his soul was different. Cross was confused, and the bald lady looked up before grabbing Tom and knocking him out. Her soul appeared in front of Cross and said, "Who are you?" Cross frowned and said, "Who are you? Why are you helping Tom Riddle?" The woman was stunned and said, "You know, Tom, Cross said seriously, of course. I killed him. He's young now, but he becomes a dark lord in the future. Him and that Dumbledore fellow. The bald woman slapped her forehead and said, oh. No, you see this is an alternate Earth. You came from a different one. This is a completely different Tom Riddle. Cross muttered, that's why his soul looks different, I guess. The woman said, so you are. Cross said, Cross. Nice to meet you. The woman said, they call me Ancient One. Cross nodded and said, I see. Well, if Mr. Riddle ever acts up to destroy the world, you can count on me for support. Just crush this, and I'll be there as fast as I can. As he handed her a jade monkey on a string necklace. Ancient One took it with a smile and said, thanks. I'll keep on the right path. By the way, there's a world eater not far from here. I suggest you be careful. Cross smiled and said, no problem and thank you. Before leaving, Ancient One went back, happy to have made a new friend. Cross avoided the world eater, which could possibly be himself, and passed yet another world. He looked in and saw the same world that Leo fellow was in, but there was a 7-8 feet guy inside with a green bracelet. Cross was startled at the sheer size of this guy. He was bigger than Yuanba. The guy looked up and narrowed his eyes, feeling fierce fighting intent. Cross chuckled and flicked him away before throwing him a jade bracelet with a monkey carved into it and floating away. The big guy got up and scratched his head looking at the bracelet in his hands. A woman with golden hair and bones covering the bottom of her face to her nipples appeared next to him and said, are you okay? The guy stood up and smiled, yeah, as he played with the bracelet in his hand. Cross floated off, and he was suddenly dragged by an unstoppable force. He appeared in front of a giant azure dragon. Cross looked up and said, wow, you're huge. The azure dragon said, yeah, not the first time I've heard it, believe it or not. I'm giving you a choice, kid. Stay with your women, or go alone. Cross frowned, and the dragon's eyes flashed. All the women and kids came out, and the dragon said, make a choice. It's extremely dangerous here for you. I have talked to the tree. She told me to send you somewhere, but she didn't say where to send the girls. Cross looked at the girls and frowned, thinking extremely hard. A while later, he finally opened his mouth and said,
hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.